Ancient Judaism, Max Weber. Translated and edited by Hans H. Gerdreich and Don Martindale. Preface. Part I. The natural and cultural background of the social structure and its setting. 1. Prefatory note, the sociological problem of Judaic religious history. General historical and climatic conditions. The Bedouins. The cities and the Gibborim. The Israelite peasant Oyukobo. The Jerem and the ethic of the patriarchs. 1. The plebeian strata. 2. The pre-exilic medicate. Herdsman and peasant. 4. The ethic in the time of the patriarchs. Part I. The covenant and confederacy. The social laws of the Israelite legal collections. 1. The laws as an index to social development. 2. Social law of the Israelite collections. 3. The Birith. 4. The Yahweh Confederacy and its organs. Warfare and war prophecy. 1. Holy war, circumcision, Nazarites. 2. The Nevi'im. 8. Nabi ecstasy and prophecy. 4. Changing forms of prophecy. V. Sent. 6. Contents. V. Social significance of the war god of the Confederacy. 1. Uniqueness of the relation of Israel to its God. 2. The nature of the war god. 3. Social reception of the war god. 4. Non-Yahwistic cults. Part 2. Priesthood, cult, and ethics. 6. Cultic peculiarities of Yahwism. 1. The Sabbath. 2. Baal and Yahweh, the idols and the arcade. Sacrifice and expiation. 7. Priests and the cult monopoly of Jerusalem. 1. The Levites and the Torah. 2. The development of the priesthood and the cult monopoly of Jerusalem. 3. The fight of Yahwism against orgiasticism. 8. Forms of Israelite intellectuality in the pre-prophetic era. 1. The Israelite intellectuals and the neighboring cultures. 2. Mesopotamian culture relations. 8. The Yahwistic and Elohistic intellectual traditions. 9. Ethics and eschatology of Yahwism. 1. Magic and ethics. 2. Mythologies and eschatologies. X. Intercultural relations in pre-exilic ethics. 1. Substantive content of Jewish ethics. 2. The ethic of the Decalogues and the Book of the Dead. 8. Economic ethic. 4. Charity. Part 4. The establishment of the Jewish pariah people. 11. Social psychology of the prophets. 1. Political orientations of pre-exilic prophecy. 2. Hellenic and Judaic prophecy. 8. Established authority versus the prophets. 4. Status orientations and inner political attitudes. 5. Social context of the prophetic message. 6. Psychological peculiarities of the prophets. The ethic and theodicy of the prophets. 1. The prophetic ethic. 2. Eschatology and prophets. The pariah community. 1. The development of ritualistic segregation. 2. The dualism of in-group and out-group morality. 843. The exile. 1. Babylonian and Egyptian exiles. 2. Ezekiel and Deutero-Isaiah. 8. The priests and the confessional restoration after the exile. Part V. Supplement, the Pharisees. Sects and cults of the post-exile period. 1. Pharisaism as sect religiosity. 2. The rabbis. 8. Teaching and ethic of Pharisaical Judaism. Judaism and early Christianity. 1. Essenism in relation to the teachings of Jesus. 2. Increasing ritualistic segregation of the Jews. 8. Proselytism in the diaspora. 4. Propaganda of the Christian apostles. Notes. Map, location of historic places. Glossary and index. 1. Subjects. 2. Persons. 8. Places and countries. A preface. The Essays on Ancient Judaism appeared originally in the 1917-1919 issues of the Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialforschung. They represent decades of study of Mediterranean antiquity and the great world religions. Max Weber's untimely death in 1920 prevented him from rounding out his studies with an analysis of the Psalms, the Book of Job, Talmudic Jewry, early Christianity, and Islamism. Marianne Weber, his widow, published Das Antike Judentum as Volume 3 of Weber's Gesammelt Aufsätze zur Religionssoziologie, Tübingen, 1921. In presenting the essays almost unchanged in their original form, she observed, a sovereign and resigned calmness toward his personal fate characterized Max Weber. Perhaps he would say now as often before, what I do not achieve others will. According to Weber, the world historical importance of Judaism is not exhausted by the fact that it fathered Christianity and Islamism. It compares in historical significance to Hellenic intellectual culture, Roman law, the Roman Catholic Church resting on the Roman concept of office, the medieval estates, and Protestantism. Considering himself a relative amateur compared to historical specialists, archaeologists, Egyptologists, and Old Testament scholars, Weber does not claim to have unearthed new facts. It would require more than a lifetime to acquire a true mastery of the literature concerning the religion of Israel and Jewry. We entertain but modest hopes of contributing anything essentially new to the discussion, apart from the fact that, here and there, some source data may be grouped in a manner to emphasize some things differently than usual. This emphasis, a genuine theoretical contribution, is sociological. New relations are perceived between old facts when Weber brings the varied talents of jurist, economist, historian, linguist, and philosopher to the task of integration. The first volume of Weber's Sociology of Religion, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, 1904-5, occasioned one of the great debates in modern intellectual history having developed the thesis that the Puritan middle-class man of conscience was a cofactor in the rise of modern industrial capitalism. Weber tested his hypothesis by comparative studies of China and India these Eastern civilizations, while possessing many favorable factors, did not develop industrial capitalism. They buttressed Weber's contention that Puritanism had to be included among the necessary and sufficient conditions for the emergence of modern capitalism. Thus, the questions of the Protestant ethic form one of the themes of Weber's Sociology of Religion. However, as his studies in religion progressed, Weber increasingly saw industrial capitalism as only one typical development of the West. In the introduction to the book edition of the Protestant Ethic, written just before his death, Weber subsumed the development of modern capitalism under a more general Occidental process of rationalization. He found parallels in Western music, based upon a system of notation, standardized instruments, harmonic chord, and counterpoint composition which also appeared to him peculiarly rational in structure. He traced other parallels in Occidental painting and architecture, as illustrated by such things as perspective and the use of the Gothic vault as a means of distributing stress and roofing spaces of all sizes. In Western thought, Weber noted the primacy of the rationally defined concept, the systematically arranged universe of discourse, the mathematical proof, the legacy of Athens, the experimental demonstration, the legacy of the Italian Renaissance, as uniquely constituting Occidental science. The importance of Calvinism for science as for daily conduct is found in its force for emancipating man from magic and ritual. In place of magical ritual, Western man has developed rational bureaucracies of vocationally specialized men in ecclesiastic, political and economic organizations. Modern capitalism, for Weber, is best understood as a rational structure based upon capital accounting and the productive organization of formally free labor for the sake of the enduring profitability of competitive private enterprise. Western culture, its actors and symbols, its types of organization are assessed in subtle polarities of rational-irrational. In his Sociology of Religion, Weber brought into focus the two major interests of his life work: 1. The problems of reason and conscience, of enlightenment and ethical responsibility in the face of capitalism, which he called with Adolf Wagner a system of masterless slavery. 2. The tension between rational and irrational processes in world history. In this concern with man's reason and freedom, Weber stands in the tradition of German liberalism, which at all major turning points of modern intellectual history reassess the legacy of Jerusalem, Athens, Rome, and North Alpine antiquity. Lessing, Herder, and Hegel, with their intellectual concern with early Christendom, were part of the first wave. Gerda Swibayan Country Parson speculates about ethical universalism and ritualistic particularism in early Judaism. 6 The Napoleonic generation enthusiastically hailed the storming of the Bastille. Hegel's theological writings were anything but theological, as George Lukács has recently shown. The young Hegelians of 1848, Ludwig Feuerbach, Karl Marx, Bruno Bauer, and David Friedrich Strauss followed suit and in turn were superseded by Nietzsche. Feuerbach displaced the priestly lie theory of Enlightenment philosophy by interpreting religion essentially as a wish projection of needful and suffering man. Marx combined this with social historical determinism. Religious misery represents at once the expression of and the protest against actual misery. Religion is the moan of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, the sense of senseless conditions. It is the opium of the people. 8 Finally, Nietzsche attacked the Judeo-Christian tradition with the tools of his depth psychology and the concept of resentment. Registered Weber stood between the two towering critics of modern Western culture, Marx and Nietzsche, dealing simultaneously with Marx's attacks on the world of capitalism as irrational wage slavery and an anarchy of production, in which man is compelled to alienate the truly human, and with Nietzsche's attacks on democracy and Christianity, on rational and ethical universalism. 1 degree Weber rejected Marx and Nietzsche although he learned much from both. He remained a liberal on the defensive, a nationalist in the ice age of imperialism, a humanist desperately holding on to the legacy of Kant and Goethe with their affirmation of rational man's dignity and freedom, a politically astute thinker seeing only bleakness ahead. Choosing science as his vocation, Weber took his stand for sober, rational enlightenment rooted in the Socratean ethos of intellectual integrity. He felt that nowadays prophets are singularly out of place. He concluded his lecture on science as a vocation with Goethe's answer to the question, "What shall I do?" Meet the demands of the day. 1. Weber understood his sociology of religion as a scientific work aiming at insight rather than edification. The fate of our times is characterized by rationalization and intellectualization and, above all, by the disenchantment of the world. Critics and zealots have doubted that one can do valuable work on matters religious unless one can at least write on the basis of what Rudolf Otto and Schleiermacher termed the experience of the holy. This requirement would have made the development of comparative religion inconceivable from the time of Max Müller to the present. Max Weber refused to reveal his inner experiences, rarely spoke of such matters, and referred to himself as religiously unmusical. The reader will look in vain for theologico-philosophical assertions such as Paul Tillich's, "Religion lasts as long as man lasts." It cannot disappear in human history, because a history without religion is not human history, which is a history in which ultimate concerns are at stake. 8 Men close to Weber disagree in their estimations of him. In his obituary essay Robert Wilbrandt called him a homo religiosus. Paul Honigheim appears to agree, urging if anyone is entitled to be brought into the neighborhood of Luther, it is Max Weber, but Karl Jaspers memorialized his friend at his bier as homo philosophicus, meaning a wise man not assured of possessing the ultimate truth. He who has the final answers can no longer speak to the other as he breaks off genuine communication for the sake of what he believes in. This corresponds to Weber's own contention that all logico-theological systems of belief eventually demand the sacrifice of the intellect. Copyright Weber's last words were "The true is the truth." They were a final affirmation of his dedication to man's reason. There is no evidence that Weber adduced theological propositions to make the contingent meaningful. He attributed his own success in academic life to chance, fortune, or good luck. In his last lecture, Science as a Vocation, he described Goethe's position as purely inner-worldly and presents it as his last judgment on his own ethical commitment. He displayed an inner-worldly, stoic attitude in the face of death, and comforted relatives sorrowing for a suicide by endorsing the right and freedom of man to choose a preferable death by his own hand. He felt sympathetic respect for high-minded Confucian statesmen of his own day who preferred to die in dignity by their own hand rather than to go on living a shameful life. And when World War I ended with the defeat of the Central Powers and the downfall of the Romanovs, the Habsburgs, Hohenzollerns and other princely dynasties, Weber remarked that Confucian rulers and generals indeed knew how to die proudly when heaven was against them in the high gamble of war and human destiny. They knew better how to die than their Christian colleagues, as we in Germany know. Registered he had advised the Kaiser, before his flight to Holland, to seek death in no man's land. Weber shared the attitudes of the Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome and of humanists like Montaigne, Hume, and Nietzsche. His essentially humanistic, rather than theological, attitude is most clearly evident in his attitude toward death. He knew that no redemption religion approves suicide, a death which has been hallowed only by philosophies. 1 degree he could agree with Montaigne following Seneca: living is slavery, if the liberty of dying be away. For a desperate disease a desperate cure. Degree Weber was profoundly impressed by Tolstoy, the artist and repentant noble. But he held that under the technical and social conditions of rational culture, an imitation of the life of Buddha, Jesus, or Francis seems condemned to failure for purely external reasons. 24 Modern culture has developed its own ironic contexts negative to the possibilities of the good life and a meaningful death. Even Tolstoy could not imitate Jesus in a railroad station, or die without newspaper reporters as watchmen. Nevertheless, he viewed Tolstoy as a great challenging figure of his time and intended to write a book about him. The question of a meaningful death, Weber thought, was the keynote of Tolstoyan art. Number 2 Tolstoy had decided that neither art, science, nor social progress could give meaning to life. Hence death had no meaning. The peasant, like Abraham, could die satiated with life, 3 having rounded out his organically prescribed life cycle. For ancient man the organic relation between society and nature still obtained. Once cultural development and urbanism emancipated man from nature, he found himself with an unlimited horizon for developing cultural values. Devoted to the perfection of an all-rounded self, the cultured man is increasingly unable to subjectively incorporate even the objectively available culture. Goethe was the last homo universale, and even he in but a qualified sense. Thus every advance of culture seems to condemn man to an ever more senseless hustle in the service of worthless, self-contradictory, and mutually antagonistic ends. 2 This is the humanistic rather than the religious search for the meaning of life. Weber's humanism affords contrasts to what has since happened in Germany in the fate of European Jewry under the Nazi heel. Weber was neither an anti-Semite nor an equally dangerous philosemite. Meyer Shapiro's judgment is, we think, accurate. His whole nature was firmly set against Nazi barbarity and anti-Semitism. To stress this point is especially necessary since Werner Sombart in his highbrow anti-Semitic tract The Jews and Economic Life, 1911, sought to out Weber by arguing the false though popular thesis Puritanism is Judaism. In this work Weber covered Sombart's work with charitable silence and refuted in efficient brevity its major contentions. 2 degrees. As regards Weber's attitude toward Zionism, we may be permitted to quote extensively from a letter he wrote in 1913. Judaism and especially Zionism rests on the presupposition of a highly concrete promise. Will a prosperous colony, an autonomous petty state with hospitals and good schools ever appear as the fulfillment rather than as a critique of this grandiose promise? And even a university? For the meaning of the promise lies on a plane altogether different from the economic goal of colonization. It would seem to lie in the following: Jewry's sense of dignity could feed on the existence and the spiritual possession of this ancient and holy place, just as the Jewish diaspora could build its dignity on the existence of the kingdom of the Maccabees after their war of independence against the empire of the Seleucids, as Germandom all over the world could build its dignity on the existence of the Deutsche Reich, and Islamism on the existence of the Caliphate. Germany, however, is, or at least appears to be, a powerful Reich. The empire of the Caliph still covers a large territory, but what at best is the Jewish state nowadays? And what is a university which offers the same as others do? To be sure, it would not be irrelevant, but it could hardly compare to the ancient temple. What is chiefly missing? They are the temple and the high priest. Were they to exist in Jerusalem, all else would be secondary. Certainly, the pious Catholic also demands the church-state, however small. Even without it, and in that case more readily, he gains his sense of dignity by realizing that the politically powerless Pope in Rome is a purely spiritual ruler of 200 million people. This rule amounts to infinitely more than that of the King of Italy, and everybody knows it. A hierarchy of 12 million people in the world who amount to what, after all, Jewry happens to be, that of course would mean something truly great for Jewish dignity, regardless of personal devoutness. But where is Zadok's sib? Where is an orthodoxy to obey such a hierarchy? According to law, what orthodoxy could grant this hierarchy even 1/10 of the Pope's significance? The seg authority is effective in every diocese and parish by virtue of the disciplinomorum and his universalist bishopry more than by virtue of the relatively irrelevant infallibility. Where is nowadays the opportunity to establish anything comparable? The true problems of Zionism would seem to me to touch only upon those values that concern the dignity of the Jewish nation. This sense of dignity is firmly knit to religious prerequisites. This letter, addressed to E. J. Lesser, was a follow-up to an important discussion. Marianne Weber states that Weber granted the possibility of colonizing Palestine but failed to see in it a solution for the internal problems of Jewry. Like Friedrich Schiller on the eve of Jewish emancipation in his lecture on Moses' mission, Weber, on the eve of the Rathenau murder, might have said, "The nation of the Hebrews must appear to us as a world historically important people, and all evil that is usually ascribed to this people, all efforts of wits to belittle it will not prevent us from doing it justice." Weber basically accepts Eduard Meyer's and Wellhausen's higher criticism of the biblical texts, although he disengages himself from their overall views and constructions. He makes use of literary form analyses when he distinguishes, example in the Song of Songs, pastoral love songs, courtly love songs, and heroic warrior songs, and sees in these materials the scanty legacy of a rich literary tradition of kingly and possibly pre-kingly Hebrew life. He characterizes the Joseph legend as a work of art, a skillful short story of a practiced writer, the servant of Yahweh Theodice in Isaiah 53 as the poem of a religious intellectual who in Babylonian exile constructed a Theodice of suffering. He employs iconography in his interpretation of the images of God held by the prophets. Not committed to any special theological tradition and ready to learn from all of them, he avails himself of methods that in specialized theological traditions would seem to contradict one another. Thus, Johann Gottfried Herder even depreciated the psychological study of the prophets as a useless art. Since times have changed so greatly. J.P.H. Hyatt in his Prophetic Religion, 1947, follows Herder's judgment, so do Benson and Yvonne in nil *degree Weber with due caution against over-constructing scanty source materials nevertheless discusses psychological aspects of the prophetic experience and characterizes the prophets as ecstatic men alternating between withdrawal into states of brooding solitude and states of ecstatic agitation in public. With higher criticism, Weber shares distrust in the great age of much of the patriarchal legends, although he realizes that the modern trends place much greater credence in the authenticity of the books of Moses as evidenced by William Foxwell Albright III. Fritz Helling *, and the Swedish Bible scholars following Söderblom. Weber's liberalism would seem old-fashioned in our days of neo-orthodoxies. Although accepting the great age of Jewish monotheism, Weber is relatively non-committal when dealing with origins and speculation concerning pre-Mosaic Judaism and the early past. At this point RAE has been considerably extended through archaeological work. We may briefly summarize some of Weber's sociological themes. For Weber, the Jews enter the historical stage of Palestine as a tribal confederacy of peasants and husbandmen in quest of land. He rejects the thesis that they were either originally a ferocious desert people or the pacifistic patriarchs of an idyllic oasis. Disregarding evolutionary simplifications of Jewish history, Weber conceives the Jews as socially stratified warlike peasants and small stock breeders who have nothing to do with the later Bedouin camel nomads other than to defend themselves against such raiders in the eastern deserts. The law of early Israel is not the law of the desert. The Mishpatim of the Jews are borrowings from the Babylonian Code of Hammurabi and are more concerned with early capitalistic legal forms than camel nomadism and desert feuds. Weber also rejects constructions of the beginnings of a Jewish state exclusively in terms of the conquest theories of Ratzel, Gumplaues, and Oppenheimer, in which nomadic steppe peoples conquer sedentary agricultural populations and organize themselves politically into a ruling class. External conflict is present, but balanced by endogenous developments of state power and kingship. The tribal confederation is unstable, integrated on the basis of guardianship of a common god. Specific historical and social reasons led early Jewry to adopt Yahwism. Yahweh is a war god. He is a jealous god, a god of anger and of mercifulness. He is ubiquitous and majestic. As the god of natural catastrophes, locust plagues, pestilence, earthquakes, floods, he is opposed to fertility deities, Baalim and Astarte, and orgiastic cults. As an invisible God he is opposed to all symbolic representations. The Jews are his chosen people on the basis of a contract with mutual rights and obligations. He is the God of the collectivity rather than the individual which is jointly responsible to him. Granted the fulfillment of special conditions, Yahweh has pledged to lift up the downtrodden and deliver them, not in the beyond, but in this world. His chosen people must show themselves worthy of Yahweh by obeying his commandments. The relation between Yahweh and his chosen people unfolds in historical time from the creation through the vicissitudes of the Exodus, from the conquest of Palestine, kingly glory to the exile, diaspora, and the fulfillment of the promise. The first sociological theme in ancient Judaism consists in tracing the powerful integral relation between Yahwism and the social collectivity, their inseparable mutual interaction and development. A second sociological issue of concern to Weber is the examination of social changes due to territorial organization and urbanization with its reactions upon the sedentary peasantry in the Jordan River plains and mountain valleys and the quasi-nomadic stock breeders of steppe and mountain slope. A second series of social changes have their point of gravity in hereditary kingship, which particularly under Solomon drifts toward Oriental despotism. Social antagonisms generated in these changes split the kingdom. Moreover, within each of the divided kingdoms social differentiation sharpens, religious leaders reorient themselves, and at pressure zones the great scriptural prophets arise in whose oracles the organization of the Old Testament is determined. Weber saw the civic society of Palestine as a variation of ancient Mediterranean urbanism. Leading families settled in a fortified city under a prince or oligarchy, a ruling class of wealthy urban families, an urban patriciate develops. Profits accumulate from middleman trade, levies upon caravan traffic, land rents levied upon farmers on the best soil falling under the expanding jurisdiction of the armed citizenry. Urban wealth permits the patricians to become economically expendable and to devote themselves to politics and war. They expropriate the new military technology of chariot combat spreading out from ancient Sumner after the second millennium. Only the scion of the well-born family can afford costly equipment and warrior training. The ancient free peasantry is disarmed, as Weber illustrates in his comparison of the peasant summons of the Song of Deborah with the chariot cities of King Solomon. The consequences of city imperialism based on the concentration of urban wealth and increasing monopoly of arms are traced by Weber in Israelite, Greek, and Roman antiquity. These urban dynamics gave rise to typical class antagonisms between city patricians and socially, militarily, and economically descending peasants. The so-called biblical social evils which the prophets chastise are located in these tensions. The process of the rise and domination of their hinterlands by the ancient cities intersects with the growth of Oriental despotism. Oriental despotism is not an arbitrary phenomenon or a mere product of the strong man. It arose as an indispensable politico-economic adaptation to the problems of flood control and irrigation in the great river valleys, the Wangho, Yangtze-Kiang, Euphrates, Tigris, and Nile. In all the great river civilizations, great bureaucratic state structures crushed or suppressed the feudal nobility, centralized the taxation of the peasantry, collectivized the gathering of rents and organization of labor. Their leaders became priest-kings, gods on earth, or sons of heaven as in China. In China, the ruling class culminated in the hierarchized quasi-religious Confucian bureaucracy, representing in Moscow's terms an organized ruling class. The bureaucracy was able to weather all political storms, Mongol invasions, dynastic cycles with peasant usurpers beginning with strong men of crisis and ending with decadent empress dowagers and harem eunuchs. In none of the great river civilizations were religious institutions able to oppose the princes, kings, and scribes. The emergence of independent religious leaders like the Israelite prophets was blocked, religious and political authority was combined, and religious leaders like the Brahmins in India and priesthoods of Babylon and Egypt and the Confucian literati in China came to serve state power. It is not monotheism alone which accounts for the world historical significance of Judaism. Monotheism also appeared in Egypt in unexcelled sublimity. But in neither Babylon nor Egypt was magic eliminated. The social basis for this was bound up with the course of Oriental despotism in Palestine. Palestine was territorially diversified with mountains, valleys, plains, and deserts and only minor rivers. It did not provide a sufficient economic base for a despotic bureaucratic state. Rents and taxes from mountain peasants hardly compare to the yields from irrigation agriculture in the great river basins. Thus, despite the relative success of Solomon in establishing an Oriental model state *, his glory could hardly be more than that of an Egyptian vassal king. Solomon's temple was essentially a court chapel, and attempts to attach religion to the palace and establish exclusive royal prophets were unsuccessful. The emergence of free or socially unattached religious prophets and religious leaders upholding popular traditions of old opposed to despotism could not be prevented. The sociological, psychological, and ideological explanations of this constellation constitute the core of Weber's book. The growth of the charioteering military professional at the expense of the peasant army involved the displacement of the bands of war prophets of old by the courtly prophet, promising long life, progeny, and political success to the dynasts. Other prophets established professional schools cultivating dervish ecstasy and offering their services to patrons. Some, however, developed a new conception of the prophetic role, withdrawing from social practice. In solitary broodings they received divine commandments. They did not organize bands of disciples or found religious institutions. The great scriptural prophets of doom, the true prophets, lived for religion, opposed the ways of the world, and stood up to the kings and authorities in the name of Yahweh. Weber characterizes them as religious demagogues out to warn and sway the people. The religious tradition hallowing them made them sacrosanct precisely because they chanted impending doom, Yahweh's wrath, vengeance to be visited upon a disobedient and stubborn people. Prophetic oracles were remembered for generations, for some of them came true, and these experiences shook the entire people. The scriptural prophets emerged during the decline of kingly power when foreign conquest threatened, in a time of mounting insecurity and intense anxiety. To explain the prophets, Weber links the Levitical cure of souls and the development of prophetic messianism as an eschatological expectation for the future buttressed by Yahwism. Weber perceived the Levites as religious specialists permeating Palestine society from south to north. The Levitical oracular technique of answering questions by yea or nay demanded a skillful preparation of questions. This led to ethical interpretations of the miraculous and increasing repression of magical thoughtways. Granted collective responsibility to Yahweh, an individual's failings could endanger the community, and Levitical services were increasingly sought. Weber credits the great scriptural prophets from Amos to Jeremiah and Ezekiel with the fulfillment of trends in Levitical practice, the elimination of magic and ethical sublimation of Judaism. In their roles as religious demagogues and pamphleteers, the prophets expanded the features of the religious drama, magnified the stature of its protagonists to previously unknown majesty. In Weber's view, the prophets were the first historically known principled men of conscience, willing and able to rather obey God than men. He saw the emergence of conscience as a complex internal action pattern in the vicissitudes of the cultural historical process of Jewry. It emancipated man from the garden of magic. While for Freud King Oedipus and Moses' alleged fate represent only the return of primeval patricide of the Brotherhood and Mohammedan religion but an abbreviated repetition of the Jewish one, Weber dismisses the construction of totemism as the original form of religion. Registered Weber explains the prophets not by assumed racial memories but by the social context. The prophets were supported by Yahwistic families among the rural gentry that Oriental despotism in Palestine had not been able to suppress. The prophets kept alive anti-royalist attitudes, voiced the needs of the economically exploited, legally oppressed, socially descending demilitarized peasants and husbandmen. They elaborated the glorious memories of old, King David the mountaineering boy who slew the Philistine knight, the ass-riding not charioteering puller king of the peasant militia, the charismatic leader, Moses the liberator who struck down the Egyptian slave master and led the oppressed out of the house of bondage. These were counter-images to the pomp and glory of despotic kings, marrying foreign wives, honoring foreign deities, establishing harems, forsaking the ways of the fathers, entering into alliances with hated Egypt. At this point Weber, with Ernst Troeltsch, points up the political utopianism of the great prophets. For purely religious reasons, out of their trust in Almighty God and His promises, in His ability to achieve what to human understanding would seem impossible, the prophets counsel political independence of the Babylonian conquerors whose frightful ways are known in Jerusalem, from the downfall of the northern kingdom, from the mass killings, abductions of urban skill groups, destructions of sanctuaries and cities. The universal political factitiousness and passionate excitation of the Jerusalem people made it unavoidable that the prophetic messages were interpreted in terms of their political implications, the more so as the prophets acted in public as powerful speakers. Whether the prophets wished it or not, they actually always worked in the direction of one or the other furiously struggling inner political cliques, which at the same time promoted definite foreign policies. Hence, the prophets were considered party members. Degree. According to their manner of functioning, the prophets were objectively political and, above all, world political demagogues and publicists, however subjectively they were no political partisans. Primarily they pursued no political interests. Prophecy has never declared anything about a best state. The state and its doings were, by themselves, of no interest to them. Moreover, unlike the Hellenes, they did not posit the problem, how can man be a good citizen? Their question was absolutely religious, oriented toward the fulfillment of Yahweh's commandments. Weber rejects interpretation of the prophets as direct spokesmen of oppressed classes in their struggle against the oppressive urban patricians and the despotic state with its imposition of forced labor, heavy taxes, and other deprivations. Karl Koski in his analysis of the origin of Christianity had advocated this thesis, which comes to mind when reading the more recent interpretation of the great prophets as revolutionary leaders by Salo Whitmayer Baron. 2. Weber stressed the prophets' characteristic isolation from the people. He stressed the absence of any organizational endeavor and eagerness to build something resembling a political or social movement. The prophet of doom was typically a lone man heroically swimming against the stream, boldly shocking his hostile audiences, at best inspiring the crowd of the marketplace with awe. Weber emphasized the prophet's withdrawal into quasi-pathological states, his painful visions and auditions, his broodings. Occasionally the prophet, against his will, feels compelled to pronounce the divine revelations. The Spirit of God comes to the prophet in his lone broodings, not in assemblies like the early Christian religious groups. Weber's analysis owes much of its impressiveness to this construction of the prophet as an outsider of his society. A final theme requiring special attention is Weber's characterization of Jewry as a pariah people. The term is unfortunately lending itself to misconceptions. Weber did not intend a contemptuous attitude toward Jewry. He uses the terms pariah people and guest people in a technical sense. Guest people, guest artisans, and similar terms refer to groups or individuals who as a result of invasion or conquest have been expropriated from their lands by immigrant groups and have been reduced to economic dependence on the conquerors. These may reduce the native population to the guest status regardless of residential seniority. Similarly, migrations of groups or individuals may result in guest-host relationships. The status relationship between the guest and host groups may vary. The guests may be legally and conventionally privileged or underprivileged. Where the status relationship is implemented by ritual barriers, Weber proposes the term pariah people. The concepts guest and pariah people belong to the sociological discussion of the stranger, of minority groups, of patterns of segregation and status relationships. The socio-economic situation of the guest people is determined by and dependent on the socio-economic order of the territorially dominant people. Special craftsmanship and middlemen services have frequently been the contributions of groups of guests to their hosts. In ancient India as in Israel, kingly guest artisans were to be found. Weber refers to Hiram, a man from Tyre, the building master of King Solomon's temple, to byssus weavers, potters and carpenters. Among the Bedouin tribes, musicians, bards, and smiths had such guest status. Weber employs the concept in discussions of early Israelite tribes, of the conquest of Canaanite communities and the inclusion of the conquered into the larger community, of the place of the stranger, of medics, of infiltrating semi-nomadic herdsmen. The fruitfulness of his conceptual tools may be assessed from the discussion of the Levites, who represent the perfect type of guest tribe in the Israelite community. The Levites stood outside the association of militarily qualified landowners. They were exempt from military service. Their religious services, as shown by the designation, Eved, was considered a liturgy of medics given to the political community. *4 For the definition of a guest situation, it matters not whether guest and host share the same religion or whether the guest is privileged or underprivileged. Nor is it necessary that guest and host visualize themselves as such. These are additional questions. Salo Whitmayer Barron's critical note on Weber's conception, we think, rests essentially on reading too much into the concept registered if he argues that the Jews could not be a guest or pariah people when living in the diaspora because they had a religion of their own, in contrast to guest or pariah peoples in India sharing the religion of their hosts. One might feel inclined to answer that religious differences may sharpen the distinction between guest and host. They help to maximize the social distance or mutual strangeness. German Protestant settlers came to Tsarist Russia during the 18th century. They received privileged guest status, were exempt from military service, and under pressure, diplomatically arranged repatriation agreement and outright expulsion left the Soviet Union since the end of World War I. Their religious peculiarity probably contributed for better or worse to their guest role. Also, the question of self-images and evaluations of self are irrelevant for the definition. It may well be that Russian Mennonite peasants of German descent felt superior to Eastern Orthodox Russians, and vice versa. The same may be presumed for the relation of such sectarians to Russian communists. And even if the Mennonites were to consider themselves especially sanctified or chosen opposite the children of the world or possibly of the devil, this would not affect their sociologically warranted characterization as a guest people. The same holds, in Weber's view, for Jewry in the diaspora. That even ritually segregated guest peoples, i.e., pariah peoples, do not accept the image of the outgrowth no matter how harsh the attempt of the dominant people to impose it, Weber himself has emphasized. He states, even pariah people who are most despised are usually apt to continue cultivating in some manner that which is equally peculiar to ethnic and to status communities, the belief in their own specific honor. This is the case with the Jews. Registered in short, Weber would be the last to reject the observations which Barron directs against his conception. In fact, he demonstrates in the present work how the conception of Yahweh gains in majesty, how the perspective of an ultimate reversal of fate for his chosen people gains in grandeur precisely in the prophet's responses to suffering, to threatening disaster and exile. Robert Park, who never displayed any particular acquaintance with Weber's work, took a lifelong interest in minority groups and can hardly be accused of conscious or unconscious anti-Jewish or other anti-ethnic bias. He attributed many of the so-called race issues to the secularizing consequences of conquest and migration. So, for example, he urges that under urban conditions different peoples may come to live side by side in a relation of symbiosis, each playing a role in the common economy, but not interbreeding to any great extent. Each group may maintain, like the Gypsies or the pariah peoples of India, a more or less complete tribal organization or society of their own. Such was the situation of the Jew in Europe up to modern times. Number 7. Park has introduced into sociological literature the concepts of marginality, marginal man, etc. In substance, we think, Weber's analyses of guest and pariah situations agree with Park's more fortunate and less ambiguous terminology. Nothing would be lost were we to speak of marginal artisans of high or low status, instead of guest artisans, or, with Howard Becker, of marginal traders or marginal trading peoples instead of non-resident foreign trading peoples. Weber imputes early medieval anti-Semitism to the competitive hostility of the prospering resident traders. Out of the wish to suppress such competition grew the conflict with the Jews. It was in the time of the Crusades that the first wave of anti-Semitism broke over Europe, under the twofold influence of the war between the faiths and the competition of the Jews. This struggle against the Jews and other foreign peoples, Corsines, Lombards, and Syrians, is a symptom of the development of a national commercial classy copyright in presenting the view that all essential traits of Jewry's attitude toward the environment can be deduced from their pariah existence. Weber did not mean to impose the conception of the Indian caste order on Jewry. Rather, he emphasized three essential differences between Jewry and Indian pariah tribes. 1. Jewry became a pariah people in a social surrounding free of castes. 2. Its religious problems were not structured by a theology of birth and rebirth according to presumed merit in a world thought to be eternal and unchangeable, but rather the whole attitude toward life was molded by the conception of a God-ordained social and political revolution to come. And 3. Ritualistic correctness, circumcision, dietary prescriptions and the Sabbath rules combined with ethical universalism, hostility toward all magic and irrational salvation striving. The simplicity, ready understandability, and teachability of the Ten Commandments combined with the religious mobilization of the plebeian by active emissary prophets and later rabbis living for, not off, religion, sets Judaism off from all Oriental religion. Without following the Hegelian construction of the Tübingen school, Weber nevertheless dramatizes the fork of the road between ritualistic self-segregation into a voluntary ghetto since the days of the Babylonian exile, and the depreciation of ritualistic correctness as indicated by the prophet's emphasis on the circumcision of the heart, or on what cometh out of the mouth rather than what goes into it, and, finally, on Paul's victory over Peter at Antioch. It opens the road for the conception of a universal brotherhood of man and the redefinition of the generalized order. 5. The translation is the outcome of intimate cooperation during all phases of work, from rough draft to final version. All biblical citations of Weber's have been carefully checked and many obvious mistakes of the German text have been corrected. As in previous Weber works, we have used all of Weber's headings as stated at the beginning of his essays. We have taken the liberty of inserting additional headlines for parts, chapters, and sections where advisable. The original text is divided into two essays headed, I. The Israelite Confederacy and Yahweh, and 2. The Emergence of the Jewish Pariah People. A third essay on the Pharisees is added as a supplement. The text of the first essay of the German original flows uninterruptedly over 280 pages. We realize the controversial nature of our procedure of imposing breaks upon the original text for the convenience of the reader. We wish to thank Mr. Ned H. Polsky and the editors of the Wisconsin Athenian, now the Wisconsin Idea, the literary magazine of the University of Wisconsin, for permission to reprint excerpts from Ancient Judaism published in the autumn 1949 issue. We are grateful to C. Wright Mills and Oxford University Press for permission to quote from the essay volume from Max Weber, Essays in Sociology, 1946, to the Jewish Publication Society of America for permission to quote from The Jewish Community, Its History and Structure to the American Revolution, 1942, by Salo Whitmayer Baron, and to our publisher for permission to quote from Max Weber's General Economic History, 1950, and from Robert E. Park's Race and Culture, 1950. Professor Maurice M. Shadovsky has kindly checked all Hebraic terms and phrases. We gratefully acknowledge his aid. Thanks are due to Dr. Hedwig Ide Girth, who has assisted by checking the references, clarifying doubtful points and working on the glossary and index. Chapter I. The social structure and its setting. 1. Prefatory note: the sociological problem of Judaic religious history *he problem of ancient Jewry, although unique in the socio-historical study of religion, can best be understood in comparison with the problem of the Indian caste order. Sociologically speaking, the Jews were a pariah people, which means, as we know from India, that they were a guest people who were ritually separated, formally or de facto, from their social surroundings. All the essential traits of Jewry's attitude toward the environment can be deduced from this pariah existence, especially its voluntary ghetto, long anteceding compulsory internment, and the dualistic nature of its in-group and out-group morality. The differences between Jewish and Indian pariah tribes consist in the following three significant circumstances. 1. Jewry was, or rather became, a pariah people in a surrounding free of castes. 2. The religious promises to which the ritual segregation of Jewry was moored differed essentially from those of the Indian castes. Ritually correct conduct, i.e., conduct conforming to caste standards, carried for the Indian pariah castes the premium of ascent by way of rebirth in a caste-structured world thought to be eternal and unchangeable. The maintenance of the caste status quo involved not only the continued position of the individual within the caste, but also the position of the caste in relation to other castes. This conservatism was prerequisite to salvation, for the world was unchangeable and had no history. For the Jew, the religious promise was the very opposite. The social order of the world was conceived to have been turned into the opposite of that promised for the future, but in the future it was to be overturned so that Jewry would be once again dominant. The world was conceived as neither eternal nor unchangeable, but rather as having been created. Its present structures were a product of man's activities, above all those of the Jews, and of God's reaction to them. Hence the world was an historical product designed to give way again to the truly God-ordained order. The whole attitude toward life of ancient Jewry was determined by this conception of a future Godward political and social revolution. 3. This revolution was to take a special direction. Ritual correctitude and the segregation from the social environment imposed by it was but one aspect of the commands upon Jewry. There existed in addition a highly rational religious ethic of social conduct. It was free of magic and all forms of irrational quest for salvation. It was inwardly worlds apart from the paths of salvation offered by Asiatic religions. To a large extent this ethic still underlies contemporary Mid-Eastern and European ethic. World historical interest in Jewry rests upon this fact. The world historical importance of Jewish religious development rests above all in the creation of the Old Testament, for one of the most significant intellectual achievements of the Pauline mission was that it preserved and transferred this sacred book of the Jews to Christianity as one of its own sacred books. Yet in so doing it eliminated all those aspects of the ethic enjoined by the Old Testament which ritually characterize the special position of Jewry as a pariah people. These aspects were not binding upon Christianity because they had been suspended by the Christian Redeemer. In order to assess the significance of this act, one need merely conceive what would have happened without it. Without the adoption of the Old Testament as a sacred book by Christianity, Gnostic sects and mysteries of the cult of Kyrios Christos would have existed on the soil of Hellenism, but providing no basis for a Christian Quran or a Christian ethic of workaday life. Without emancipation from the ritual prescriptions of the Torah, founding the caste-like segregation of the Jews, the Christian congregation would have remained a small sect of the Jewish pariah people comparable to the Essenes and the Therapeutics. With the salvation doctrine of Christianity as its core, the Pauline mission in achieving emancipation from the self-created ghetto, found a linkage to a Jewish even though half-buried doctrine derived from the religious experience of the exiled people. We refer to the unique promises of the great unknown author of exilic times who wrote the prophetic theodicy of sufferance, Isaiah 40-55, especially the doctrine of the servant of Yahweh who teaches and who without guilt voluntarily suffers and dies as a redeeming sacrifice. Without this, the development of the Christian doctrine of the sacrificial death of the divine Redeemer, in spite of the later esoteric doctrine of the Son of Man, would have been hardly conceivable in the face of other and externally similar doctrines of mysteries. Jewry has, moreover, been the instigator and partly the model for Mohammed's prophecy. Thus, in considering the conditions of Jewry's evolution, we stand at a turning point of the whole cultural development of the West and the Middle East. Quite apart from the significance of the Jewish pariah people in the economy of the European Middle Ages and the modern period, Jewish religion has world historical consequences. Only the following phenomena can equal those of Jewry in historical significance: the development of Hellenic intellectual culture, for Western Europe, the development of Roman law and of the Roman Catholic Church resting on the Roman concept of office, the medieval order of estates, and finally, in the field of religion, Protestantism. Its influence shatters this order but develops its institutions. Hence we ask, how did Jewry develop into a pariah people with highly specific peculiarities? Two general historical and climatic conditions. The Syrian-Palestinian mountain land was by turns exposed to Mesopotamian and to Egyptian influences. Mesopotamian influence derived initially from the tribal community of the Amorites, who, in ancient times, ruled both Syria and Mesopotamia. The rise to political prominence of Babylonian power at the end of the third millennium and the continuous ascendancy of Babylon and its commercial importance as the area where forms of early capitalistic business originated constituted later aspects of Mesopotamian influence. Egyptian influences rested on trade relations between the Old Kingdom and the Phoenician coast, on Egyptian mining in the Sinai Peninsula, and on geographic nearness. Because the nature of military and administrative technology of the time precluded it, before the 17th century BC, a lasting political conquest was impossible for either of the great cultural centers. The horse, for instance, while not completely absent, at least, not in Mesopotamia, had not as yet been converted into an implement of special military technique. This occurred only during those peoples' movements which established the rule of the Hyksos in Egypt and the dominion of the Kassites in Mesopotamia. The technique of chariot warfare emerged only then, providing the opportunity and incentive to great conquest expeditions into distant regions. At first the Egyptians invaded Palestine as a source of booty. The 18th dynasty was not satisfied with liberation from the Hyksos, among whom the name Jacob appears for the first time, but pressed its conquest to the Euphrates. Its regents and vassals, for reasons of internal politics, remained in Palestine, even after the expansionist drive subsided. Later, the dynasty of the Ramses had to resume the struggle for Palestine, because, meanwhile, the strong empire of the Hittites of Asia Minor had advanced southward and threatened Egypt. Syria was partitioned, through a compromise settlement under Ramses II. Palestine remained in Egyptian hands and so, nominally, continued till after the end of the reign of the Ramses, hence, during a large part of the period called by the Israelites the times of the Judges. Actually, however, for inner political reasons, the power of both the Egyptian and Hittite empires had declined so greatly that Syria and Palestine were left essentially to themselves from the 13th century to the 9th, when the newly established military might of the Assyrians became important. After a first thrust in the 10th century, the Egyptians stepped in again during the 7th. So did Babylonian power. Beginning in the last third of the 8th century, Palestine's territorial independence was bit by bit lost to the Assyrians, and partially for a time to the Egyptians, and definitely to the Babylonian great kings, whose legacy was taken up by the Persian rulers. Only in the interim period of a far-reaching and general decline of all international political and commercial relations, which, in Greece, was correlated with the so-called Doric migration, could Palestine develop independently of great foreign powers. The strongest neighbors of Palestine during the period of Egyptian weakness were, on the one side, the Phoenician cities and the Philistines immigrating from the sea, and, on the other, the Bedouin tribes of the desert, then in the 10th and 9th centuries the Aramaic kingdom of Damascus. Against the last named power, the Israelite king invited the assistance of the Assyrians. The interim period saw, if not the origin, at least the military climax of the Israelite Confederacy, the Kingdom of David and, then, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. While at this time the political power of the great states on the Euphrates and Nile rivers was small, one has to guard against conceiving of this epoch in Palestine as primitive and barbaric. There remained, to be sure, somewhat weakened, not only diplomatic and commercial relations, but also the intellectual influence from the culture areas. Through speech and writing, Palestine had remained in constant contact with the geographically distant region of the Euphrates even during the Egyptian dominion. The influence of Mesopotamia is in fact unmistakable, especially in legal life, but also in its myths and cosmological ideas. Egypt's influence on the culture of Palestine appears, in view of its geographic nearness, strikingly slight. This was due, first of all, to the intrinsic nature of Egyptian culture. Its bearers were temple and office prebendaries who had no inclination toward proselytism. Yet in some important points Egypt probably strongly influenced the spiritual development of Palestine, although indirectly, partly by way of Phoenicia and partly as an essentially negative developmental stimulus. This stimulus cannot be readily assessed, since in addition to linguistic obstacles such, apparently slight, direct influence was due to profound differences in natural environmental conditions underlying the social order. The Egyptian corvée state, developing out of the necessity for water regulation and the construction works of the kings, appeared to the inhabitants of Palestine as a profoundly alien way of life. They detested Egypt as a house of bondage and iron furnace. And, for their part, the Egyptians considered barbarous all neighbors who did not share the divine gift of the Nile floods and the royal administration of scribes. The religiously influential strata in Palestine, above all, rejected the cult of the dead, the decisive religious foundation of Egyptian priestly power, as a frightful depreciation of their own this-worldly interests. This attitude is characteristic of peoples free of hierocratic rule and comparable to the manner in which, at times, the Egyptian dynasty itself under Amenophis IV strove in vain to escape the power of the priests even then so firmly established. Although within Palestine also, conditions of life and social relations showed considerable variation, the antagonism toward Egypt was, in the last analysis, based on natural and social differences between the two realms. Palestine affords important climatically determined contrasts in economic opportunities. In the central and northern regions at the beginning of recorded history, grain cultivation and cattle breeding were to be found beside the cultivation of fruit, figs, wine, and oil. Date cultivation also was practiced in the oases of the bordering desert and in the territory of the palm city of Jericho. Irrigation from springs and, in the Palestine plain, rain facilitated agriculture. The sterile desert in the south and east has been and is a place of horror and demons, not only to the peasant, but also to the herdsman. Only the marginal regions, the steppes, periodically subject to rainfall, were and are available as camel or small stock pasture and in favorable years usable by nomads for occasional grain cultivation. All sorts of transitions from temporary to regular, settled agriculture were and are to be found. In the book of Joshua, 15:19, Caleb, who had received the Hebron, gives his daughter as dowry a south land, Eretz Hanejeb, and adds, at her request, the upper springs and the nether springs. The agriculturally useful land, in contrast to the steppe, is called Sadeh. Pasturage, in particular, differs in kind. At times pastures can be utilized by a settlement in firmly delimited areas either for small stock only or for both small stock and larger cattle. Usually, however, it is necessary to change pastures in accordance with the seasonal variations of a rainy period in winter and a rainless time in summer registered according to one pattern. The cattle breeders alternately use and leave empty summer and winter villages, the latter situated on mountain slopes. The equivalent is to be found among cultivators whose fields lie far apart and are subject to different periods of vegetation. In a second pattern of shifting pasturage, the grazing grounds of the different seasons may lie so far apart or vary so greatly in yield that fixed settlement is impossible. These cases concerned only small stock breeders, who lived in tents in the manner of the camel herdsmen of the deserts and, in periodic change of pasture, drove their herds over great distances, some from east to west, others from north to south, much in the manner of similar groups in southern Italy, Spain, the Balkan Peninsula, and North Africa. Given the opportunity during the course of change of pasturage, natural grazing was usually combined with gleaning pasturage of harvested fields and the fallow land. Or again, periods of village dwelling alternated with periods of nomadism and periods of search for work opportunities afar. Some of the village-dwelling peasants in the mountains of Judah lived half the year in tents. Between fully established householding, on the one hand, and tent nomadism, on the other, were found all conceivable transitional and unstable combinations. At present, as in antiquity, there occur transitions from nomadism to tillage caused by population increase and the concomitant need for bread, and the reverse, the transitions from fellahhood to nomadism caused by sandy soil. With the exception of the quite limited lands irrigated from springs, the entire fate of the year depends upon the amount and distribution of rainfall degree. There are two types of rainfall. The one brings the sirocco from the south, often in violent thunderstorms with cloud bursts. To the Fellahs and Bedouins, strong lightning means strong rain. If there is no rain, today as in antiquity, it is interpreted to mean that God is far off, and this is viewed today, as formerly, as a consequence of sins, particularly those of the sheiks registered often fatal for the agricultural topsoil of Transjordania. These downpours in the steppe filled the cisterns and hence were welcome to the camel breeders of the desert. Therefore, the rain-giving God was and remained for them the wrathful God of the thunderstorm. For the date palms and trees in general, these strong rains are not detrimental but useful when not too excessive. The mild land rains, on the other hand, make fields and mountain pastures flourish and are brought by the southwest and west wind which Elijah on Mount Carmel expected from the sea. Hence, for the tiller, most desired was this rain, in which the rain-spending God does not approach in a thunderstorm, which of course often preceded him, but with a still, soft sound. In Palestine proper, the desert Judaica, the leveling off of the mountain land of the Dead Sea, formerly, as today, has been a region almost without settlements. In the central and northern Israelite mountains, on the other hand, rainfall in winter, November to March, is equivalent to the annual average for Central Europe. Thus, in good years, when strong rains set in early, in antiquity often as early as the Feast of the Tabernacles, and continue late, until May, good harvests of grain can be expected in the valleys and luxuriant growth of flowers and grass on the mountain slopes. However, when the early and late rains fail, the absolute drought of summer makes all the grass wither and the devastation can extend over more than 2/3 of the year. Then, the herdsmen, especially of sheep, had to purchase foreign grain in antiquity from Egypt, or they had to emigrate. The life, especially of these shepherds, was meteorologically precarious, and only in good years was Palestine for them a land where milk and honey flow. 7. Obviously date honey is meant, which the Bedouins knew even at the time of Thutmose, perhaps also fig honey in addition to the honey of wild bees. 8. The Bedouins. The naturally given contrasts in economic conditions have always found expression in differences of the social and economic structure. At one end of the scale stood and stand the desert Bedouins. The Bedouin proper, who in northern Arabia, too, is quite different from the settled Arab, has always scorned agriculture, has disdained houses and fortified places, has lived on camel's milk and dates, has known no wine, has needed and tolerated no form of state organization. As Wellhausen registered among others, has described the situation of the Arabs in epic times, the Sib head, the sheik, was the one, normally permanent, authority beside the mutar, the head of the family, i.e., the tent community. The Sib comprises the complex of tent communities which, rightly or wrongly, trace their descent to a common ancestor and whose tents, therefore, stand side by side. The Sib, with its duty of blood revenge, is the most firmly and closely knit association. Communities form out of a number of Sibs, through joint migration and encampment for mutual protection. Thus emerges the tribe, which rarely comprises more than a few thousand souls. It has a permanent leader only when a man through feats of warfare or judicial wisdom has gained such distinction that by virtue of his charisma he is recognized as a Sayyid. As hereditary charisma, his prestige can, then, be transferred to the respective sheikh of his sib, especially in the case of a wealthy sib. However, the Sayyid is only primus inter pares. He presides over the tribal palavers, among small tribes often occurring every evening, and he has the decisive voice whenever opinion hangs in the balance. He sets the time for the departure on the march and determines the campsite. Like the sheikh, however, he lacks all power of coercion. His example and verdict will be honored by the sibs only so long as he proves his charisma. Furthermore, all participation in the war expeditions is voluntary, only indirectly compulsory through ridicule and shame. The single sib seeks adventure at its pleasure. Similarly, the sib extends its protection at will to strangers. Both, however, can react on the community, the first through reprisals, the last through revenge for the violation of guest right. The community itself intervenes only in exceptional situations, for any association more extensive than the single sib remains highly unstable. The single sib separates from its former tribe and joins others at will. The difference between a weak tribe and a strong sib is fluid. Under certain conditions, however, the political grouping of a tribe, also among the Bedouins, can turn into a relatively firm structure. This may occur when a charismatic prince succeeds in securing for himself and his sib a position of permanent military authority. In the nature of the case, this is possible only when the warlord receives a fixed income in the form of ground rents and tribute from the intensively cultivated oases or from tolls and convoy fees from the caravans, and when his income allows him to maintain a personal following in his mountain castles. So in the land east of Byblos, where recent hypotheses locate the scene, did a Retenenu sheikh hold sway over a region of wine, oil, and fig cultivation. The sheikh makes the fugitive Egyptian Sini his official and gives him a fief. Apart from such situations, all power positions of individuals are quite unstable. All notables in the last analysis have only obligations and are rewarded only through social honor, or, at best, enjoy a certain preference in judgment. Nevertheless, property and hereditary charisma can make for considerable social inequality among the sibs. On the other hand, strict duties of brotherly aid in time of need are to be found, first within the sib, and, under certain conditions, also within the tribe. By contrast, the non-brother is without rights if he has not, through table community, been received into membership in the protective association. The grazing grounds which the loose and unstable tribe claims and defends are respected out of mutual fear of revenge. Such grazing grounds change hands, however, with shifts in power position, which is tested mainly in struggles for the most important objects, the wells. There is no property in land. War and robbery, above all highway robbery, while it is occasionally practiced as a matter of honor, stamp the typically Bedouin concept of honor. Famous lineage, personal bravery, liberality are the three traits for which a man is praised. Concern for the nobility of his family and the social honor of his good name were held by the pre-Islamic Arab to be the mainsprings of all action. Economically, the present-day Bedouin is often considered to be an unimaginative traditionalist, disinclined to follow peaceable economic pursuits. This, however, is only a conditional generalization, for the tribes dwelling near the caravan routes of the desert usually had an interest in the highly profitable middleman's trade and convoy service wherever such commerce existed. The high sanctity of guest right also rests, in part, on this interest in itinerant trade. As on the ocean, oversea trade and piracy are linked, so in the desert middleman trade and highway robbery belong together, for the camel is unsurpassed among the animals as a carrier degree. The foreign trader would and will be robbed, so long as no foreign power guards the routes with garrisons or the merchants fail to make firm agreements for protection with the very tribes that control the routes. Collections of ancient Israelite laws show no trace of genuine Bedouin right, and the tradition holds that the Bedouins were the deadly enemies of Israel. Eternal feud ruled between Yahweh and Amalek. Cain, the ancestor of the Kenite tribe, bearing the sign of Cain, that is the tribal tattoo, was a murderer condemned by the Lord to vagrancy, and only the frightful harshness of blood revenge was his privilege. For the rest, Israelite custom hardly ever suggests Bedouin elements. Only one important trace exists, namely, wiping of the doorposts with blood to ward off demons, a custom diffused throughout Arabia. With respect to military affairs, there is the prescription in Deuteronomy 20:8, to exempt all who are fearful and faint-hearted from army summons or to send them home. Usually this prescription is interpreted to be a purely utopian, theological construction of the time of the prophets, though it might possibly be linked historically with the strictly voluntary participation in Bedouin war expeditions. But this does not spring from borrowing from the Bedouins, but represents, rather, reminiscences of habits peculiar to tribal cattle breeders which, to be sure, correspond to Bedouin customs. 4. The cities and the Gibborim. On the other end of the scale stood and stands the city, Ger. We must analyze it somewhat more closely. Doubtlessly, its antecedents in Palestine, as elsewhere, were on the one hand, the castles of warrior chiefs established for themselves and their personal following, on the other, the refuge places for cattle and men in dangerous regions, especially those near the desert. Our tradition supplies no details about either. In his inscriptions, Sanherib speaks of King Hezekiah's numerous castles, which he claims to have destroyed. The Chronicles, also, tell of Hezekiah's castles, likewise, of numerous border fortresses of Rehoboam. The garrisons probably had castle fiefs. Some of the cities described in the Amarna letters were obviously castles of this type. The charismatic chieftains also possessed castles, as did David and, in early times, Abimelech. Economically and politically, the cities of the tradition represent very different phenomena. The city could be but a small fortified agricultural community with a market. In this case it differed only in degree from a village. If fully developed, however, the city throughout the ancient Orient was not only a marketplace, but above all a fortress and, as such, seat of the army, the local deity, his priests, and the respective monarchical or oligarchical authorities of the body politic. This clearly suggests the Mediterranean polis. The political constitution of the Syrian Palestine city actually represents a developmental stage of urbanism which resembles that of the old Hellenic polis of the Gentes. Even in pre-Israelite times the sea cities of the Phoenicians and the Philistines were organized into full cities. For the time of Thutmose III, Egyptian sources reveal the existence of many city-states in Palestine, among them even the kind that continue to be found during Canaanite times of Israel. According to Lachish, .1 in the Tel El Amarna correspondence there appears under Amenophis 4, Ikhnaton, in the larger cities, most distinctly in Tyros and Byblos, an urban stratum beside the vassal kings and regents of the pharaoh with their garrisons, magazines and arsenals. This urban group controlled the city hall, Bitu, and pursued an independent policy which often was inimical to Egyptian rule. Whatever other traits may have characterized this group, it was obviously in the nature of an armed patriciate. .1 Its relations to the vassal princes and regents of the pharaoh were apparently already similar to those we find later between the urban Israelite Sibs and such military princes as Abimelech, Gideon's son. Besides, there are similarities in another respect between Talmudic sources. Several categories of villages are distinguished so that a number of rural towns belong to each chief fortified city. Villages, in turn, belong to both, as political dependencies. The same or similar state is already presupposed in the Amarna letters 1* and, likewise, in the book of Joshua, registered dating from the time of Kings, Josh 15:45-47, 17:11, 18:23, 28, compare Jud 11:27 and number 21:25, 32. Obviously, this state of affairs existed throughout known history wherever the urban defense organization attained to full political and economic development. The dependent places are, then, in the situation of periakoi places, i.e., without political rights. The master sibs are, or are held to be, city dwellers. In Jeremiah's hometown, Anathoth, there are only small people who lack understanding of his prophecy, Jah 5:4, so he goes into the city of Jerusalem where the great men are, in hope of better success. All political influence lies in the hands of these great men of the capital city. When under Zedekiah, at Nebuchadnezzar's command, at times, others than the great men are in power and, particularly, control the office, it is held to be an anomaly. It is a possibility that Isaiah holds out as just punishment for continual profligacy of the mighty ones, at the same time, however, as a terrible evil for the community. However, the people of Anathoth are considered to be neither medics nor a special status group, but Israelites who simply do not belong to the great men. 7 cents here the type of the prevailing polis of the Gentes is developed in the very manner of early antiquity, with periakoi places devoid of political rights, but considered to be settlements of freemen. The organized sib, also, remains basic in the city. However, while it has exclusive significance for the social organization of the Bedouin tribes, in the cities, the distribution of land ownership has made its appearance as the foundation of rights and has finally outweighed the former. In Israelite antiquity, social organization is usually articulated in terms of father houses, beth aboth. These household communities are considered to be subdivisions of the sib, mishpacha, which, in turn, is a subdivision of the tribe, shebet. We saw, however, that the tradition of the book of Joshua already has the tribes subdivided into cities and villages rather than into sibs and families. Whether every Israelite belonged to a sib, might, by analogies, be questioned. The sources assume it, inasmuch as every Israelite freeman qualifies for war service. However, an increasing differentiation among the armed freemen was occurring. Occasionally tradition, in Gibeon, Josh 10:2, expressly identifies all citizens, Anashim, elsewhere, Euro 8-OSH 9:3, Josbim, of a city with the Gibborim, the warriors, knights. But this is not the rule. Rather, the term Gibborim refers regularly to the Bnei Kale, the sons of property, i.e., the possessors of inherited land called Gibbor Kale in contrast to ordinary men, the militarily trained section of whom are later, Josh 8:11, 10:7, 2. Ki 25:4, called the warriors, Hamilchama. Boaz, in the book of Ruth, is called a Gibbor Kale. How inordinately expensive the armor of a Gibbor was in the time of the writing of the book of Samuel is indicated by the Goliath tale. He required a shield bearer, and Saul is also mentioned as having one. Also named Gibbor Shail were the large owners upon whom King Menahem placed a tax levy of 50 shekels each, in order to raise the Assyrian tribute. The most important reference is to Kings 15:20, which ed. Meyer with justice has adduced at the time. Occasionally warriors generally are so designated. However, a benkale refers just as little as its literal Spanish equivalent, hidalgo, to the possessor of any sort of land. The Bnei Kale by virtue of economically inherited wealth are fully capable of equipping themselves, and hence, represent those who, economically, are fully capable of war service and war duties, therefore, from politically privileged sibs. These sibs held power when and wherever costly weapons and training were decisive in war. 18 Also where, as so often in early antiquity, a hereditary charismatic city prince, Nasi, stood at the head of the city, he had to share power as primus inter pares, with the elders, Sekenim, of the sibs, and with the family heads, Rashi Bethaboth, of his own sib. The power of these latter could become so great and at the same time the predominance of the princely sib over all other sibs of the city and their elders could become so extensive that the city appeared as an oligarchy of the family heads of the princely sib, as we find quite regularly in Israelite history. But conditions may well have differed. In the Genesis account, Shechem is ruled by a rich Sib, the Bni Chamor, the head of which holds the title Nasi, prince, and is called father of Shechem, Jud 9:28. For important transactions, for example, for the reception of strangers into the association of citizens and landowners, this city head required the assent of the armed men, Anashim, of Shechem. Alongside this old master Sib there appeared after the war against the Midianites Gideon Sib as an overpowering competitor, which, in its turn, was displaced by Hammer Sib in the revolt against Abimelech. The Sibs, as in early Hellenic times, often settled interlocally. At times, a Sib was predominant in several, particularly in small, towns. Thus, Jair Sib in Gilead held sway over an entire group of tent villages, which were later, also, occasionally called cities. As a rule, actual power was in the hands of the elders, Zakenim. These appear in all those parts of the tradition for which city constitutions are basic. Hence, they appear, above all, in Deuteronomic law as the Zin Ha'ir, permanent public authorities who sit in the gate, that is to say, administer and hold court in the marketplace at the gates of the city. The book of Joshua presupposes their existence for Canaanite as well as Israelite cities. For the city Jezreel, beside the elders, nobles, Chorim, are mentioned. Elsewhere, heads of the father house, Rashi Bethaboth, appear beside the elders, the family heads. Also, in later times, Ezra, appear as representatives of the city beside the Zakenim and the magistrates, differently named at the time, who are obviously identical with the latter. In the first case a permanent charismatic preference seems to have been accorded to one or several Sibs constituting the magistracy. In the latter, the family heads of all arms-bearing Sibs of the city are concerned. Such distinctions are also found in the older traditions. Whether and to what extent actual organizational variations corresponded to these terminological differences, however, is neither transmitted nor evident. The charismatic position of a Sib of notables depends, of course, above all, on its military strength, and connected with this, its wealth. As is known from Snook-Hergronier's description, the place of the land-owning city Sibs corresponded roughly to that of the oligarchy of Mecca. The Gibrachayil, the propertied hero warriors corresponded to the Roman Adsidui. The Philistine knighthood, too, consisted of trained warriors. Goliath is referred to as a man of war from his youth, that presupposes possessions. The ancient Israelite political leaders of the mountain tribes, however, are occasionally called staff-bearers like the Homeric princes. A comparison of Israelite with pre-Israelite, and with Mesopotamian conditions, shows that in Israel, never a single elder, but always several elders are mentioned in place of the single city king of the Amarna times and still later epoch of the Ramses and the one local elder of Babylonian documents. Registered, this is a reliable indication of Sib rule, as is the plurality of suffets and consuls. Conditions differed when a charismatic warlord succeeded as lord of the city in making himself independent of the aristocracy of elders by winning a personal following, or by hiring paid, frequently foreign-born, mercenaries, who constitute a bodyguard only to him. He might recruit personally devoted officials, sarim, from his following or from among slaves, from freedmen or the politically disqualified lower classes. If he based his rule completely on these power sources, that form of princely rule emerged which, in later inimical perspective, was associated with kingship. The legitimate, hereditarily charismatic prince of old was viewed as a kind of man who rode an ass. Therefore, the messianic prince of the future should come once again on this riding animal of pre-Solomon times. A king, on the other hand, is viewed as a man who has war horses and chariots in the manner of the pharaoh. From his castles, he holds sway over the city and the dependent region by means of his treasure, his magazines, his eunuchs, and, above all, his bodyguard, which he provisions. The king installs regents over the city, probably giving his followers, officers and officials, fiefs, especially castle fiefs such as the men of the castle, Millo, in Shechem presumably had, Jud 9:6, 20. The king imposes forced labor, and increases, therewith, the proceeds of his own land holdings. In Shechem King Abimelech has placed his castle steward, Jud 9:26-30, in a position of author 19. Ity and the ancient, hereditarily charismatic authority of the Bnei Hammer was displaced by him. The old Israelite tradition saw tyranny in such personal military rule of an individual. The parable of the sway of the thorn bush and the curse, that the fire from King Abimelech may consume the patricians of Shechem and, similarly, there's him, characterizes the antagonism between charismatic tyranny and hereditarily charismatic patricians. The tyrant, like Pisistratus in Athens, rules with the support of hired idle men, Rekim, and they are rabble, Pochazim, Jud 9:4, we shall have to investigate further their social origin. The transition between princehood and city kingship was actually quite fluid. 4. Throughout Israelite antiquity, even for the mightiest kings, the great landowning Sibs and their elders as a rule remained an element not to be permanently ignored. As it was a rare exception in early times to report of a harlot's son, hence, an upstart, Jephthah, as a charismatic leader, so in the time of kings, upstart royal officials are the exception rather than the rule. To be sure, in the northern kingdom there were to be found several kings without fathers' names, hence, without descent from fully qualified Sibs, Omri did not even bear an Israelite name. The priestly king's law in Deuteronomy, therefore, deems it necessary to stress pure Israelite blood as a prerequisite to kingship. But the king everywhere has to reckon with the Gibrachayil, the militarily full qualified landowners and the representatives of the notables, the Zakenim of the great Sibs, who, also, by the editors of the genuine political tradition in Deuteronomy, chaps 21, 22, 25 in contrast to the theologically influenced places 16:18 and 17:8, 9, are considered to be the sole legitimate representatives of the people. The power situation was unstable. In an emergency, a king could dare tax the Gibrachayil, as Menahem did for the Assyrian tribute. And it is noticeable, degree 2, that in contrast to all other epochs, the city elders in the period between Solomon and Josiah recede more into the background in the sources. Indeed, the stewards and officials of the kings possibly displaced the elders completely, taking over their position as judges, at least in the royal residences which, after all, were fortresses. It is possible that the 20 elders retained their old position only in rural areas, as was the case in almost all Asiatic monarchies. As soon as the power position of kingship declined, for example, through a revolution, as under Jehu, and definitively after the complete absence of kingship in post-exilic times, the elders promptly returned to their own power position in the cities. Of even greater significance was the fact that royal slaves and eunuchs only rarely played a role in office. To be sure, upstart followers of foreign or lowly birth were to be found as officers and officials. By and large they appeared during the early career or during the rise of a new prince. However, in normal times, excepting the period of David and Solomon, the most important officials, at least under the kings in the Judaic city, were from old, native, wealthy Sibs. Of such, for instance, was David's field commander, Job, and the tradition, too. Psalm 339, makes it clear that because of the might of his Sib, King David was not in a position to punish him, and therefore, on his deathbed, David recommended his revenge to Solomon. The hate of the distinguished Sibs of Jerusalem cries out of Isaiah's oracle, 22:15, against the foreign-born major domus, Shebna. Normally, no king was able to conduct his government with any permanence contrary to the will of the Sibs. As indicated by the context, Jeremiah considered the Sarim of Jerusalem and of Judah, of whom he speaks, 34:19, as representatives of the richest families of the land. While the early Israelite city at its height was an association of hereditary, charismatic Sibs economically qualified to bear arms, quite similar to the early Hellenic and early medieval city, the composition of this association was as unstable in Israel as in the West. In the time before the kings, some Sibs were accepted into the city with full rights, Jude 9:26, others were expelled. Blood revenge and feuds between urban Sibs and alliances of some Sibs against outsiders, apparently, were frequent. The individual urban Sib was able to grant guest rights to strangers. This, however, according to the tradition, was often precarious. Politically, these conditions suggest somewhat those prevalent in the Hellenic city of the Gentes. They suggest, too, the conditions in Rome at the time of the affiliation of the gens Claudia 21 with the civic association. However, the cohesion of the Israelite burghers was somewhat more loose. A formal synoicism occurs toward the first time with the founding of a city by Ezra and Nehemiah, with its fixed distribution of liturgies among the Sibs, which commit themselves to move into the city. However, we know nothing concerning the distribution of city taxes and military services in early times. In relation to the more comprehensive political organizations such as the tribe and the confederacy, the city for purposes of military draft was clearly a unit which was considered to be the equivalent of a multiplicity of tactical units, of 50 men each 74 and often comprised 1,000 men. The sources leave us completely in the dark concerning other relations between tribal organization and city. Presumably, the tribe here was an affair of those Sibs economically capable of warfare, Sibs which traditionally belonged to it. The plebeian freemen, on the other hand, probably belonged merely to the place of their settlement. The manner in which the plebs were dealt with during the synoicism after the exile permits this inference. Changes of military technique must have played a part in this. In any case, in the Philistine and Canaanite city organizations, the military and political domination of the patricians over the surrounding countryside and its occupants rested on the summons of iron chariots of the knightly Sibs. The same was doubtlessly true in the Israelite cities. As in the ancient Hellenic and ancient Italian polis, the urban patricians held sway over the countryside, not only politically, but economically. They lived off the rents of their lands, which were cultivated by slaves subject to forced labor or tax payments, or by serfs or by coloni, sharecroppers or part tenants. In a fashion typical of antiquity, such laborers were recruited particularly from debt slaves, constantly augmented by squeezing the free peasants. The ancient class distinction between the urban patrician as creditor and the peasant outside the city as debtor thus, also, occurred in the Israelite cities. Here, too, the urban Sibs doubtlessly gained the means to oppress the rural areas usuriously, partly directly or indirectly from commercial profits. For, as far back as we can go, Palestine was, in historical 22 times, a middleman's country between Egypt and the region of the Orient and Euphrates and between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. The significance of the caravan route for the economy is strikingly brought out in the Song of Deborah. It stresses equally that the highways were unoccupied while the travelers walked through byways because of the conflict between the Canaanite patriciate and the confederacy, and that the peasants ceased work. Basically, the efforts of the cities to conquer the mountain land were attempts to gain control over the trade routes and, as elsewhere in antiquity, the powerful Sibs were interested in urban settlement for the substantial trading advantages correlated with such control of the highways, and not only because they wished to share political power. The Sibs engaged either in local or interlocal trade, on the coast, in overseas trade, and, in the interior, in caravan trade, especially in the form of the commendate or similar legal forms of capital advance such as are illustrated by Babylonian law, which was well known in Israel. At times the Sibs had storage, marketing, or convoy rights. Again, they levied fees and taxes. No details are known. In any case, income from these sources provided an essential part of the means with which to accumulate land, reduce the peasants to debt slavery through usurious lending, and to finance their own military equipment and training. These phenomena are typical of the polis of early antiquity. In Palestine, as elsewhere, it was of decisive significance that the city-state promoted the most highly developed military technology of the time. For the urban patriciate was the champion of knightly chariotry, which only the wealthiest Sibs could afford under conditions of self-equipment. From the middle of the second millennium, this military technique was diffused from China to Ireland. It is in accordance with our general knowledge of the Mediterranean polis that the peasant on the best soil, ice, rent yielding, was most exposed to the patrician's quest for land accumulation. This peasant was least able to offer military resistance. As in Attica, where the fertile Pedia was the seat of patrician landlordism, in Palestine it was the plain. And, as in Attica, the 23 Diakrioi dwelled on rentless land on the mountain ridges which were militarily least accessible to the knights, so in Israel they were the freeholders and shepherd sibs, which the city patricians with variable success sought to subject to tax obligations. 5. The Israelite peasant. Clearly in early times the free peasants of Israel usually lived outside all city organization. The sources say nothing of them or of their social and political organization. This, in itself, is typical. Often the lack of detailed source material concerning the free peasants has led to the assumption that, in early Roman times, there were only patricians and clients, and in later times only big landlords and slaves, that in Egypt there were only officials and unfree workers or peasants on king's land. In the case of Sparta one is willy-nilly afflicted with the notion that there were only Spartans and Helots. Similarly, the free peasants of ancient Israel stand in the deep shadow of mute sources which give us almost nothing beyond the fact of their existence and original power position. This, to be sure, is quite obvious in the Song of Deborah, which praises the victorious struggle of the Israelite peasants under Deborah and Barak in the struggle against the Canaanite city league under Sisera's leadership. The life conditions of the peasants, however, are left obscure. Above all, nothing is known about the political organization of the peasantry. The various ancient designations of their leaders, example in the Song of Deborah, tell us nothing about the inner structure of the political organization. Similarly, they tell us nothing of the nature and extent of social differentiation which clearly also existed among the mountain peasants. Military organization into units of 1,000 men would seem to have already existed among them. The round number of 40,000 able-bodied soldiers in all Israel, which is named in the Song of Deborah, suggests that. However, nothing further is known. The same lack of information applies to the economic condition of the free peasants. There is no certain trace of the open field. Some passages have been interpreted as indicative of it, and, in comparison with contemporary conditions, have been adduced where landlords who, presumably, have arisen socially. 24 From among tenants, occasionally distribute land in some regions of Palestine. These, however, are politically determined conditions of Oriental sultanism which yield no knowledge of the early peasant of Israel. Jeremiah is reported to have taken himself to the land to receive his lot among his people, J.A.D. 7:12. It is the one important passage, among those adduced, in support of this assumption. But its meaning is uncertain, and it may well be understood to mean that the great Sibs, under certain circumstances, had disposition over land, be it over permanent joint Sib property which was periodically repartitioned, be it over the heirless land of a Sib member. In any case, Jeremiah was no peasant. The passage in Micah 2:5 uses the term kilob for the allotment of the women in the community, Rachel, and indicates, merely, that the land lots were measured with the cord only during settlement, but proves nothing for the periodic redistribution of land. Whether the Sabbath year, to be discussed later, might somehow be connected with an open field system of the past remains, as may be said in advance, more than doubtful. For the rest, the situation of the free peasants can only be indirectly determined. The Song of Deborah indicates that the ancient Israelite confederacy was, indeed, largely a peasant organization. The song has the peasants confront the Canaanite knights of the city league and extols them for having fought like Gibborim. That the confederacy in historical times has at no time been only a peasant organization has also been established. Later, in the time of kings, there is no more talk of peasants in the armies, at least, they are no longer the backbone of the army. It is highly probable that economic and technical military changes here played the same role as elsewhere. The transition to costly armor under the rule of principled self-equipment of the army always excludes the economically disqualified smallholder from the fully equipped army. Besides, the smallholder is far less expendable than is the landlord living off rent. The ascendancy of the Geberkale over the mass of free warriors, the M, is doubtlessly due to this circumstance, and it must be assumed, though it cannot be proven in detail, that the fraction represented by the stratum of economically and therefore politically fully qualified warriors diminished more 25 and more with increasing costliness of armor. In chronicles, revised in post-exile times, the Giborim and Nikale are occasionally identified with all men able to bear buckler and sword and to shoot with bow, or also, simply, with archers. 26 According to the older tradition, the Giborim were equipped with the lance, and, above all, with a coat of armor, and apparently they were charioteers in contrast to the peasant militia. The latter, according to the Song of Deborah, Jud 5:8, were also equipped with shield and lance. The adduced passage would seem to indicate the opposite, ed. But at times only with slings. Certainly, they were always essentially more lightly equipped, and, in particular, had no coat of mail. David is unusual to mail. Goliath, by contrast, is a knight in armor. The warriors of the tribe of Benjamin, which was a peasant tribe at the time, are called swordsmen in the book of Judges, 20:35. Besides having to shoulder the costs of his knightly equipment, the full warrior had to be economically expendable for military training. In the Occident, similar circumstances led to a corresponding differentiation of status groups. In Israel, the development was definitely similar after the great Canaanite cities had been integrated into the Confederacy. To be sure, the sources never refer to a fully secular nobility as a special estate. The king could apparently marry any free Israelite inasmuch as the members of fully qualified sibs considered one another as peers. However, not all free sibs were politically equal. Naturally, there were great differences resulting from economic qualification for military service, which was a precondition of all political right. Furthermore, superior position in the distribution of social and political power rested on the hereditary charisma of princely sibs of various cantons, Gau. Tradition always indicates the significance of a sib in pre-kingly times by the number of sib members who ride on asses. Typical, for the time of the second book of Kings, is the use of the term Amha-Eretz for politically important persons alongside kings, priests, and officials. Occasionally the expression means, simply, the people of all the land, not the rural people alone. However, in some places it clearly means something different. It refers, obviously, to a group from which a few select men were 26 trained militarily by a special officer of the king. Nebuchadnezzar found 60 such men in Jerusalem and carried them off. They opposed the later prophets and the submission to Babylon, as recommended by Jeremiah, and later they opposed the Jerusalem congregation of the returned Babylonian exiles. The Bnikale and their leaders, the Ser Hachayelim, il. Ki. 25:23, similarly rebel against and slay Nebuchadnezzar's regent, Gedaliah, who had been taken from the party of the prophets. The abducted Amha-Eretz are not identical with the plain husbandmen who were left behind in Jerusalem, 2. Ki. 25:12. Rather they may have belonged to the party of the Ser Hashaelim previously mentioned. Where the term Amharez is intended as plebs, this is indicated by a special addition, il. Ki. 24:14. In the light of the preceding reference to the military training of Amharez, one has the choice of assuming that the king, at the time, had men from the politically disqualified plebs compulsorily drafted and drilled, and that this plebeian stratum was designated Amharez. Or, one may choose to view them in the main as the national squirearchy, which, backed by their rural following, opposed the post-exilic Yahwistic Puritans, then the opponents of the rural shrines. The participation of the Amha-Eretz in the acclamation of kings and in counter-revolution speaks for the latter rather than the former view. In pre-exile times the urban sibs supplied the people who qualified fully for war service and therefore for political office. The prophetic sources speak of the great men in contrast to the people in so typical a manner that the former expression must refer to an actually exclusive, though, of course not legally, closed circle. The pre-exile sib registers, which in Jeremiah 22:30, would seem to be presupposed at least for Jerusalem, apparently comprised only the sibs of this circle and doubtlessly served the secular sibs as an army register, indicating those qualified to serve as Gibborim. Kale, fortune, meant also army and military ability. The great men of the prophetic age, hence, were those sibs which provided well-trained, fully armored and equipped warriors. Such sibs, therefore, also controlled the policy decisions of the state because they held the courts and administrative offices in their hands. Apparently, with the increasing exclusion of peasants from the army, sib organization, too, de 27. Cade among them. For this best explains the fact that in the Synoicism ot Ezra so many persons were not listed by lineage, but only by place of birth. The lineage register included only the militarily qualified sibs, in Roman terms the classis. Those free men not belonging to these fully qualified sibs are identified by some eminent scholars, among them Ed. Meyer, with the Jerem or Tashabim of the sources, the Byzantine or Medics, but this is quite improbable. For the small-holding Israelite peasant of the Deborah army and of Saul's summons, did not qualify for service in knightly armor and can hardly have occupied the special ritualistic position, which in olden times was peculiar to the Jerem, lacking circumcision. And wherever we read of the little people in opposition to the great, as in the prophets, particularly, Jeremiah, they are the very Israelite brethren who are oppressed by the great and are considered champions of correct deportment and piety. The free Israelite peasants who were economically not fully qualified to serve in the army will, in substance, have occupied the place which throughout antiquity we see assigned to the agroekos, periokoi and plebejy, and which we can plainly recognize in Hesiod. Personally free, such a peasant is legally or in fact excluded from active political rights, above all from legal office. This, indeed, gave the patricians the opportunity to exploit him usuriously, to reduce him to debt slavery, to bend the law and overpower the peasant demos. This is bewailed throughout Old Testament literature. This economic class stratification Israel shared with the cities of all early antiquity. The debt slaves, especially, are typical phenomena. They are found in the tradition as the soldiers of fortune following all charismatic leaders from Jephthah, Jud 11:3, Saul, Isam 13:6, Hebrews enslaved by the Philistines, particularly David, Isam 22:2, to Judas Maccabeus, I Maccabees 3:9. Once the colonel of the army of the Israelite Confederacy in the battle against the Canaanite chariot-fighting city patriciate, the free peasant with the increasing urbanization of the great Israelite sibs and the changeover to the chariot-fighting technique was increasingly reduced to a plebeian within his own people. The medic, Ger or Tashav, however, was something entirely different. His situation must be inferred from a combination of pre- and post-exilic sources. SPLSE. Chapter 2. The Jerem and the Ethic of the Patriarchs. 1. The plebeian strata. In the Jerem of the cities as well as among the Bedouins of the desert were a great many artisans and merchants. To judge from Arabic conditions, the tribal organizations did not grant them full membership. The smith, for instance, the single most important craftsman of the Bedouin, is a guest artisan almost always viewed as ritually impure and usually excluded from intermarriage and commensalism. Blacksmiths form a pariah caste enjoying only traditional, usually religious, protection. This also is true of bards and musicians indispensable to the Bedouins. In agreement with this, Cain, General 421, 22, is the tribal father of the smith and the musician and, at the same time, 417, the founder of cities. It may, thus, be assumed that at the time of the establishment of this lineage such artisans, in Palestine as in India, were guest people, standing outside, both the Gibborim and the general Israelite Brotherhood. Alongside the guest status of numbers of these skill groups, we encounter certain highly skilled craftsmen viewed as liberal charismatic artisans. Yahweh, EX 31:3f. Fills Bezaleel with the Spirit of God. He is the son of Uri and grandson of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, hence is a freeman, and Yahweh teaches him to work in precious metals, stone, and wood. Alongside Bezaleel as helper appears another freeman from the tribe of Dan. They produce religious paraments, reminding us of the ritualistically privileged position of the Indian Kamalar RD 2829. Sans, who practice the same art. The similarity goes farther. The Kamalar of southern India were imported and privileged royal artisans. Dan, according to tradition, was settled in the area of Sidon and, in I Kings 7:14, Hiram, the master builder of Solomon's temple, is alleged to be a man of Tyre. According to tradition, furthermore, Hiram had a Naphtali mother and was, thus, a half-breed whom Solomon called to his court. We may assume that trades important for the construction works and reek needs of the king were generally organized as royal crafts. In the post-exilic chronicles, the byssus weavers, potters and carpenters appear to be tribal foreigners, perhaps like the royal artisans of pre-exile times. After the destruction of Jerusalem, Nebuchadnezzar carried off the artisans, particularly those of the king, along with the military sibs. With the return from exile and the reconstitution of the community under Ezra and Nehemiah, goldsmiths, shopkeepers, and vendors of ointments formed organized guilds outside the old kin organizations. By this time they were divested of their tribal foreignness and were received into the Jewish confessional community organization. However, still in the time of Jesus ben Sira, and, presumably, still later, artisans were not qualified for office, in contrast to the members of old Israelite sibs. Henceforth they constituted a specifically urban demos. At the time of the post-exile city-state, this plebeian stratum included, not only artisans and traders, but, as Edward Meyer has convincingly demonstrated, other important groups. It included, 1. The numerous persons in the register of peoples who returned under Cyrus and who are not listed by Sib, but simply as men, Anashim, from a certain place of the district of Jerusalem, hence as plebeian inhabitants of a rural town dependent on the capital. Furthermore, this plebeian stratum included, 2. The several thousand persons who, without such statement of place of residence, were enumerated under the category sons of bondswomen, Nehassanua. Michaelis and Edward Meyer quite rightly viewed this group as plebeian inhabitants of the city of Jerusalem. Both groups obviously are Israelite plebeians not listed in the old kin registers of the Gibborim. Whether they had been formerly considered to be Israelite plebeians or, like 80 most artisans, medics, the members of these strata, according to Edward Meyer's convincingly argued assumption, were now organized with their land allotments like sibs and named after their place of birth. They were entered into the new register of citizens if they accepted the law. The Synoicism represented by the reconstitution of Jerusalem was consummated on the basis of the old Sib registers. The families settling in the houses of the capital were considered to be a quota representation of the old Sibs. But these vestiges of the old Sib organization vanished later, apparently because it was of no military significance in the first quite unmilitary client city-state. The official view found in post-exile chronicles, ICHR 10:2, distinguishes, beside the Israelite freemen, only the religiously privileged hereditary estates, positively, such as the priests and Levites, or, negatively, privileged estates, like the Nethinim, but no secular ones. Even the David Sib, which at the time of the return from exile is still enumerated, later fell into oblivion. The ancestral pedigree of Jesus in the Gospels was fabricated to conform to the old religious promises. The organization of Sibs, which theoretically still existed, and the initial liturgical organization, which did exist, in fact, recede in significance completely before personal membership in the Kahal or Cheber Hajjehudim, the Jewish confessional organization. Membership in this was now acquired either by Jewish birth and the assumption of ritualistic duties or through personal reception. Between these categories, the Old and New Jews, there remained only some vestiges of status difference, particularly in connubialism with the priests. Otherwise they were equals. Only the priestly sibs retained a special status position to be discussed below. All this signifies the emergence of an urban demos in the sense of the typical status differentiation. All artisans professing Yahweh, though not qualifying for political office, were recognized as full Jews. The same held for peasants, whether proprietors or tenants with small holdings. This demos did not exist before the exile, when the principle of ritualistic tribal segregation governed these status differences. However, after the exile the plebeians were never organized into a true demos in the 81 technical sense of the classical constitution of the ancient polis. Similarly they never constituted a popolo or a citizenry in the manner of the Middle Ages. As far as is known, there was neither, as in antiquity, an assembly by demi or tribus or by similar local division of the defensive or voting association of all resident citizens, nor, as in the Middle Ages, a connuratio, sworn brotherhood and representation of citizens by guilds. Still lacking were the political preconditions, such as the military organization of the ancient hoplites or of the medieval sirs on which the political power of Occidental plebeians was ased. Despite changes in legal position, the actual social and economic situation after the exile remained similar in principle to that of pre-exile times. Wealthy landlords, in the main, resided in Jerusalem where they consumed their rents. Powerful sibs were also to be found residing outside Jerusalem, but they, too, were normally viewed as denizens of a city. Although its mausoleum was raised on a mountain near the coast, the Hasmonean sib was, nevertheless, considered preeminent in the city of Modin, I Maccabees 2:17. The distinguished secular sibs which did not settle in Jerusalem were, as a rule, opponents of the ritualistically correct Jewish community. The pious Hasmoneans who claimed priestly descent, simply formed an exception. Furthermore, economically and politically powerful families within the cities, particularly also, within Jerusalem, oppressed the plebs in precisely the same manner, through usury and perversion of justice, as formerly did the great men, against whom pre-exile prophets had turned. The psalmists raised frightful wails against the rich and cried out for revenge. The rich were characteristically called the fat people, quite corresponding to the popolo grasso of medieval Italian terminology. And as traditionally once around Abimelech and then around David, the oppressed gathered around Judas Maccabeus, he and his following, consisting above all of dead slaves, slaughtered the godless who were, as always in the Psalms, the fat people in the cities of Judah, I Maccabees 3:9. The economic basis of the status stratification, hence, was very stable. The only important new phenomenon in post-exile development was that of the urban demos, the petty bourgeois. 32 increasingly became important as the champion of true piety, as the community of the Hasidim. Finally, with the appearance of the Pharisee party, the petty bourgeois, although formally, it appears, without change of political rights, came to play a decisive role. Both the actual importance and the lack of formal rights of the demos were bound up with the theocratic peculiarity of the late Judaic city-state. This peculiarity, the confessional basis of the community organization, also determined the fact that the old terms for metic acquired a new meaning, namely, that of proselyte. This occurred after the ancient tribal foreignness of the guest artisans as opposed to the Israelites had disappeared. Before examining the implications of this we must pursue somewhat further the old, pre-exile meaning of the term. For in spite of the constancy of the economic basis, the legal position of the demos in pre-exile times was quite different. 2. The pre-exilic metic. The pre-exile metic, GER, was sharply differentiated from the total foreigner, Nakri. The latter was without rights. The GER was of foreign stock, but was legally protected. A foreigner, however, was able to secure a protected relation in two ways. He could become the protégé of a single house father. In such case he stood under this man's personal protection, a protection, indeed, which a completely foreign Nakri, such as a sojourning guest, could enjoy. Protection against the arbitrariness of the house father's tribesmen was, then, only a question of the patron's power. If his patron proved to be powerless, only the displeasure of God or the revenge of his own tribesmen could sustain the guest. The fate of the divine guests of Lot in Sodom and of the Levite in Gibeah illustrates this. However, a Medic received into one Israelite tribe from another was also considered to be without rights in this sense. This is illustrated by the example of the Levite in the narrative of the infamy of Gibeah. This also shows that a full member of one Israelite tribe settling within another, even if closely related, as Benjamin to Ephraim, was considered to be a Medic rather than a full member. Like the Ephraimite in the account of Gibeah, he was able, moreover, to acquire a house, and be termed a 33 house father. It is not evident whether he could also acquire other land and, for earlier times, it is improbable, though not impossible, for later times, however, it is certain, it is reported of two of the patriarchs who were described as Jerim. The question is only, which organization, sib, local organization, or tribe had jurisdiction in the matter and what other rights went with the acquisition of land. The norm, late 2535, probably transmitted from pre-exilic times decrees that impoverished, i.e., landless, Israelites are ger. Hence, and quite understandably, landlessness was a normal though perhaps not universal criterion of the ger. Whatever his position with respect to the ownership of land, the sources regularly mean by ger a denizen who was not only under the private protection of an individual with the religious protection of guest right, but a man whose rights were regulated and protected by the political organization. This legal situation was termed ger asher bishareka in the old legal collections, the Medic in your gates. This is to say, the Medic belonged to the bailiwick of the city and stood under its regular protection. Thus, unlike the Nakri, the Medic stood neither as a temporary guest nor as a permanent client under the personal protection of a single master. The sources seem to consider him qualified to appear in court, for there are warnings against oppressing him. Perhaps he required representation by a legal patron. The explicit stipulation of the Holy Law, that one law apply in all things to Israelite and ger alike, gives the impression of an innovation. The confessional assimilation of the Jerim was underway. Indeed, some categories of Jerim belonged, as we shall see, to the main bearers of Yahwism. Originally, however, a non-Israelite could be in the same legal situation of a ger, in this sense, as an Israelite from another tribe. The first was the rule inasmuch as the ritualistic prescriptions of Israelite freemen did not, originally, hold for the ger. Such ritualistic prescriptions applied to the entire household, but only to the circle of persons living together in the house community and sharing its religious meal. In the earliest drafts of the law books, only the Sabbath rest was held valid also for the ger. Presumably this prevented his labor from competing with that of the Israelites registered. 34 According to the older law, circumcision was not obligatory, but optional, for the ger, ex 1248. By the time of the statute the slave is already required to be circumcised. The slaves, therefore, could partake of the Passah meal. This condition must have changed greatly, long before the exile. For if priestly legislation, Leviticus 17:10, Number 9:14, 15:15, 16, established the principle that for Israelite and Medic the same law and ritual were valid, this doubtlessly resulted from the fact that meanwhile many Jerim had become circumcised and behaved with ritual correctness. We shall see how and why this occurred. In contrast to this, in pre-Deuteronomic law, slaves do not appear to have been subject to obligatory Sabbath rest. 2. Key. 422 The account derives from the prophetic legends of the time of the Jehu dynasty. As a rule, the legal and moral commandments of the scriptures speak of the ger as of an isolated individual. As tradition indicates, this hardly agrees with the conditions of the fully developed city-state, and certainly not with the conditions of early times. Here, those elements of the population which, as Jerem, are not counted among the Israelite tribes, are always conceived of as organized associations, just as are the politically not fully qualified Israelite peasants. The peasants are organized as villages, the Jerem partly as local associations, partly as sibs and tribes. Tribal organization was retained even when an Israelite tribe had to affiliate with a foreign body politic. When, as in the Song of Deborah, the Danites served on Phoenician ships, this constitutes no counter-proof, inasmuch as such service probably concerns only individuals who hired out for pay as wage workers. However, the tribe Issachar, in Jacob's blessing, is generally called a servant. Apparently the Issachars affiliated in a body with a ruling, foreign city-state. They were politically unfree, but they retained their tribal organization. On the other hand, the tradition knows the Canaanite Gibeonites as subject to liturgies, but, also, as autonomous subjects of Israel through an alliance into which the military leaders had entered during the immigration. This relation must be distinguished from the status situation in which, according to the account of the reconstitution of Jerusalem under Ezra and Nehemiah, the watchmen of the gate, the singers and temple servants, Nethinim, and, also, the serf 35 ants of Solomon found themselves. For these were hereditary, sib-affiliated, liturgy-obligated groups of Jews, but not Jerem. The Bnei Korah, whose forefather, as a rebel against the priests, already played a role in the tradition of Moses, and the Bnei Asaph, both representatives of psalmist art, were such sibs of singers who, at one time, were Jerem, but who now had become full Jews. The situation of the old Israelite Jerem was different. Whereas the free, Israelite charismatic artists of the tabernacle account are designated by kin and tribe, and the foreign-born royal artisan at the construction of Solomon's temple is mentioned without sib designation, Genesis, as we saw, considered the iron workers and musicians as sibs of tribal foreigners bearing an eponym. Likewise the byssus weavers registered the potters, and probably also the carpenters registered among the, presumably liturgical, royal artisans, were held to be Jerem. As such, too, were held the cattle breeders who in the pedigree of Genesis, 4:20, are enumerated alongside iron workers and musicians as descendants of Cain. In the legend of the fratricide, General 4:2, Cain had just been considered to be a peasant in contrast to the shepherd Abel. Then, after the curse, Cain is viewed as a Bedouin, 4:12, and in this pedigree evidently is quite generally the father of all typical guest tribes in Israel. His brother Seth, however, is the tribal ancestor of settled wine-cultivating Israel which Noah represented. In Noah's tripartition of the tribes, Canaan is considered to be an unfree tribe, doing forced labor, on the one side, to Sem, the forefather of the continental master peoples including the Hebrews, on the other to Japheth, the forefather of the northern and western coast and island peoples. Japheth, however, dwells in the tents of Shem, hence is doubtlessly thought of as a free metic and presumably as a merchant. The saga probably arose at a time of sharp antagonism against the rest of the Canaanites and during which friendly relations existed with the Phoenicians. The tradition traces to Solomon, IK 920, a general tax liability of all Canaanites still dwelling in the country registered. It appears, then, that there were different kinds of Jerem, freemen and serfs whose position cannot be ascertained in 36 detail. 1 degree. Whatever the actual conditions may have been which found expression or left reminiscences in all these constructions of the tradition, it nevertheless remains certain that the Jerem were not counted among the military Bnei Jezreel, either as Gibborim or Amhamilchema. They were considered to be tribal foreigners and were organized partly as settled clientele tribes, partly as unsettled guest tribes and guest sibs. Originally they were ritually segregated from the Israelites and thereby excluded from the connubium of peers, as the account of Shechem and Dinah shows. We are familiar with the details of ritual segregation of guest tribes from our study of India. Now the two cases of Jerem most important to us and best evident in tradition, the small stock breeding herdsmen and the Levite priests, correspond to this type of a guest tribe without land of its own. In tradition, both groups are characterized as not sharing in the land of the politically qualified army. Both, however, like all Jerem, had a fixed legal relationship to the settled population. In the tribal territory of Israel, no agricultural land was assigned to the two groups, but they received dwelling sites, though mostly outside the city gates. They were also granted pasture rights for their animals. 38 Herdsman and peasant. On historical religious grounds we shall examine more closely two groups, the herdsmen, because the tradition assigns the patriarchs to them and because they played an important historical role in the formation of prophetic Yahweh religions, the Levites, however, as bearers of the Yahweh cult. The territorial extent of the urban organization described above was dependent upon the political power situation and particularly upon the area where the Bedouins could be kept under control. In Roman imperial times the city held sway far into desert areas. The Islamic invasion destroyed this, at least in East Jordan, which in contrast to the western region was occupied by the Bedouins. The onslaught of the Bedouins against the urban community organization runs through the whole of Palestine history. In the Amarna letters, the warriors, designated 87 by the ideogram Sagas, of thus far unascertain pronunciation, appear partly, and as a rule, as enemies with whom the Egyptian vassals and regents had to struggle, and, partly, as mercenaries in the service of vassals. 1. The correspondence of Hammurabi knows of the Sagas as nomads on the western border of Mesopotamia, where they stood under a steward of the king. The Sagas invaders of Syria and North Palestine burned the conquered cities. Or they incited the local inhabitants to slay the Egyptian vassals, to make common cause with them, and to be like Sagas 1% again, they conquered cities without destroying them, hence, establishing themselves in place of the former Egyptian vassals and their party followings, became tribute-collecting overlords of the countryside. In all these cases it remains questionable whether these Sagas 1* were really Bedouins, hence, camel breeders from the desert. They were, perhaps, something entirely different. Midway between the settled population of the city patriciate and the peasantry, on the one hand, and the free Bedouins on the other, stood the semi-nomadic stock breeder. The peasants were partially free, partly subject to forced labor, to tax or tenancy payment. They cultivated corn, fruit, and wine and had cattle on the side. The Bedouin was a camel breeder, the semi-nomadic shepherd was a breeder of sheep and goats and represented a stratum which until recent times has been characteristic for the entire Mediterranean area. The way of life of this stratum depends on the requirements of small stock, in contrast to cattle, for easy practicability of change of pastures over great distances, across the Abruzzi Mountains into Apulia, or halfway through Spain, and similarly far in North Africa and the Balkans. In Spain, the so-called transhumans 1 degree preconditions two phenomena: first, periodic migrations in common and, therefore, in contrast to the formless association of the Bedouins, somewhat firmer in-group regulation of community life; second, a firmly regulated out-group relationship to the landlords of the traversed regions. Formal agreements must define the rights to pasturage on fallow land, stubble field, as well as the migration routes if violent relations, which often occur anyway, are not to result in permanent feuds. For these shepherds are always inclined to transgress traverse and meadow rights, to allow 38 their herds prematurely to invade fields or devastate cultivated lands along the migration routes. Jeremiah, 12:10, tells of such violations of his vineyard and field. The existence and considerable importance of this itinerant shepherd stratum has been ascertained for all epochs of Palestine history. Today this pattern is also found among camel breeders who drive their herds from East Jordan for stubble and fallow in Galilee. The appearance of itinerant camel breeders, however, was not typical. The classical representatives of the small stock breeders in early Palestine antiquity were the Rechabites, a brotherhood which must have traversed almost the entire land from north to south. They were Kenites, a tribe which bordered, on the one side, on the Amalekites of the southern desert and occasionally federated with them. On the other hand, reference is made in the Song of Deborah to this tribe in the north. The basic pasture region of the Rechabites, in Jeremiah's time, lay, apparently, in the Judaic mountains, whence in danger of war they brought their herds behind the walls of Jerusalem. 2½ centuries earlier, during Jehu's revolution in the northern kingdom, they were of decisive assistance. They were small stock breeders. Like the Bedouins, they disdained houses and fixed settlement, shunned fixed agriculture and drank no wine. J85. Their way of life was viewed by them as a heavenly commandment laid upon them by the founder of the organization, the prophet of Yahweh, Jonadab ben Rechab. Other bands of small stock breeders wandered as far as the Rechabites. According to tradition, the old tribe of Simeon, which later sank into oblivion, on the one hand, entered into contractual negotiations for meadow rights in the region of Shechem, on the other, by tradition was held to have its seat in the southern part of the desert of Judah. In addition to the pure type of itinerant stock breeder, as represented by the Rechabites, there were, naturally, numerous transitional forms. Often too, itinerant shepherds engaged in some more or less unsteady agriculture for their own needs. 18 The transition to the settled peasant status was thus fluid. Only they could not appropriate all of the land, as land was primarily grazing ground and their property was centered in live 39 stock. The slow movement of their small stock restricted their mobility in comparison to the Bedouins, hence they were exposed to the latter's depredations. Against the Bedouins they were the natural allies of the settled peasants, who were even more exposed to such depredations than the stock breeders. There was eternal enmity between Yahweh and Amalek. Cain, the tattooed Bedouin, was held in contrast to the shepherd Abel as cursed to eternal unrest. Beside this, there were to be found occasional alliances of cattle breeders, the Kenites, with Bedouins, and identification with the Edomites was strong. Naturally, the transition from Bedouinhood to quasi-nomadic stock breeding was particularly fluid, and combinations of different kinds of cattle appeared, among the patriarchs, as, for example, with Job, who is represented as owner of sheep, asses, cows, and camels, as dwelling in a house and drinking wine. The descendants of Cain, who is first considered to be a desert Bedouin, the Kenites, registered were recognized, in historical times, as an especially God-fearing, cattle-breeding tribe. The genealogy of Genesis shows this. The Midianites, at the time of Gideon, apparently had cattle other than camels. The same is true of the Edomites and doubtlessly also of the sheik who received the fugitive Egyptian Sinai as a guest at the time of Sesostris. Transitions in the other direction were similarly fluid. The relationship of the small stock breeders, Jerem, to the tillers and to urban populations normally rested on contractually fixed meadow and traverse rights. Such relations could readily lead to full citizenship and the urbanization of wealthier cibs, be it accomplished by treaty or after violent conflict. According to the tradition, the Danites had for long no fixed territory in Israel, Jud 18:1, that is to say, they were itinerant shepherds on Judaic territory until they took possession of the city of Laish on Sidonite territory. The social structure of the itinerant herdsman society, generally, is subject to certain developmental tendencies. Periods of peace, increasing population, and accumulation of property always signify restriction of meadow areas and the increasing use of land for tillage. This in turn necessitates increasingly intensive exploitation of the remaining grazing grounds. Both 40 tendencies, as a rule, jet to increasing restriction of the herdsmen to fixed, small grazing districts and therewith to an inescapable reduction in the size of their social units. These were correspondingly unstable. The social organization of the small stock breeders normally resembled that of the Bedouins. The large family constituted an economic community, the Sib guaranteed personal safety through obligatory blood revenge, the tribe, a band of Sibs, constituted the military organization protecting grazing grounds. Due to the circumstances described above, these organizations were not necessarily more durable among the small stock breeders than among the Bedouins. Among the stock breeders, tribal organization seems especially often to have been formed by a charismatic leader. Such probably was the case for the tribe Machir, which later vanished, as well as Manasseh and possibly the tribe of the Bnei Jimini, all tribes which advanced from the mountain of Ephraim to the mountain pasturage areas of the east and south. Normally the power of these leaders lacked stable support. Through the character of their life conditions, a tribe of pure small stock breeders was much more exposed to the hazards of disintegration than was the case in a Bedouin community, as long as it found the economic stability of its tribal leadership either in the domination of oases or caravan routes. An example of the instability and purely charismatic character of warlordism among tribes of pure cattle breeders is the view of Jephthah's position in the tradition. The elders of the tribe Gilead initially offered to Jephthah, an East Jordan warrior hero, only the dignity of a Khazir, a war leader corresponding to the Germanic duke, Herzog. This was offered for the duration of the War of Liberation against the Ammonites, Jud 11:6. He refused, and the army, Hayam, the men, at the proposal of the elders, conferred to him lifelong, but non-hereditary, dignity of Arash, chieftain, prince, headman, Jud 11:11. The numerous ephemeral judges, Shoftim, of early Israelite times, partly mere charismatic war leaders, partly, perhaps, also endowed with the charisma of judicial wisdom were, apparently, of the same type. Their power remained purely personal. The East Jordan hero, Jerubbaal Gideon, who with a purely voluntary following conducted the Midianite war, refused, according 41. To tradition, hereditary rule which was offered to him by some men in Israel, Jud 8:23, and was satisfied with his share of the booty, out of which he made a religious foundation, which, it may be assumed, was to yield income from pilgrims for himself and his descendants. Enduring political structures were to be found mostly in the interstitial areas between the desert, Bedouins, proper and the mountain pastures of Palestine in the east and south. Such was the kingdom of the Moabites in Ahab's time, which has bequeathed a legacy of inscriptions. The same is true of the kingdom of the Ammonites already in the time of Jephthah, particularly, however, of the kingdom of the Edomites. This kingdom maintained stable relations with Judah, and was represented by a series of 10 successive rulers before its conquest by David. The fact that the Edomite kings clearly did not succeed one another hereditarily would seem to indicate the purely personal charismatic character of the position of the rulers. Purely political structures were highly unstable among the small stock breeders. Threatened by the Bedouins or, the reverse of this, the opportunity to widen their grazing grounds through war, made them join larger associations under a warrior chief. In contrast, peaceable times signified the schism of single sibs and tribal disintegration. Even in the account of the Deborah battle we find the husband of the heroine, Jael, a Kenite, mentioned as a stock breeder who had separated from his tribe and who, by virtue of a treaty of friendship, had pitched his tents as a ger in the territory of a Canaanite city king. Already in the time of the composition of Jacob's blessing, the ancient tribes of Simeon and Levi were divided and dispersed, and in Moses' blessing, Deuteronomy 33, somewhat later, Simeon is no longer mentioned at all, and Levi is mentioned only as a professional priesthood. Single Simeonite sibs are known to the post-exilic chronicles, ICH 541, 42, as dwelling among the Edomites in Seir. The rest had received their portion in Judah, i.e., had been absorbed in this tribe. The tribe of Reuben, once holding hegemony of the confederacy, appears, in the blessing of Jacob, divested of its power. In Moses' blessing it is pleaded that it not disappear completely, later it sank into oblivion. The stock breeding sibs split off from 42. The Joseph tribe. In the Song of Deborah appears the tribe of Machir, which vanished later, and later an internally subdivided tribe of Manasseh beside Ephraim. The destruction of the tribes of Simeon and Levi is brought about by an act of treachery and a violent conflict against the Shechemites. In fact, the loss of cattle in war, like the decimation of cattle through an epidemic, could suddenly bring about the dissolution of a cattle-breeding tribe or its reduction by its propertied neighbors to servant status. However, already the de facto pressure of expanding settlements at the expense of grazing land worked in this direction. The process consists in the gradual transition from quasi-Bedouin life to small stock breeding, then to settled life and further to urbanization under the force of this pressure. The process is mirrored in the sagas as well as in the historical tradition. In the legend, Abraham, in addition to sheep, also has camels and he drinks no wine, but he entertains the 3 men of Holy Epiphany with milk. He wanders as a ger with contractual meadow rights between different places and only at the end of his life does the saga have him acquire, after long transactions, General 23:16, a hereditary burial ground in Hebron. Isaac encamps, by virtue of contract, on the territory of Gerar and digs wells there, but he has to move repeatedly. Jacob, in contrast to the peasant Esau, is essentially considered a tent-dwelling stock breeder, but settling as a ger in Shechem he buys land, General 33:19. At the conclusion of his life it is considered a ruse that he introduces himself to the Pharaoh as a pure small stock breeder, so that he might live as a ritualistically segregated ger without mixing with the Egyptians. He engages in agriculture and needs grain for food. All of the patriarchs are described as cattle owners. Joseph finally regulates the land tax there as vizier of Egypt. These shifts are indicative of deep-going transitions in political organization as well as military structure. In the historical tradition, the single Israelite tribe is to be found in all stages of transition from quasi-Bedouinism to quasi-nomadic small stock breeding and from both through the intermediary stage of occasional agriculture, General 26:12 with Isaac, to urbanization as ruling Sibs, as well as to settled agriculture as free and corvierendering peasants. 43. The almost universal transition to urbanism appears complete in the political geography of Palestine as given in the book of Joshua. Joshua himself is compensated for his services, Josh 19:50, with a city as a fief. Similarly, all the tribes, even Judah, are treated as holders of cities with villages as dependencies, Joshua, chapter 15. Their jurisdictional areas appear to cover the whole country. Even for the time in which, presumably, this passage has been written, this characterization would seem to hold only in theory. For, even in historical times, the southern Judaic tribes were politically, like the Bedouins, mainly divided into Sibs, whereas the northern tribes in addition were organized, primarily for administrative purposes, into military units of 1,000 and of 50 men, in the manner of the Mesopotamian states. The contingents of 1,000 as a unit for summons was, of course, also transferable to the cattle-breeding tribes. One could equate a single tribe or tribal division to one or more units of 1,000 and delegate to such units the execution of a summons. This may well have taken different forms. The Song of Deborah uses very different terms for the leaders of tribal contingents, which permits us to infer variations in military structure. The kings will naturally have striven for homogeneity. As Feinfzigern later became the general technical term for recruiting and summoning to war, similarly, in the tradition the leaders of the 1,000 and the 50 men units were quite generally viewed as men who also in time of peace had jurisdiction in their levy districts. Doubtlessly, this was only a product of the time of kings and even then could hardly apply generally and permanently. Among the cattle-breeding suburbanized East Jordan tribes, and also among the tribe of Judah, presumably, other conditions prevailed. It appears that they did not recognize such authorities as peacetime officials, recognizing only their elders. The Confederate Army summons divided into units of 50 and 1,000 was, in general, not the single and, at least, not the oldest known type of military organization. Two more types are to be found. For the tribe of Benjamin, located between the northern tribes and Judah, the account, Jud 21:21f, of the events following the battle because of the Gibeah outrage. 44 Etiological saga for marriage by abduction, which obviously must have been known among the Benjaminites, makes it appear quite probable that this robber tribe originally had a strictly family-less organization of young men in the manner of the bachelor house. Presumably because of this, in spite of its small territory, it attained, at times, to great power. On the other side, as mentioned, stock-breeding tribes proper, as a rule, had the same attitude toward war as is typically found among the Bedouins, absolutely voluntary participation, hence pure charismatism. This is treated in Deuteronomy as the truly classical form. The tradition permits Gideon twice to review his levy. First, he allowed anyone to go home who was cowardly, then, in addition, he eliminated all those who at a ford in quenching their thirst had forgotten their dignity as heroes and had lapped water like dogs. Jud 7:5. Asterisk the first was a paradigm for the construction of Deuteronomy, chapter 20, in agreement with the tendentious nomadic ideal to be discussed below. According to this construction, not only the newly married and those who had just planted a farm or field or vineyard, but all those who were afraid, should remain at home. For this is the theological argument: trust in Yahweh alone was sufficient for victory. In the levy of Judas Maccabeus this paradigm is repeated. Schwally has assumed that these prescriptions were not derived from theological constructions, but from ancient magical representations. This, however, appears uncertain. We shall later, in the voluntary consecration of the Crusader, Nazarite, acquaint ourselves with religious army formations to which these ideas could be linked. But their origin lies, rather, in Bedouin customs. Practically viewed, this form of war was purely an affair of warrior followings, Gefolgschaftskrieg. In fact, almost all Israelite battles in the time of Judges had this character. There are actually only 3 cases in which tradition confirms with certainty the summons of the Confederation army as a whole: the Deborah battle, the, probably legendary, Confederate execution against Benjamin, and Saul's War of Liberation. These 3 cases belong to the type of holy war, to be discussed below. The God-pleasing king of the priestly tradition is David. However, the manner in which he won his place and conducted his 45 first wars, was the last example of Israelite history of a war of a charismatic warlord and underscore his following, a fact which at once illustrates the transition to a new era. The dualism of peasant and shepherd is also indicated in the tradition of the first kings. Saul was held to be a peasant, David a shepherd. Saul, by tradition, initiates the liberation by means of a national army summons, David by means of a partisan struggle. Certain differences in the structure of domination of both may well be recognized in spite of the tendentious character of the present tradition. Saul based his power on his own sib and on the warriors of the tribe of Benjamin. He filled his most important offices with Benjamites. Nevertheless, among his warriors, there are tribally foreign heroes who function as his personal following. David was sustained, Sam 22:1 ff, first by a purely personal following, and this, according to tradition, consisted of 1. His own sib, 2. Oppressed persons, above all, debt slaves, hence Catalinian characters, and 3. Hired Cretan and Philistine mercenaries, Cherethites and Pelethites, 2. Sam 8:18 and repeatedly. Beside these elements there appeared with David more decisively than with Saul and his heirs 4. A following of purely personal companions, that circle of paladins and knights, whom the kingly tradition knows individually by name and whose deeds it relates. This personal following consisted, in the first place, of members of partially very powerful Judaic sibs, Job. Beside these appeared, through defection of the paladins from Saul, Abner, also non-Judaic, and several non-Israelite knights. There was a considerable number of purely personal Hittyroi. The tribe of Judah per se, at the time of David's defection from the Philistines, was still subject to them and collectively backed David only later. The Northland joined David only after Saul's sib had been liquidated, and, indeed, by means of a special treaty, Brith, between David and the elders of the tribes. A contract or covenant here established for the first time the national unity of all of the later 12 tribes of Israel under a national king. Only through such a treaty, that is the standpoint of the tradition, was a charismatic military leader made the legitimate monarch now entitled to summon the army. Princely following. 46 and princely mercenaries stand opposed to the legitimate militia of the Beerith established king. The Davidian kingdom, established in the midst of Judaic stock breeders, at first, with the help of a personal following and the might of great Judaic sibs, became, from the beginning, with the capture of Jerusalem, a city kingdom. After the revolts under the followers of Saul, then under Absalom, Adonijah, Jeroboam, the old opposition of peasant tribes to city domination arose and finally split the realm. The northern kingdom suffered the same fate with the founding of Shamram, Samaria, under the Omrids. Jehu's revolt did not alter this fate. The southern realm, however, after the secession of the northern tribes, was almost identical with the boundaries of Jerusalem as was the theocratic polis after the exile. Through the curtailment of pasture areas, these political developments were a primary cause of the disintegration of the semi-nomadic tribes and their strong decline in numbers. Most significant for our problem is that this led to the demilitarization of the herdsmen. Their scattered sibs were tolerated and weak, as against the settled peasants, and even more so in contrast to the armed city patriciate. Abraham is considered by the tradition to be a politically unqualified medic of the Hittites in Hebron and other cities in whose territory he sojourns. In Salem he was considered obligated to pay tithe to its priest king. Jacob lived in Shechem, after his purchase of land, like all Jerem before the gates of the city, General 33:18. At the time of this revision of the writings, certainly most of the small stock breeders who still remained were actually in this situation. Yet, tradition considered the patriarchs just as Job later to be very wealthy men. Most probably, however, this was no longer generally true of the later stock breeders, for the chances for impoverishment are, in general, very great for itinerant stock breeders. In any case, the Rechabites, according to Jeremiah, were not the owners of big herds but little men, as was Amos of Tekoa of the tribe of Judah, who lived on sycamore fruit and his animals. Throughout the Mediterranean basin the same basic conditions prevailed with the exception of individual and, at times, very large herd magnates. These facts are possibly relevant to the question as to which 47 economic categories are thought of in the legal sources by the prophets and psalmists when they speak of the poor, Evianim, as, indeed, they often do. Only in post-exilic times could the reference be to a city demos of retailers, handicraftsmen, and free contract workers. In pre-exilic times the poor obviously comprised, first of all, the peasants of the countryside who were squeezed by the patriciate. However, beside these, perhaps more than the sources indicate, were also the small stock breeders. One might think that a number of the social ethical prescriptions for the benefit of the poor, so much discussed, especially in late Judaic times in rabbinical casuistics, originally were related to this situation. This holds, first, for gleaning rights and, later, the so-called right of the corner of the poor. Israelite charity prohibited gleaning the stubble and reaping to the last spear, requiring that something be left for the needy. In the older wording, retained in Deuteronomy 24:19, forgotten sheaves should not be brought in later, but should be left for the Jerem, widows, and waifs. The newer wording, Leviticus 19:9f, ritualizes this in a manner typical of the priestly version. Land and vineyard are intentionally not to be completely harvested in order that something be left for the Jerem and the poor at the ends of the field. The older wording of the prescription is of superstitious origin. The noumena of the land demand a portion of its fruits, and therefore what is left belongs to them. However, the obviously later interpretation in favor of the poor raises the question as to who was meant originally by the poor. The locus clas sikus of this practice is the Book of Ruth. The beneficiary of gleaning is a widowed tribal foreigner who has been married to an Israelite. It was probably the original sense of the statement that she worked without being recognized on the land of her in-law, the giver Boaz. Hence, the poor apparently referred primarily to the colony and farm hands of the patricians. Conceivably the prescription in practice may have applied to the typical fraternization with landless small stock breeding metics, dependent on stubble pasturage and gleaning. In Arabia, where it is still widely diffused, it also benefits the landless classes. At least the question must be raised as to whether there may not have been some interrelation between the much dis. 48 cussed, specifically Israelite, social ethical prescription of the religious fallow year, Sabbath year, for the land of Palestine and such small stock breeder rights. In the present wording, the prescription is to leave fallow field, orchard, and vineyard every seventh year in order that the poor and possibly wild creatures might benefit from the free-growing fruit. This extreme form of the prescription is found in the generally oldest collection of laws and moral exhortations, the so-called Book of the Covenant, EX 23:10-11. The prescription is, note this, not a legal institution. Externally it does not stand in that part of the collection which, in tolerably systematic fashion, regulates facts stated with legal precision. It is found, rather, among those prescriptions which obviously derive from religious exhortation. It is a moral prescription, not a legal regulation. The institution, doubtlessly, had no mere theoretical significance in late Judaism, but practical implications. Alongside other accounts, this is distinctly shown by the numerous responsa of the rabbis concerning behavior toward grain which has been cultivated despite the prohibition. The institution, moreover, has played a role in the contemporary Zionist endeavors to settle in Palestine * plus the latest collection, the priestly law in Leviticus, 25:4-7, contains the prescription with detailed commentary to the effect that one should not work on the land but should let the free-growing fruit be meat for the owner, his servant, Ebed, farmhand, Sakir, Medik, Tashav, and guests, moreover, for thy cattle and the beasts that are in thy land. This varies somewhat from the meaning it had in the Book of the Covenant. The prescription is to benefit those who stand under the personal protection of the proprietor. The construction is possible, that it originally was a corvée and tax remission year for the benefit of the colony. Such an interpretation would agree well with the manner in which the seventh year is mentioned under Ezra in the resolution sworn by the community of returned exiles, we will let fall the income of the seventh year. Na 1031. The collection of Deuteronomy, dating from the time of Kings, has been interpolated, but on the whole it is transmitted in a tolerably good edition. This law book, and this is important considering its character as a compendium of religious ethics, knows of no sabbatical year for the land, but 49 an entirely different institution, the remission of debts on the seventh year. Hence, it is highly probable, that the sabbatical year was an interpolation from priestly law into the Book of the Covenant in face of the improbability of the actual execution of the prescriptions among the pre-exilic husbandmen. If, nevertheless, the prescription should go back to ancient custom, it could be based upon an institution connected with the intermittent husbandry of itinerant shepherds, hence could represent a vestige of ancient time limits in the process of land appropriation and thus open fields of the community. Or, it could represent some sort of typical stipulation concerning the forms of itinerant shepherd rights as to fallow pasturage on the land of settled sibs. A contributing factor to the development of the prescription, to be sure, is the theological quest for consistent conclusions under the impact of the stipulation of debt remission in Deuteronomy and the mounting importance of the Sabbath idea in the time of the exile. Most probably the community of the Babylonian exile ritualized this in the same manner as other late Judaic institutions and subsequently interpolated it into the Book of the Covenant. All in all, the role of the itinerant shepherd for these prescriptions remains problematical. For the ethic in the time of the patriarchs, more important than these very uncertain possibilities of an economic interpretation of such individual social ethical institutions, is the general conception of popular tradition, at the time of Kings, of the situation of the small stock breeder, and which was expressed in its view of the patriarchs. This conception is, in turn, a result of characteristic conditions, and it has had wide ramifications for Jewry. The legends treat the patriarchs as thoroughgoing pacifists. 2 Their God is a God of peace-loving men, General 13:8f. The patriarchs appear as isolated house fathers, tradition indicating nothing of political associations among them. They are tolerated medics. They are in the situation of shepherds who family-wise by means of peaceful contract, secure pasturage from the settled population, and who in case of need, like Abraham, 0 and Lot, peacefully divided among themselves. They lack all traits of personal heroism. They are characterized by trusting, devout humility and good nature admixed with a cunning shrewdness, supported by their God. The narrators expect their audiences to take for granted that the patriarchs would sooner pass off their beautiful wives as desirable sisters and surrender them to their respective protectors, registered leaving it to God to liberate them from the protector's harem by visiting plagues upon him, rather than defending the honor of their wives. Lest the sanctity of guest right be violated, they deem it directly praiseworthy readily to surrender their own daughters, rather than to have the guest do so. Their commercial ethic is questionable. For years an amusing play to outwit each other goes on between Jacob and his father-in-law as they haggle for the desired wives as well as for cattle which the son-in-law has earned as a servant. The tribal father of Israel gets out from under his master and father-in-law by stealth and makes his getaway. He carries off his house idol lest his root be betrayed. Even the etymology of his name is adapted to these qualities, and it seems that Jacob's fraud was a proverbial turn of phrase in the time of the prophets. Moreover, it appears completely inoffensive to the saga that its hero, who is expressly described as a pious shepherd, for some food, tricks out of the birthright his hungry homecoming brother who, by contrast, is described as a thoughtless peasant 27 and hunter. Then with the mother's help, the hero betrays his brother for the paternal blessing. Later, before the encounter with his brother, he addresses a quite pitiful and fearful prayer to his God, General 32:10ff, and escapes the feared revenge by two ruse and an undignified self-abasement unworthy of a warrior arrow. The traits of the saga's preferred hero, Joseph, are priggish virtue combined with sentimental magnanimity toward the brothers who wished to kill him out of envy and who sold him into slavery because he had dreamed himself their master. His fiscal abilities in exploiting the pharaoh's subjects in distress qualified him for becoming the pharaoh's vizier, which did not prevent him from causing his family to give his master half-truths about their vocation. 51. To be sure, the pirate and merchant adventurer ethic of Ulysses, the man for wisdom's various arts renowned, did not prevent him in distress from addressing uncontrolled doleful pleas for help to Athena in a manner which frequently appears to us to lie outside the realm of heroic dignity. But things such as the aforementioned are not reported of Ulysses. They characterize the ethic of a pariah people, and the influence of such traits on the outgroup morality of the Jews in the time of their dispersion as an international guest people, must not be underrated. Combined with strongly developed traits of faithful obedience, they complete the picture of the attitude of the stratum as hallowed by the tradition. It was, undoubtedly, a stratum of powerless medics who as small stock breeders lived among military burghers. Contemporary analysis has increasingly isolated the stratum as important for religious history, but is inclined to regard the pacifistic character of the semi-nomads as a natural peculiarity. That is decidedly not the case. Registered rather, it resulted from the dispersion of the defenseless small stock breeders with increasingly dense settlement. They lacked this pacifistic character whenever they were organized into powerful political associations. In the mind of the Israelites, the patriarchs have by no means always held the place which has been given them in the revised Torah. The older pre-exilic prophecy, indeed, did not know of Abraham and Isaac as persons. Amos knew the patriarchs Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph only as ethnic names, 7:9, 16, 3:18, 6:8, 7:2, 5:6, 15. Abraham, who with Micah appears as the recipient of Yahweh's promise, 7:20, appears only with Ezekiel, 33:24, as the first, popular legitimate owner of the land of Canaan. The theological circles of literati, particularly the so-called Elahist and the Deuteronomic school, seem in their revision to have placed emphasis where it still remains. The change in character of the patriarchs during the revision is obviously connected with the social descent and demilitarization of the herdsmen. In the old rank order of the tribes, expressed by seniority of the patriarchs, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah have precedence. They were all essentially semi-nomads, but at once warlike tribes, renowned for their violence. The first three were dispersed later. 02 After the forceful conquest of hegemony, Judah was organized as a city kingdom. Such powerful cattle-breeding tribes were not in any way in the situation of tolerated medics. The military tradition knows them as masters of the land, and the cities dependent on them are known either as liturgy-obligated client cities, like Gideon, or as militarily obligated, as in the Song of Deborah, the city of Miras. Similar things are recognized, also, in the legends of the patriarchs. Isaac, with increasing wealth and clientele, became too powerful for the city of Gerar, of which he was a medic, General 26:14, 16. In the original tradition, Jacob, too, was a mighty hero, who overpowered a god in a knightly wrestling match. He bequests to the leading tribe as primary legacy the piece of land which he had won by sword and bow, according to his blessing of Joseph, General 48:22. The land is Shechem, later the center of Ephraim. The pacifistic tradition, General 33:19, developed later, however, has him characteristically not conquer, but peaceably by this piece of land *. Finally, the much discussed 14th chapter of Genesis *. Recognizes Abraham as a military hero, who, with several hundred clients, took the field and recovered from the allied Mesopotamian kings, including Hammurabi, the booty which these had gathered in their fight with the Canaanite city kings. The contrast between the warrior's sense of honor and the herdsman's utilitarian pacificism appears very clearly in the diametrically opposed attitudes of the peaceable patriarch Jacob and his warlike sons Simeon and Levi with regard to the violation of Dinah by Shechem, General 34:30, 31. In such fragments quite different traits are presumed, traits which obviously receded completely into the background in later times. For the pacifistic tradition, borrowed or developed in agreement with changed conditions 3 * Jacob is pious only because he stays in his tents and, likewise, Abel is the good peaceable shepherd. Abel's murderer, Cain, on the one hand, is a settled and violent husbandman, whose fleshless sacrifice has been scorned by God, on the other hand, he is a cursed, roving Bedouin and, finally, the city builder. These are the three typical opponents who oppress the now powerless small stock breeders caught in their midst *. Both peasants and herdsmen stood equally opposed to the 58. City patrician and the Bedouin, hence peasants and herdsmen developed a common interest in opposition to the latter. The Amarna tablets, the Song of Deborah, the dirge of Ephraim in Jacob's blessing, and the traditions of Gideon, Jephthah, and Samuel express these interest situations in various ways. Even the epic of the first two kings reveals this situation and its political ramifications. There were great variations in the social composition of the various tribes. Asher and Dan appear to have been urbanized first. Ephraim and the tribes Issachar, Zebulun, and Naphtali appear to have had the greatest admixture of settled peasant proprietors. Economic and political independence of these tribes, which Issachar had surrendered early, was especially threatened by Phoenician, Philistine, and Canaanite patricians. The cattle-breeding East Jordan tribes, however, were especially endangered by the raids of the Bedouins of the desert, the Midianites and Amalekites, whose attacks forced them to seek shelter in caves as in Gideon's time. Among the West Jordan tribes, Ephraim in particular, had to suffer at times from these bowmen. The wars of Saul's peasant militia still were directed half the time against the Amalekite Bedouins. The ascendancy of settled populations over the desert tribes was only established for quite some time under David, when Edom was conquered and control was secured over the caravan routes to the Red Sea. The city patricians, the peasants, and the herdsmen were, on the whole, equally interested in the pacification of the desert. For the rest, however, there were frequent, sharp clashes of interests. These conflicts occurred first between the peasants and cattle breeders. Violent conflict is mentioned between the Israelite stock-breeding tribes east of the Jordan and the Ephraimites. The tradition reports especially of a war of Ephraim against the victorious Gideon, Jud 8:1f, and of an arrangement which was to remove these antagonisms. The tribes of Machir and Manasseh branched out across the Jordan River to the east. Ephraim fought for hegemony, first against Gilead, then against Manasseh, as told by the saga of Jacob's blessing of Ephraim and Manasseh. Similarly, the younger brother Benjamin branched off to the south, and then Ephraim fought the robber tribe of Benjamin, which was taken up by later legends. All 04 these events represent, in part, invasions by the peasants of those parts of the mountain land most suitable for cultivation and inhabited by stock breeders. In part, they represent counter-attacks and raids of cattle breeders against peasant territory. The struggles of Judah against Benjamin and, likewise, the far earlier expansion of Judah into the territory of the Benjaminites and Danites were advances of this newly emerged cattle-breeding tribe against the old Israelite tribes of the north. This antagonism between peasant and cattle breeder is expressed throughout early Israelite traditions as well as in the political outgroup attitude of the tribes. In the fertile plains and on the coast, the military patrician of the cities was the enemy against whom the already settled and, particularly, the mountain peasant and semi-nomadic herdsman, at least in West Jordan, had to fight. The urban patrician sought through warfare to capture men and women slaves, to secure tribute and services, and to take as booty, according to the Song of Deborah, especially beautiful homemade textiles. In addition to this, as noted earlier, they fought for control over the caravan routes. The free peasant and herdsmen of the mountains fought not only for continuation of their domination of the caravan routes and control over their profits, but to defend their freedom from tribute and servitudes to the patricians. They possibly strove, in turn, to conquer the cities, partly to destroy them, partly to establish themselves as overlords. This antagonism corresponds, essentially, so far as such comparisons are meaningful, to the struggle of the original Swiss cantons situated along the St. Gotthard route against Zurich, of the Samnites against Rome, the Aetolians against the Hellenic city leagues and the Macedonian kings. With slight inaccuracy one might say, it was the struggle of the mountain against the plain. The natural antagonism came to an end only in the time of the Judaic kingdom. Previous to this, it runs throughout known history of Palestine. Even in Amarna times, the enemies from the mountains, the Sagas and Kabiri, threatened the cities of the plain. In the tradition of the struggle for possession of Canaan, they are cities provided with iron chariots which the Israelites cannot take. All Israelite heroes of the so-called time of the judges are members of rural sibs, who ride asses, the Rid 55. Ing animal of the mountain, not horses. It is worthy of note that the wealth and power of such sibs is counted in terms of ass-mounted members. Saul's residence is still a village in a mountain valley, and David's army commander, Job, still does not know what to do with the booty horses and has their fetlocks paralysed. However, the peasants' and stock breeders' opposition to the city differed in intensity. The peasant proprietor was the main champion of the battle against the urban patrician. He was most exposed to the imposition of forced labor. The Deborah War was conducted essentially as a peasant war. Praised most highly by the song is the fact that untrained mountain footmen have fought like knights, Gibborim, and have been victorious. On the other hand, the stock-breeding, non-agricultural, East Jordan tribes, Reuben and Gilead, had no interest in the battle. Furthermore, the Confederate city Miras, and, indeed, characteristically, the coast-dwelling, early urbanized tribe of Asher, and, similarly, the urban tribe of Dan on the territory of Sidon abstained from this battle. The northern Israelite peasants and the Judaic mountain herdsmen, also, made common cause against the Philistines only at a late date. At first the herdsmen abstained altogether from the struggle and remained loyal to the Philistines. Tradition, therefore, confronts the Philistine knighthood first with Saul, the Benjaminite peasant, who from the plow becomes king, and then only with its favorite, the Judaic shepherd equipped only with a sling, David, as typical representatives of both categories of Israelites. Actually, of course, David started out as the leader of a mountaineer following of the usual conspiratorial nature. He was a vassal of the Philistines and made himself independent only when he became city prince of Jerusalem. The fight of one of his heroes against Goliath took place only when he was already king. The establishment of a unified military monarchy, summoning chariot-fighting knights, decided the fate of the free peasant and herdsman militia of Israel. The Benjaminite dominion remained essentially a hegemony of rural tribes, although, according to tradition, Saul even maintained a personal following composed in part of tribal foreigners. The ass, however, was 06 still the characteristic animal of Saul. The old peasant regions of northern Israel rebelled repeatedly against David's city kingdom. Under Solomon the royal forces were organized and furnished with chariots and horses, unless the text is corrupt, which he imported from Egypt to which he was bound by marriage. At once the opposition set in which down to rabbinical times has made for a highly ambivalent evaluation of Solomon. After his death the non-urbanized tribes rose up against the city kingdom. Several generations later, with the founding of Shamram, Samaria, they, too, formed a city kingdom which, in turn, was repeatedly threatened by rural usurpers. The tradition and the Assyrian inscriptions repeatedly refer to the numerous chariots of the Omrid dynasty of this kingdom. Social formations hitherto essentially discrete and standing side by side as stock-breeding tribes, peasant tribes, cities, now became fused. The capital and its ruling cibs became politically paramount. In pre-Solomon times the actual nucleus of the old confederacy consisted, on the one hand, of the numerically superior peasant mountaineers and the slowly decreasing stock breeders of the steppe regions on the other. To these must be added various market hamlets and rural towns in the river valleys of the mountains and the mountain passes, only secondarily though gradually increasing fortified cities as well. A great increase of the stock breeders, on the one hand, and of the urban population, on the other, must have been brought about by the addition of the large Judaic territory under David. Politically and socially this benefited only patrician power, which now became paramount. However, among the plebeian strata, the old internal antagonism between peasant proprietors, predominant in the north, and small stock breeders, predominant in the south, continued. We shall see that this had ramifications also in the religious development. The old stratification of Israel into armed cibs of peasant proprietors or herdsmen, on the one hand, cib clienteles of guest artisans, day laborers, and musicians, on the other, was gradually displaced by a quite different stratification. Urbanized patrician landlords as the champions of training for chivalry appear on the one hand, on the other, indebted or landless, hence, proletarized Israelites and Medic proselytes of the Yahweh ritual, 957. Who now, in the eyes of the priest, formed a homogeneous stratum of the poor opposite the patriciate. The poor were not a socially or economically homogeneous stratum, but comprised all who did not belong to the military cibs. Chapter 3. The social laws of the Israelite. Legal collections. 1. The laws as an index to social development. His complex, unstable social composition of the Israelites gradually moved in the direction of urban patrician rule over the countryside. The development is mirrored in a peculiar manner in the legal collections which have come down to us from pre-exilic times. The social conditions are expressed more in various symptoms and the mentality, Geist, of this literature, more in its attitudes toward the typical antagonisms than in the formal nature and content of the collections. These attitudes reveal the decisive influence of trade. From the beginning, Palestine was pervaded by brisk trade. Its territory was interspersed with cities, and quite exposed to the influence of the economic developments in the great culture areas. The antagonism between indebted peasants and urban creditors existed from the beginning of recorded history. This appears already in the old collection of laws known as the Book of the Covenant, EX 21:1-22, 19. While its age cannot be determined with certainty, it is earlier than the King's and it presents in systematic fashion primarily legal subject matter, with appendices of predominantly exhortatory character with regard to the rules of trade. Bedouin right is found as little there as in other of the preserved statutes. Neither rights of wells nor the camel or date palm appear as legal subject matter. The cistern plays a part in the Book of the Covenant, EX 2133, only insofar as cattle 61:62 accidentally may fall into one. However, the law of the Book of the Covenant is not that of semi-nomads or even stock breeders. To be sure, cattle frequently appear as primary objects of movable property, but the concern is primarily with big cattle and only secondarily with sheep. Archaism is certainly evident in that the bunting ox itself is stoned as guilty. Obviously the primary concern of this source is one of peasant property in cattle and of one peasant's protection against the cattle of the other. Damage to field and vineyard by cattle is regulated, 22:5, but a peasant proprietor and not a semi-nomad is the presupposed owner of the cattle. The horse does not appear. Cows and sheep represent the kinds of livestock. The interests of village and town-dwelling peasants are almost the exclusive concern of the law. There are rulings on the breaking and entering of houses, 22:7, on the liability of the landlord to the tenant, 22:8. In form, too, the law is by no means primitive. For the principle of talion, which also held for Babylon and per-se, is in no way a primitive principle, according to the Book of the Covenant, 21:22 ff, * holds only in the case of damage caused by a brawl, but not for bodily injury of other sorts or even generally for all crimes. This is often overlooked. Blood revenge is found, and beside it a well-developed system of wergeld and amends and, in part, also, a genuine criminal law with distinctions between murder and homicide, criminal intent and negligence, with tolerably rational principles of distribution of risks. All this represents an essentially more advanced stage of legal development than the Lex Salica. That, in matters of law, we are concerned with a culture profoundly influenced by Babylon is shown not only in the doubtless parallels in the Code of Hammurabi, but, above all, in the evidence of a developed money economy. Alongside the barter loan, 22:14, and partnership in cattle, 22:10, appeared the money loan, 22:25, and the money deposit, 22:7. The payment of wergeld and fines was in money. The dead pledge, the purchase of slaves, particularly, the sale of one's children, 21:1 f, and doubtlessly also of one's own self into indenture existed. This is meant in Exodus 21:1 f. Otherwise the stipulation could have been circumvented through resale. Also, the feasting rules, 23:14 f, which are appended to the Ordinances 63 proper as part of the religious exhortation, are indeed characteristic of a settled agricultural people. The great festival of the sheep breeders, the Passover, later universally diffused, is not mentioned. Instead, the Feast of Unleavened Bread is to be found, a peasant festival which was later combined with the Passover. Also the other festivals are connected with tillage and harvest. Especially characteristic of the spirit of the legal collection are the ordinances concerning trial procedures and the right of slaves and metics. These sections of the law book and its exhortatory appendices are best compared with enactments by the Hellenic Isomnete and the Roman Decemvir to resolve conflicts between the patriciate and the plebs. Similar enactments were promulgated by Mesopotamian rulers in accordance with priestly-influenced welfare policies. The most far-reaching prescriptions, however, are to be found in the exhortatory parts of the collection. No gift should be taken by the judge, 23:8. Judgment of the poor, Evianim, should not be biased in favor of the distinguished man, 23:6. Nor, and this is placed first, should judgment be corrupted in favor of the pleasure of the multitude, 23:2. The last was clearly possible only if the multitude, Rab, represented a plebs of freemen who held no office. The metic, Ger, should not be oppressed, 22:21, nor be treated unjustly before the court, 22:9. The Sabbath, which economically could not have made sense to pure cattle breeders, is expressly justified as a day of rest for work cattle, slaves, sons of the bondswoman, registered and medics, 2312. It must be assumed that these medics are thought of as field workers, as coloni who stand outside the urban community. There was already discussion of the Sabbath year and its interpolated or distorted meaning in the present text. Most radical, however, is the debt and slave right, which is inseparable from debtor rights. For the slave is primarily conceived of as a debt slave, whether he had sold himself or whether his parents in need had sold him, Roman, given in Mancipium. Indeed, the exhortation to limit pawning, cf. the prohibition against the pawning of clothes, 22:26, does not owe so far in the Israelite collection as in Hammurabi's code, which forbids the pawning of work animals. In contrast, Babylonian law knows nothing of the highly significant prohibition contained in the exhortations against ruining a poor Israelite. 64 through usurious loans and against the charging of interest, Neshek, 22:25. Degree this, then, is the source of the distinction between in-group and out-group morality toward Jewry. The prohibition against the taking of interest from in-group members derives primarily from the old ethic of brotherliness of the neighborhood organization with its duty of interest-less aid in time of need. The very general and unprecise formulation precludes the derivation of the prescription from legal practice. It was a religious commandment and formed the supplementary exhortation to those legal ordinances which, due to their great importance for the tendency of the entire collection, were placed at the head. For example, 21:2f, it was stipulated that a Hebrew servant, hence a debt slave, must be set free after 6 years of service, unless he had taken a wife out of the master's household community and in order to retain her chose voluntarily to remain in permanent bondage, which then had to be witnessed through a religious ceremony involving the piercing of ears before the house idol. Second, a Hebraic bondswoman became free unless the master made her his or his son's wife and, in the first case, if he discriminated against her in favor of later wives in matters of food, clothes, or sexual intercourse. These absolutely precise prescriptions were doubtlessly old practical laws. The first of the above stipulations is found, also, in Hammurabi's code, with an even shorter period of 3 years. This applied, not in the case of self-sale, but in that of the sale of married wives or children, by the house father for his debts. The sale of wives, indeed, was unknown in Israelite law. In contrast to Babylonian law, Israelite law had ordinances for the protection of the person of the slave. Great bodily harm by the master established the claim to be set free, 21:26-27, homicide, 21:20, in case of instant death led to criminal punishment, otherwise, the principle applied that the master has only damaged his own operating capital and the slave was without rights, 21:22. In Hammurabi's code, number 116, we find protective stipulations against the creditor, lest, through deprivation or arbitrary treatment, he allowed the debt servant to die. Also, here the bondsman was always thought of as a son or servant of the debtor. All in all, this collection of laws bears the imprint of Kindi 65. Shins which, though representative of far more restricted and impoverished circumstances of small-town life than those of the old Babylonian code, do not differ in principle. However, important contrasts are to be found. The herdsman of the Babylonian code was a functionary of the king or an employee of a great herd owner, as Jacob in the legends was an employee of Laban. The herdsman of the Book of the Covenant, however, was a peasant. Individual land ownership was, 22:5, presupposed as self-evident. For the rest, there was no treatment of real property. The peasant in Babylonia, generally, was a colonist, bondsman, slave, tenant or, quite often, a sharecropper of a great urban landlord. There were also coloni in Palestine. But the law was not interested in them, they were jerim. The landowner in the Book of the Covenant is no absentee owner as many a Babylonian landlord who employs a steward. Rather, he is a town-dwelling owner-operator, or a middle-sized farmer, who carries on husbandry with servants, maids, and, possibly, with bondsmen or politically disqualified coloni. Moreover, there is lacking the great trader and money-lender of Babylon. The merchants, indeed, are conceived partially as foreigners, partially as metics. The law book does not mention them. All these conditions differed from those of the time of the Song of Deborah principally insofar as the free peasant had now become a plebeian, standing below the developing urban patriciate. Doubtlessly the need of the codification rested on the antagonisms called forth in Israel by these developments. The conditions of the East Jordan and southern tribes, which perhaps at the time of this legal collection were not yet counted as belonging to Israel, remained completely outside consideration. The legal collection could well have originated on Ephraimite soil, for instance, in Shechem. The term Nasi for the prince, whom it was forbidden to disgrace, 22:28, the only political exhortation like the use of Elohim for the Godhead, would agree with what we know of the general conditions of the region a.e. the time of the early kingship. The revision of the Book of the Covenant which has been incorporated into the textbook of Deuteronomy, especially chapters 12 to 26, presupposes considerably changed conditions. The revision goes back to the time when the realm of Judah was 66, in fact almost identical with the polis of Jerusalem with its small satellite towns and villages. We need not discuss, here, the extent to which this collection, composed of at least two different elements, 12 to 19 and 20 to 25, from the beginning, belonged to the allegedly Mosaic Sefer HaTorah, which the priests discovered under Josiah in 621 and which the king, upon their suggestion, imposed as binding registered in these statutes. Reproduction and amendments of enforced law, didactic theology, and moral utopianism have been similarly fused as in most of the transmitted legal collections of Israel. But the relationship to the vital practice of law here is more tangible than in the later purely priestly collections of exilic times. As in earlier times, livestock, cattle and sheep, play a significant role. Neither camels nor horses, the latter came into consideration only as war horses of the king, are mentioned as objects of private business. Wealth consists primarily of surplus of grain, new wine, oil, figs, pomegranates, honey, cattle, Deuteronomy 7:18, 8:8, but also of silver and gold, 8:13. Or mining in the country is mentioned as one of its assets, 8:9. The wells in the mountains of Judah mean, indeed, much, 6:11, but it is mentioned as an important difference from Egypt, also, in relation to God, that the Egyptians must sow and water the land like a vegetable garden, 11:10, whereas on the mountains and meadows of Palestine, God sends rain and gives the harvest. Glie. The mounting significance of land ownership appears in the heavy curse against boundary violations, 22:17, cf 19:14. The weakening of the old patriarchal position of the housefather and of the old cohesiveness and joint liability of the sib in outgroup relationships appear in the prohibition of invasion of the privileged portion of the eldest son, 21:16, on the one hand, and in the elimination of the criminal liability of all members for each other's offenses, on the other, 24:16. In this point the law book is comparatively modern. The practice itself, by the way, has been ascribed in a probably Deuteronomic tradition, even to King Amaziah, 2 Key 14:6. Blood revenge continued to exist, Deuteronomy 19:6. However, trial law, including the adjudging of proofs, was relatively rationalized, especially through the 67 requirement of 2 witnesses, a procedure still influential in canonical criminal law of the Catholic Church. In the Book of the Covenant and the appended exhortations the moral duty of brotherliness is repeatedly dealt with in somewhat general terms. Such general references, which, indeed, make them suspect as interpolations, are developed into far-reaching measures for the social protection of widows, waifs, servants, workers, medics, and sick persons. The curse against judges accepting gifts, 27:25, against those resting judgment against the aforementioned persons in need of protection, 27:19, and the prohibition of their oppression in any form, 24:17, stand beside the curse against the leading astray of the blind, 27:18, and the repetition of the older commandment to return the runaway cow of one's neighbor, 22:1, 3. From the widow none at all, 24:17, from the poor only restricted pawn pledges may be taken, 24:10, 12. The servant may not be flayed, 23:16, and a far-reaching stipulation a worker who has left his master may not be handed over to him, 23:15. The worker, also the medic as a worker, is to be paid on the same day, 24:15. The increasing significance of free day laborers appears in all these stipulations. Even now the Sabbath is considered, 5:14, a day of rest in the peasant's own interest. It is said that there will always be poor people, 15:11, however, there should be no Israelite beggars, 15:4. This principle is basic for the social stipulations which are almost all imprecise, deriving from religious exhortations rather than from the practice of law. The fallow year for the land, as earlier noted, was not known to the collection, a strong proof of its later interpolation in the Book of the Covenant, on which Deuteronomy otherwise stands. But, in the interest of widows, waifs, and medics, gleaning of the field, in the wine and oil garden, was prohibited, 24:19f, and it was permitted to still one's hunger from the fruit of the field and vineyard of another, 23:24, 25. Both are vestiges of ancient neighborhood rights between landlords and serfs, perhaps, also, a reflex of the usual relations between settled peasants and non-settled small stock breeders. The above indicates that seizure and debt right was the genuine area of this social law code also, and to an even greater ex. 68 than in the Book of the Covenant. In place of the fallow year for the land, Deuteronomy recognizes a radical law of debt which was still unknown in the Book of the Covenant. Over and above the repeatedly stipulated 6-year limit on Hebraic debts, 15:12, already recognized in the Book of the Covenant, it stipulates the duty of providing with a viaticum in kind the discharged debt slave, who, after all, has produced surplus value. Above all, it insists upon the cancellation of all debts of a fellow Israelite, in contrast to those of the foreign-born, in the year of remission, Shnath Shemitah, more precisely Shemitah Kesafim. In late Israelite times there is proof of the actual occurrence of the Sabbath year, Shemitah Karka'ath. Yet, despite emphatic legal threats against all evasions and despite the exhortation in the Kon ratio, under Nehemiah, NA 10:31, at an early time, definitely by Hillel, a form was found, the so-called Pros Bull, which permitted the contractual suspension of the stipulations of the year of remission. No certain trace of the enforcement of all debt remission can be found. It was of exhortatory religious origin and remained utopian. Even the non-exhortatory, legally enjoined freeing of debt slaves, known to the Book of the Covenant as well as to Babylonian law, was not honored under Zedekiah, despite the especially formal resolution, Berith, to do so. This resolution had been accepted in a political emergency, and the failure to honor it led Jeremiah to pronounce the gravest threats of doom, J 34:8f. Hence, it remains a question whether and to what extent the prescriptions of debt rights, particularly those of the remission year, originally were carried out. It is not improbable that at the bottom of these formulations lay an occasional practice of the remission of debts which the theological editors then formulated as a principle and brought into relation with the idea of the Sabbath, an idea which in exilic times became increasingly important. For in substance it was a sisachthea, as was known in the Mediterranean cities of antiquity and is represented in the resolution under Zedekiah. With the growing accumulation of pecuniary funds through commerce, the tension between the urban patrician and the usuriously exploited peasant developed into a typical class antagonism and was viewed as such. This is indicated with a special 69 clarity in Deuteronomy, where the ordinance of the remission year is directly followed by the famous promise, Thou shalt lend unto many nations but thou shalt not borrow, with the addition of the like meaning, thou shalt reign over many nations but they shall not reign over thee. 15:6. In the present revision, the existence of a double responsibility makes it highly probable that the general 7-year remission itself and this connected paragraph represent theological interpolations of exilic times. After repetition of the promise, 28:12, the exactly corresponding threat, 28:43-44, is expressed for the case of apostasy from Yahweh. The ger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him, he shall be the head and thou shalt be the tail. These are announcements in agreement with those of the prophets. Because of the manner in which the ger is mentioned, these paragraphs are obviously pre-exilic and, at the same time, they affirm most clearly that they are based on the aforementioned class antagonism. The medieval and modern money and pawn usury of the Jews, the caricature in which this promise was fulfilled, was certainly not intended by the holy promise. No. The purport of the promise was, rather, Israel will dwell in Jerusalem and will become the patriciate of the world, while other nations will be in the political situation of underlings and indebted peasants outside the gates, exactly parallel to the relationship between city and countryside which prevailed in every typical polis throughout early antiquity from Sumerian and Akkadian times. Still in Talmudic times the situation is presupposed, which is, likewise, typical for all antiquity, namely, the indebted peasant who has to cede his inherited property to the creditor, remains as a tenant, hence, as colonist on the land which formerly had been his own. But this must not be the interrelationship of Israelite tribal brothers. Such is the meaning of the social debt right and related religious exhortations. Originally, the merchant was always a metic, and even at the time of the revision of the sources this was often the case. This is indicated by the way in which the ger appears in the Deuteronomic threat of doom. However, urbanization had so deeply penetrated the Israelites themselves that the class situation of the city patriciate 70 appears as its self-evident religious promise. T-degree Israelite merchants dwelling abroad, Damascus, are first mentioned in the contract of Ahab with Ben-Hadad, Ik 20:34. In the Israelite cities themselves they had, naturally, existed earlier. Even today the grain trade in Palestine is the source of great exploitation of the Deuteronomy, indeed, treats of urban conditions, as indicated by other stipulations of the law such as ordinances to secure the roof of a house by a battlement lest somebody fall down, 22:8, asylum cities for homicides, 19:3, the court in the gates, 16:18, the commandment of right measure and weight, 25:14, 15. Usury must not be practiced against a poor brother, 23:20, rather, one should readily lend to him, 15:8. This is a feature of the duty to help in times of need which is characteristic of the typical neighborhood ethic. In case of doubt this poor brother is, however, always a man in a city, 15:7, that is to say, doubtlessly and regularly an Israelite settled as a small-holding peasant in a city district, which now is considered a self-evident political unit. 2. Social law of the Israelite collections. The present legal norms of Deuteronomy may well have originated in the pre-exilic times of the city kingdoms, but they are certainly revised by the theologians in exile. Presumably this also holds for the so-called Holiness Code, only that here the contribution of the exile theologians was substantially greater. The social prescriptions, found in this collection like those in the so-called priestly code originated entirely in exile. This constitutes the bulk of the material of the present-day Third and Fourth, and parts of Book 2 of Moses. These social prescriptions are controversial both with respect to their age and their actual validity. They are a product of the theological zeal for consistency. Reminiscences of the past were employed and they were addressed to a people holy to Yahweh, a people of Yahweh medics on the sacred soil belonging to them, and to which they hope to be led back by Yahweh. Beside the prohibition of usury we meet the stipulation of the Sabbath year which was, presumably, here for the first time brought into its present form and interpolated into the Book of the Covenant. 71. Alongside these norms we note a further modification of the norms of debt liability. One should not treat an Israelite imprisoned for debt, Leviticus 25:39, 46, as a bondsman, but as a free day laborer with respect to whom, 19:18, the stipulation in Deuteronomy concerning wage payments is repeated. Israelites may possess only Gentiles or metics, 25:44, 45, as bondsmen, for all Israelites are God's bondsmen, 25:42. If an Israelite was forced to sell himself to a metic Isib, or he himself should be allowed at any time to ransom himself, 25:48. All Israelite debt prisoners, moreover, should be freed every 7 times 7 years in the so-called Jubilee year. In this freedom year, to be announced by the peal of trumpets, each piece of real estate which it is assumed without saying out of need, cf. Leviticus 25:25, has been sold would freely revert to the seller, 25:18f, in case the closest Sib brother had not already redeemed it, 25:25, which he has the right to do. For no sale of land forever should be admissible, inasmuch as the land is the property of God, and the Israelites on it are but the metics of God. This is further proof of the fact that the absence of a right to land was considered to be characteristic of the metic. Only houses within a walled city may be permanently sold and are redeemable only within 1 year, 25:29. A far-reaching casuistry regulates the annuities to be created toward the Jubilee year. It has been established that the Jubilee year itself was never realized, but was a theological construction of exilic times. The type of motivation of the other prescriptions suggests the same pattern, although possibly there might have been points of departure for this in actual legal practice. In the first place, the account of the release of slaves from debt under Zedekiah, J 34:8f, seen in connection with the prophecy of a year of grace, Shnath Razon, of Yahweh by Trito Isaiah, 61:2, show that the public announcement of a year of manumission, Frilasungsyar, for all debt slaves had not only occurred under Zedekiah. It was a typical event, presumably in war emergencies when all able-bodied men were needed. Similar practices also occurred among the Hellenes. Moreover, the stipulation of the reversion of land possessions to the Sib may be a reminiscence of ancient law. For it is striking that only in this passage of the legal collections is there mention of the sale and 72 purchase of real estate, about which the Book of the Covenant as well as Deuteronomy remain silent. Hence, the question is whether and under what presuppositions a permanent alienation of land was admissible in ancient Israel. In Babylonian law, the Sib's ancient claim of retraction was gradually overcome. As is known from the oracles of Jeremiah, a Sib member had at least a customarily prescribed option in the case of an intended alienation of hereditary land. The entitled person would hesitate to decline his duty of honor to buy up land lest it fall to strangers. Also, in the tradition, Naboth replied to King Ahab's offer to buy, that heaven forbid that he sell his hereditary land. This shows that land sale without Sib permission at the time of this revision of the story was per se considered legally possible. For the rest, the numerous passages of the prophets inveighing against land accumulation by the rich are proof of this. Custom, however, disapproved of the sale of hereditary lands. Apart from the passage already mentioned in Deuteronomy, the priestly code is the single legal source which discusses hereditary land rights. Indirectly, such hereditary land rights played a role in the ancient institution of the so-called Levirate marriage. For the right and duty to marry the childless widow of the brother to raise up seed to him entailed the right and duty of taking over land holdings. In the case of refusal of the closest relative, they fell to the more distant candidate who assumed the marriage duty. Or, according to the view of the tradition, Ruth 4:1f, the very reverse obtained. Whoever in the Sib wished to have the land of the childless deceased had to marry the widow. As the entire tradition shows, at least in the time of the revision of the patriarchal legends, it was considered customary that the house father before his death or when he retired, as is mentioned in the Siracids, settled the division of his possessions among the children with rather far-reaching discretion. In so doing, he gave weight to his dispositions through solemn blessings and curses. It went without saying that here, as in all military formations of antiquity, only sons were heirs of the land. Deuteronomy sought, as mentioned, to protect the rights of the eldest son against the molesting of his preeminent share by the father, who, under the influence of a 78th favorite wife, could easily treat the children unjustly as found in Egyptian accounts. The priestly code enforced further restraints. It stipulated the daughter's capacity to inherit land after the sons, number 27:8, and in addition it provided that such heiresses marry only within the tribe, lest the land be alienated from it. Such maidens, in whose favor, according to the legend, Moses made the stipulation, thereupon married cousins, hence, Sib members. Tribe and Sib were not always sharply distinguished, and it may be assumed that here the Sib and not the tribe was meant. For it appears that at least according to ancient law, as we said, the tribal foreigner in general was considered a ger and for this reason incapable of acquiring land. 18 There were possibly other powers beyond the ancient Sib relations which fashioned the structure of land ownership. These stipulations may represent survivals of such influences. We find in the Hellenic cities the Kulros bound partly through Sib claims, partly through military restrictions on alienation. The ancient Hellenic heiress rights stemmed, if not alone, certainly in part from military interests. The Hellenic term for Kulros corresponded, however, as Ed. Meyer has correctly observed, to the Israelite term for landlot, chalek. The term had the secondary meaning of spoils, share in booty, hence it in no way originated in agrarian communism or the institution of the Sib, but in military practice. Wherever military power rested on self-equipment of free landowners, land ownership was a function of military qualification. Similarly, the desire to preserve the name of the Sib in Israel, which was decisive for the Levirate and related institutions, had in addition to religious probably also military foundations. For the family register of economically qualified military Sibs was the basis of the summons. The Song of Deborah seems to indicate that the Confederation Army estimate, 40,000, was stated in round thousands. This agrees with the later roll of the 1,000 as the normal contingent. Moreover, from the account of the levy against the tribe of Benjamin, it may be inferred that the quotas of this estimated levy in this case, for example, Judd 2010, 1 in 10 were summoned. As the units of thousand doubtlessly were fixed assignments of the various confederation members, the tribe responsible for the provision of 74 such a contingent, besides being interested in its own military strength, by virtue of this Confederate army structure had an interest in preserving the land lots of the warriors. Hence one may assume that the individual tribe possibly had recourse to measures comparable to those of the Hellenic cities. There, as is known, it is not easy to decide which of the residual survival of the Kulros restraints stemmed from ancient Sib rights and which sprang rather from the interests of the army organization. Partly rudimentary, partly theologically disfigured survivals of various institutions are to be found in the sources. They range from the obscure stipulations of the Sabbath year and of the Sisachthia to the Levirate and inheritance law of heiresses, the preferential portion of the eldest, as the Kulros heir, and the residue of subretraction of hereditary holdings. All of these might have had one of their sources in such militarily determined measures. The following phenomena could then be interpreted similarly. For want of a physical heir, according to the Abraham story, General 15:2, 8, the head servant, in this case, even a house slave from Damascus, comes into the inheritance. This conception is in the interest in having an heir for the Kulros, not in who he happens to be. On the other hand, the impoverished, that is to say, he who in an emergency had to surrender his land, ceases to qualify as a full Israelite and should, according to the Holiness Code, Leviticus 25:35, be treated as a ger. All these institutions were intended to prevent a Sib from descending from the stratum of those economically fully qualified for military service to the mass of those unable to raise the costs of military equipment, In Roman terms, the proletarii, the descendants, or even the landless, Jerem. Later, in connection with the Nazariteship, we will consider some other hypotheses which are related to such possibilities. Yet, all this remains uncertain. In any case, this could hardly have held universally. The above-mentioned Confederate Army organization of the Song of Deborah and the historical literature for North Israel did not with absolute necessity suggest such institutions. For the raising of the contingent was presumably an internal affair of the individual tribe, and this could proceed in varying ways. 75. 3. The Birth taken as a whole. The sequence of these legal collections signifies an increasingly theological elaboration of the law. Registered. Before we examine the sources and peculiarities of this process further, we should consider the external forms in which this theocratizing of the Israelite social order was consummated and the driving forces of the process. A peculiarity of the Israelite social order finds expression in the very name of the oldest law book, Sefer HaBirith, Book of the Covenant. What interests us is the important concept of Birith. 7. A Konyu ratio or oath-bound league of opponents of Egyptian rule was already mentioned in the Amarna letters. 18. Also the name Kabiri for the enemies of the Egyptian governors appears in the Amarna tablets, which is sometimes identified with Ibri, Hebrews. In view of certain linguistic difficulties, recently the term has been related occasionally to the Jewish term chaber, i.e., comrade. In post-exilic times this term signifies the ritually correct full Jews as well as Cheber, confederation. On the coins of the Maccabees, registered, it designated the full Jewish community, and in the older tradition too, for example, Judd 2011, it was occasionally utilized to designate the Confederation Army, LOCCIT, in a holy war because of religious crime. Degree. To be sure, the derivation of Kabiri from this word remains improbable. The fact that various oath-bound confederations under divine protection existed throughout Israelite history per se is not peculiar. In antiquity every political alliance, in fact almost every private contract, was normally confirmed by an oath, i.e., the curse of self. Rather, the peculiarity consists in the first place in the extensive employment of the religious spirit as the actual, or construed, basis of the most varied legal and moral relations. Above all, Israel itself as a political community was conceived as an oath-bound confederation. An Israelite, including a member of another tribe, who stood only in the relation of a ger to one spoken to, nevertheless addressed him as brother, hm, even as the Swiss speaker on official occasions must address his Swiss compatriots as Ej. 76 Nasan. And as David, according to the official tradition, through Birith, became the legitimate king, this tradition also makes the elders of the northern tribes negotiate his recognition with David's grandson Rehoboam in the manner of an imperial capitulation. However, it is also true that incorporation of cattle breeding sibs in a Canaanite city, or, in reverse, the affiliation of, for instance, the Gibeonites as a tributary community with Israel was always consummated through a Birith named sworn brotherhood. All Jerem, including the patriarchs, are in their legal situation through Birith. According to tradition, the sworn fraternizations were ritualistically consummated by the establishment of common meals among the participants, compare General 26:30 with Jos 9:14. The collection of laws which Moses announced at the behest of God was, Ex 24:7, named the Book of the Covenant, Sefer HaBirith, degree, and so, too, were called the religious prescriptions which on God's request, he wrote on 2 tablets, Ex 84:28, words of the covenant, Dibra HaBirith. Likewise the Deuteronomic Sefer HaTorah, the Book of Teaching, which as such first appeared in I Kings 22, is called the Book of the Covenant, its contents words of the covenant in the following account of its acceptance as law under Josiah, Ik 23:2. Yet in the book of Joshua a tradition is preserved in which Joshua, after the complete conquest of the land, allegedly made a covenant, Birith, with the people and wrote down its content in the book of the Torah of God. It cannot be established which of the different legal collections is referred to. Against this, Judd 9:4, It is transmitted that in Shechem at Abimelech's time there is a house of a covenant Baal, Baal Berith, the temple treasure of which served at the same time as the city treasure. And the tradition of Deuteronomy, chiefly, Deuteronomy 27:14f. 4 recognizes a solemn ceremony, which was allegedly first held with the conquest of the land. According to later versions it was held by the representatives of 6 tribes on the mountain of Gerizim by 6 others on the mountain of Ebal, between which lies Shechem. The 4 or 5 variations of the account give the following picture. The priests on Mount Gerizim pronounce a solemn blessing on those who observe the Holy Commandments 77, and on Mount Ebal they pronounce a solemn curse against those who violate them. It was mentioned, Deuteronomy 27:2f, that these commandments were written on whitewashed stones, proving that even then cuneiform writing no longer prevailed, otherwise their age is problematical. Tradition at several places refers still to the ceremony, Deuteronomy 2:26f, Jos 8:30f, 23:1f. It could have existed in essentially this or similar form already in early times in spite of the later, Deuteronomic, tradition. For the sanctuaries on the mountains could hardly have been acceptable to this editor, especially since, according to tradition, there were memorial boundary stones, a custom objectionable to the Puritans, and the, likewise dubious, old oracular terebinth trees. Besides, Joseph's bones rested there, tomb cult, and images of deities were buried there according to what is apparently a Babylonian rite. The transmitted curse formula, Deuteronomy 27:15f, the so-called sexual decalogue, enumerates 12 definite sins: idolatry, cursing against the parents, boundary violation, leading astray the blind, tampering with the rights of medics, waifs, and widows, sexual sins, incest and bestiality, murder, secret manslaughter, corruption of judges. Even if the age remains uncertain, in view of their interrelations with the prescriptions of the Book of the Covenant, it is still quite probable that the Confederation Baal was the functional deity who, through regularly repeated curses, protected these enactments which the people had solemnly accepted. Registered according to a much disfigured tradition, his cult is considered to have been introduced in Shechem following a dispute and agreement between Gideon and the East Jordan tribes with Ephraim during the Midianite War, Jud 8:1-33. Hence the Confederation Baal was probably the guarantor of those confederate regulations through which Israel was newly constituted. For the Yahweh Confederacy and its organs in historical times, the inner political history of Israel developed through ever-repeated ritualistic confederate resolutions toward the establishment in Jerusalem under Joash of the pure Yahweh cult. It led, later, under Josiah to the reception of the law of Deuteronomy which, according to tradition, occurred 78 through Berith** registered likewise. It led to the resolution under Zedekiah to obey the law and release debt slaves, J 34:8f, and then again the solemn acceptance of the congregational constitution under Nehemiah. As in the cursing ceremony, numbers of particularly important statutes were seized upon and solemnly signed and sealed by the synectic heads in agreement with the meanwhile usual practice of officializing documents, N10. Decisive for the context under consideration were precisely the ancient, pre-exilic and, in these cases, law-producing Berith of the people of Israel as a whole. In clear contrast to the Berith contracts among individuals or contracts with medics, they were not contracts and fraternizations among partners placed under the protection of God as a witness and avenger of perjury. But for the old conception, advanced primarily by the so-called Yahwist, the pre-exilic Berithot were confederate covenants with God himself. Hence, in avenging the violation of the covenant, he insisted on his own violated treaty rights and not only on the claims of the contract-observing party placed under his protection. This important conception profoundly influenced the development of Israelite religiosity. The God of the prophets based his frightful threats of disaster on the violation of the contractual good faith sworn personally to him as a contractual partner. He in turn is reminded of the pledges which he has given by oath to the forefathers, thus, 1 Micah 7:20. From the very beginning the entire relation even of the legendary forefathers of Israel to God, in the conception later established by the exile priests, was consummated through ever-renewed covenants, through the covenant with Noah, that with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and, finally, the covenant of Sinai. Meanwhile, with the change of the idea of God, the anthropomorphic conception of a bilateral pact had weakened into the concept of a divine ordainment, which was merely guaranteed by a special pledge. Inherently, Jeremiah's hope for the future, too, is for Yahweh to conclude another covenant with his people only under more lenient conditions than given the fathers. Whence stems this peculiarity of the Israelite conception? Some general political conditions and a special event in religious history conjoined in its origin. 79. The covenant concept was important for Israel because the ancient social structure of Israel in part rested essentially upon a contractually regulated, permanent relationship of landed warrior sibs with guest tribes as legally protected medics, itinerant herdsmen and guest artisans, merchants, and priests. An entire maze of such fraternal arrangements, we saw, dominated the social and economic structure. That the covenant with the God, Yahweh himself, became a fundamental conception for Israel's own judgment of its place among nations was bound up with the following circumstances. As observed earlier, all political organizations among Bedouins and stock breeders were quite unstable due to their life conditions. All these tribal organizations tended now to split into sibs again to coalesce. The fate of the tribes Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Machir on the one hand, Judah on the other, offer examples. With this instability contrasts strikingly the extraordinary stability of a definite type of organization to be found precisely among these unsettled strata, namely, the religious order or cult organization of similar pattern. Apparently only such a religious organization provided solid basis for permanent political and military structures. Such an organization was that of the Rechabites. 4 centuries, from Jehu's time to Jeremiah we see their continued existence and religious political activities. In the Nehemiah Chronicle a Rechabite is mentioned. In the Middle Ages still, Benjamin of Tudela claims to have encountered them under a Nasi, leader, in the Babylonian desert. And other travelers thought even to find traces of them in the 19th century near Mecca. Also, the strictly Yahwistic Kenite tribe, to which the Rechabites belonged, seems to have based its cohesion on religion. For state has made it at least very probable that the sign of Cain, that is to say the tribal tattoo of the Kenites 28 was no mere tribal badge, but rather a primary sign of the cult community. The Indian badges of sect would represent the analogous phenomena. The grand example of a religious quasi-order of fundamentally the same kind on the same soil was, of course, Islamism and its warrior orders, which established the numerous and, indeed, lasting Islamic states. Now, the point at issue is not that the life conditions of the 60 Bedouins and semi-nomads had produced an order whose establishment could be considered as something like the ideological exponent of its economic conditions. This form of historical materialistic construction is here, as elsewhere, inadequate. The point is, rather, that once such an order was established the life conditions of these strata gave it by far the greater opportunity to survive in the selective struggle for existence against the other, less stable political organizations. The question, however, why such an order emerged at all, was determined by quite concrete religious historical and often highly personal circumstances and vicissitudes. Once the religious fraternization had proven its efficiency as a political and economic instrument of power and was recognized as such, it contributed, of course, tremendously to the diffusion of the pattern. Mohammed's as well as Jonadab ben Rechab's religious promises are not to be explained as products of population phenomena or economic conditions, though their content was co-determined thereby. They were, rather, the expression of personal experiences and intentions. However, the intellectual and social means which they utilized and further the great success of creations of this very type are indeed to be understood in terms of such life conditions. The same goes for ancient Israel. As the Rechabites owed their importance to their cohesive organization as an order, so, perhaps, Judah owed its cohesive organization as a tribe, representing a powerful political structure of fraternization, to a special Yahweh covenant. The tribe appears only late in Israelite history. It is not known in the Song of Deborah. The sources, occasionally, designate it in the manner typical of cattle breeders as a sib. At the time of Moses' blessing it was politically hard-pressed, at the time of Saul it was a tributary tribe of the Philistines. Jacob's blessing, however, knew it in a position of hegemony in Israel, at the same time as a wine peasant, whereas Abraham in the patriarchal legend derived from cattle breeding circles, offered no wine to his heavenly guests, although he lived in Judaic Hebron famed for its wine. Hence the tribe had, though it hardly was established only by David, as Guth assumes, nevertheless expanded its territory under him and settled down, obviously mix 81 ing with Canaanites. The sibs which the official enumerations and genealogies later counted as belonging to the tribe of Judah were, in part, probably Canaanite, in part, obviously, Bedouin in origin, thus the Kenites, the temporary allies of Amalek. The tribe of Simeon was partially received in Judah, in part it settled among the Edomites. The earliest mention of a Levite designated him as a member of Judah. Apparently also the tribe of Levi in the main was absorbed by Judah. The independent position of the tribe maintained still under Saul, continued to exist in different form also under the Davidites. Under Solomon its territory, at least the greater part, did not belong to the provinces of the kingdom, but belonged to the royal house. In any case the tribe acquired its definitive size only through David's warlordism and presumably in connection with the acceptance of the pure Yahweh cult. One of the peculiarities of the Yahweh cult, as especially Luther assumed, was that the priests held an important position in the judicial process through trial oracles. This suggests the assumption of a specifically religious fraternization as the basis of its firm tribal cohesion. The tribe would then have been composed of fragmentary elements of diverse ethnic descent through common worship and priests. This assumption would seem highly probable if the name Jehudah could be considered a derivative from Yahweh. The Israelite Confederacy itself, according to unambiguous tradition, represented a war confederation under and with Yahweh as the war god of the Union, guaranteeing its social order and creator of the material prosperity of the Confederates, especially of the requisite rain. This is brought to expression by the name Israel, which was meant to designate directly the people of the fighting God, or originally to be pronounced Jisrael, and hence to signify the God in whom one trusts. This last is improbable. In any case, Israel was no tribal name but the name of an association, at that, of a cult league *degree. The name Israel has been made the designation of an eponym only by the theological revision of the legend of the hero Jacob, hence the shadowy character of this personification. We must examine the structure of the league somewhat more closely. 82 The scope of the league varied. Israel must have existed in Palestine even in the time of King Merneptah, the alleged pharaoh of the Exodus, for it was mentioned in a well-known inscription *. Of the time that the attacks of the royal army had decimated Israel's manpower and possessions. The manner in which it is mentioned shows that Israel, in contrast to the small and large city-states, was considered to be a non-urban association. As we saw in the Deborah War, the peasants on foot and their princes taking to the field on white asses, formed the core of the army fighting against the chariot-drawn knights of the city kings. The Song of Deborah recognized as Confederate members the co-belligerent mountain tribes of Ephraim and its two derivative groups, Machir and Benjamin. Furthermore, Zebulun, Naphtali, Issachar, and the tribes of Aser and Dan settled near the sea were included. Moreover, it recognized the stock-breeding tribes of Reuben and Gilead from east of the Jordan, which failed, however, to come to the aid of the Confederacy. The song mentioned the city of Mira separately as violating the covenant. The two collections of blessings recognized the usual 12-fold number of tribes. Machir was replaced by Manasseh, Gilead by Gad, Judah and Simeon were added, and according as to whether Levi was included or, as in Moses' blessing, was counted separately as a priestly tribe, Ephraim and Manasseh were counted as two tribes or jointly as the house of Joseph. In the time of the Song of Deborah, doubtlessly, neither Judah nor Simeon nor Levi were considered member tribes. At that time and later Ephraim or Joseph were undoubtedly held to be the core tribes of the Confederation. This is proven by its precedence in the song, its descent from the favorite wife of Jacob, and its characterization as her favorite son, grandson respectively. The tribe recalled in the Deborah song its battles with the Bedouins, and also in Jacob's blessing there is reference to these arrow men as his opponents. In Moses' blessing express mention is made precisely of this tribe, and certainly on the basis of the old tradition of a relation to the Mosaic thorn bush epiphany. Hence, Ephraim was doubtlessly important in the events which led to the reception of Yahweh as the war god of Israel. The first army leader of the Confed 83. Eresi, to bear a Yahwistic name in the tradition, Joshua, was an Ephraimite and was buried in Ephraimite territory. It was Yahweh who from Seir in Edom drew near in the storm and destroyed the Canaanites, and was praised in the Song of Deborah as war god of the Confederacy standing under Ephraim's hegemony. Among the Yahweh shrines belonging to Ephraim's territory was, above all, Shechem with the Confederation stone. Yet it appears that the cult place proper lay outside the city, which the tradition long held to be Canaanite. Until the foundation of the North Israelite capital of Shomron, Samaria, Ephraim in the main has obviously remained an organization of mountain-dwelling free large peasants. Israel's power once rested so much on their war power that the tribal name later came into general use for the whole of the northern kingdom. However, there appear to have been reminiscences of Reuben, Simeon, and Levi as the core of the Confederation. They received precedence in the collection of blessings and stemmed from the elder sister Leah. Judah, on the other hand, appeared only in relatively late blessings and won its place first after David. Abner, the warlord of Saul, held the Judaeans still as dogs' heads. As far as can be determined, this unstable Israelite confederation till the time of kings had no permanent political organs at all. The tribes engaged in occasional feuds with one another. The religious international law, which, for example, prohibited the cutting down of fruit trees, applied if at all, extending back to ancient times, presumably to such feuds as occurred within the organization. The league members in the Song of Deborah partly withheld their support. Occasionally this led to their being cursed and to holy war against the oath-breaking member. There existed no common citizenship. Such was present, apparently, only in the tribe. To be sure, grave violation of Medic rights, which every Israelite enjoyed in every other tribe, under certain circumstances was revenged by the Confederacy. But there existed, obviously, no unitary court or unified administrative organ of any sort in times of peace. Confederate unity found expression in that a Yahweh-certified war hero or war prophet regularly claimed authority also beyond the boundaries of his tribe. People came to him from afar to have him settle their 84. Legal disputes or to seek instruction in ritual or moral duties. Such is told of Deborah, Jud 4:5, and the present-day version of the tradition transformed all charismatic war heroes of ancient Confederate times into Shoftim, i.e., into judges of Israel who allegedly followed one another in an uninterrupted series and had legal authority throughout Israel. Their last representative, Samuel, during his office allegedly yearly visited Bethel, Gilgal and Mizpeh, Sam 7:15, 16, in order to speak justice. Then, after the election of the king and his own discharge, he is said to have solemnly retired from office like a Roman or Hellenic polis official, leaving public account and the summons to raise possible complaints against him, Sam 12. The Samuel tradition is without question an anti-royalist construction of Deuteronomy which presents the behavior of a Yahweh-pleasing prince as a paradigm in contrast to the kings of the present. What fundamentally was the place of the Shoftim P. Stade maintains that the later tradition simply elevated the ancient war heroes CF Yahweh to the status of peaceful judges, while Klosterman, in a spirited manner, compared the judges of Israel to the law speakers, legs Gemadr, of the Nordic, particularly Icelandic practice, the bearers of the oral legal tradition and the forerunners of the fixation of law in writing. In this way he sought particularly to explain the origin and literary peculiarities of the pre-exilic law books, which allegedly originated in the public instructions in the law by law speakers. The hypothesis which Foucault especially criticized in detail, according to numerous socio-legal analogies, has some validity. Law has always developed first through legal oracles, precedents, responses of charismatically qualified bearers of legal wisdom. But such charismatic law speakers have not always had the specific place of the Nordic law speakers, whose office it was closely bound up with the organization of the Germanic judicial community. The judges so-called in the present revision of the tradition, had clearly quite different imprint. They were, in general, far from actual bearers of legal wisdom. Tradition placed the normal legal counsel in the hands of the Zakenim, elders. The ordeal, on the other hand, and the regular trial oracle were the business of the priests. And, as will be noted later, the oracle in early times was obtained purely by mechanical means, lot. For the rest, the tradition mentions very different types of dignitaries who enjoyed traditional authority within the single tribe. Hence, there could be room for a charismatic juridical procedure only alongside all these sources of legal finding. The figures of the Shoftim whom the present-day version of the so-called Book of Judges presents vary greatly in nature. If one disregards those merely reported existing, Jair, Ebzan, Elon, Abdon, we note that Samson was held to be a purely individual hero fighting out his feuds. Ehud, too, was an individual hero, only with the difference that he killed the oppressor of Israel. Othniel, Samgar, Barak, Gideon, Jephthah, and probably also Tola were considered to be successful army leaders of Israel, in truth, apparently, of their own and neighboring tribes. Only a part of them were judges in Israel in time of peace. And this fact is only quite generally noted. The whole emphasis lies rather on their accomplishment as redeemers, that is to say, saviors in grave war emergencies. Beside this, in a police action of the Confederacy represented as a holy war, Judd 2028, a priest from Elide lineage, Phinehas, appeared as oracle giver of the army. Eli is a pure priest. His sons were presented as priests, but at the same time as chosen leaders of the summons against the Philistines. This last named tradition concerning the Elides is highly dubious and late. The tradition concerning Samuel, however, is completely useless. He is at one time treated as a Nabim, at another as a seer, at still others as a preacher, Sam 4:1, also as a Nazirite, as priest, and, finally, as a military leader. The time in which these representations were revised clearly no longer had any certain knowledge of the actual conditions of the times of the Confederacy. The most reliable source, the Song of Deborah, shows the prophetess beside the leading Naphthalite war hero, Barak, who as army leader had quite a few allied dignitaries of other tribes at his side. The tradition expressly knows and reports of Deborah and Samuel only that they spoke law regularly, that is to say, gave trial oracles upon request. The same is reported in the present-day revision of the Hexateuch of Moses. The establishment of 86 objective, permanently valid, legal norms and their fixation in writing is reported only of Moses and of Joshua, besides Samuel, in a certain legendary case of the determination of the king's prerogative after Saul's decision. In any case there was no room with the Shoftim for a continuously functioning law speaking according to the analogy of the Germanic Nordics. Political oracles, not trial oracles, were given by prophets like Deborah. And politico-military decisions, not legal decisions or wisdom, were the specific function of charismatic Shoftim. With all this it is quite probable that both proven prophets as well as war heroes, were, in times of peace, requested to settle conflicts and that the secular war heroes, as usual, took these matters in hand as their prerogatives once they had succeeded in stabilizing the rule to the extent, for instance, of Abimelech. But even the first kings were not yet considered primarily to be bearers or even creators of law, but war leaders. With David, the tradition, too. Psalm 14:2 ff, supposes that the king, in a given case, intervenes in a blood feud. Solomon, however, was the first apparently, systematically to take the administration of justice into his hands, IK 316f. There is the account of the construction of a hall of justice under Solomon, IK 7:7. Presumably because of this innovation he was held by posterity as a source of judicial wisdom. But at first there is no mention of an official concern for the unity of law even with the kings. Still under Ahab the court could bend justice by influencing the judges. However, the king does not appear as a judge. For the first time in Jeremiah 21:12, the king appears sitting in court in the morning. However, the court taking up the case of the prophet himself, J 26, consisted of officials, sarim, and elders, zakenim, with the men, as judicial assistants, kahal ha'am. The tradition simply could not be what it is if the creation of law had been a primary attribute of the shoftim and their successors in power, the kings, or if it had been the source of legal collections now before us. The various ambiguous statements of the tradition mentioned are evidently a later insertion of a time which, as we shall see, juxtaposed the good old law and the ideal pacifistic prince to the degenerate present. Also, the legal collections themselves would certainly have been div 87. Different if they had derived from an originally unified and regular official judiciary of Israel. For in that case they would certainly have had a lasting practical validity. Precisely the opposite is the case, at least for the rights of debt slaves, as we saw. Hence, the most important part of the entire social right will not fit such a construction. As elsewhere, law could develop in Israel from the legal practice of ancient places of court. A legal sequence, once passed, was valid as a precedent from which there was unwillingness to deviate. Chuk * degree appears to have been the old typical expression for the binding custom and legal usage established through precedents, Jud 11:39. The leader, in the Song of Deborah, also the war leader, who, according to this established custom, delivered legal wisdom, was called chokek in ancient Israel. In the later sources, occasionally, as synonyms Torah, Gita, and Mishpat were used. Among these Torah was, in precise speech, the oracy and teaching through soul-healing Levites. Gita was a stipulation recognized by a resolution of the army assembly. Finally, Mishpat was as much a judgment as a legal norm, hence, the most distinctly juridical of these expressions. With respect to norms, it appears to be preferably used for rationally formulated law in contrast to chuk. The norms of the Book of the Covenant based on Babylonian influence were mishpat, not chuk *. However, both legal sources agreed in employing or determining only already valid or presumably valid or fictitiously assumed law. For the deliberate creation of new law in Israel, first the verbal oracle, in the name of Yahweh or Debar Elohim, came into consideration. The theologians of later times also clothed their social ethical injunctions in the categorical form of such a commandment, thou shalt. The second form of deliberate creation of new law was peculiar to Israel. It was the solemn birth, always following an oracle. Naturally this was utilized only in cases of special importance, including single measures such as the freeing of slaves under Zedekiah as well as the recognition of permanent norms. According to the tradition, the birth was so put to use for the acceptance of the Deuteronomic law book. The content of the present versions is disfigured through highly contradictory interpolations, and what is 88 presumably its true core is in no way the product of a public law speaking or, in general, of men knowing the law. But, as the tradition indicates, it is the product of a specific theological school. We may disregard its character for the time being. It cannot be ascertained how many mishpatim here, chapter 12 to 26, which were taken from the legal tradition, originally belonged to the published compendium. In any case, they grew on the soil of city-states. They were permeated by theological constructions and represent an intense theological development of the legal norms contained in the Book of the Covenant. Also, the mishpatim of the Book of the Covenant could only have represented the smallest part of the common law of ancient Israel. They were completely unsuited for cattle breeding communities and were also in no way specifically peasant law. What remains after subtracting the, presumably interpolated, Theological constructions represents a compromise of interests presupposing the development of the typical ancient class antagonisms. As Bentz and Holzinger have correctly presented it, the formal structure consists of a fairly systematically ordered code of mishpatim, EX 21:1-22:16, to which single debarim are unsystematically appended. These are partially legal, partially moral, and partially cultic in nature. Substantively speaking, the mishpatim without doubt show Babylonian influence reaching into the distant past. The formal juristic technique and precision for the purely profane mishpatim is quite considerable, for the debarim in part extremely deficient. Hence the revision of the juristic parts must have been in the hands of experienced practitioners of law. As the king and his officials are out of consideration, they may have to be sought only in the Sekenim, participating in law-finding and constituting an important place of justice in northern Israel where many came to seek legal counsel. This was somewhat comparable to Shechem. The content of these legal norms proper, in contrast to the appended and inserted moral exhortations, certainly does not stem from priestly law-finding. It is indeed questionable to what extent the claims of the priests in Deuteronomy to participate in law-finding and to decide disputed cases agreed with valid law in pre-exilic times. In the time of kings, in general, one has 89 rather to assume a declining significance of the old tribal oracle, as is to be observed also for Babylonia. Registered the claims in Deuteronomy suggest the valid law in Egypt in the time of the Ammon priests. The obvious part played by reflection on the God-pleasing and reasonable nature of the law to be instituted as valid and the addition of the debarim, confirm the inference that Deuteronomy represents a law book, hence, a private, not a formally authoritative work. It came into being under the influence of theologically interested circles. It was enlarged and supplemented and became a popular work in the manner of the Sach Senspigel or the collection of Manu. Aesee. Chapter 4. Warfare and War Prophecy. 1. Holy War, Circumcision, Nazarites. During the Old Confederacy in Israel there was no authoritative place of justice. There was only the intermittent, varying sway of the charismatic war heroes, the prestige of proven oracle givers and of old shrines of the war god of the Confederacy, particularly, Shiloh. There were, finally, perhaps, also some periodic amphictyonic ritualistic acts such as are possibly represented by the Shechemite prayer and curse ceremony and the repeatedly mentioned annual Yahweh festivals in Shiloh, Jud 21:19 and Isam 1:3. The Confederacy became formally active only in times of a Confederate war. Then the Gita, as the Army Assembly of all Israel was preferably named, meted out justice to the offenders of the law of war or the ritualistic and social commandments of Yahweh. As the expression Gita for order indicates, the Army Assembly could also promulgate general decrees. In both cases the army itself participated, as is usual in such cases, through acclamation of the motions of the war leaders which the Duke chose from among the elders of the contingents and who, perhaps, occasionally bore the title Elders of Israel. These, for their part, will previously have obtained an oracle. The division of spoils, especially the share of non-combatants, was allegedly, according to number 31:27, regulated by firm principles. In the story of David's division of the spoil, Isam 30:26, however, these principles of division appear as his innovation. The casus foederis of a Confederate war, its Army 9001 leader, and the object of the war were always charismatically and prophetically determined through inspirations and oracles sent by Yahweh as the warlord. Yahweh himself was held to be the true leader in a war of the Confederacy. The violators of the covenant had denied aid to him personally and not simply to the sworn Confederates. Therefore, like Jabesh, they are eradicated. A Confederate war was, thus, a holy war? Or it could become one, and certainly in emergencies always was declared to be one. The Gita, the army assembled, was called, in the Song of Deborah, Jud 5:11, and in the Holy War against Benjamin, Jud 20, quite simply the men of God, Am Yahweh respectively Am Ha Elohim. This had, in the first place, ritualistic consequences. According to the tradition of Samuel, in the time of the Philistines, the portable field shrine, the Ark of the Covenant, was brought into the army camp and, according to a priestly tradition, God was ritualistically requested to arise from it as his container or as the seat of his throne and to lead the army. Likewise, after the battle he was requested to resume his seat. Also the ephod, later a priestly garment, appears occasionally in the camp, Isam 14:3, 23:6, 9, 30:7. Through curses against the enemies, oracles and vows before battle, magical blessings during battle, one sought to secure Yahweh's intervention. At least in times of great war emergencies, the requisite means included also human sacrifice, as was offered for the last time by King Manasseh. Quite apart from these special vows to be found everywhere, the army, during holy war, had to practice the prescribed asceticism, particularly fasting and sexual abstinence. David and his following, the tradition assumes, were permitted to eat holy bread, if, as warriors, they had abstained from sexual intercourse. When the results of his adultery with Bathsheba were apparent, David recalled her husband Uriah in vain from the field, to make him have intercourse with his wife and thereby cover the track. Uriah, in accordance with military discipline, refrained from intercourse. An individual's breach of asceticism, especially of fasting, threatened all with the wrath of Yahweh, necessitating death for the transgressor. Only by the sacrifice of 92 a replacement did the army save Jonathan, the son of Saul, from this fate. One tradition also linked universal circumcision to the preparation for the invasion of Canaan under Joshua. The Israelites practiced circumcision in common with the surrounding nations, excepting the overseas immigrant Philistines. Above all, the custom was practiced by the Egyptians, from whom, according to Herodotus, the Syrians and Phoenicians had borrowed it. Circumcision is, perhaps, the one Israelite rite diffused from Egypt. As known, its origin is controversial. Perhaps, originally, it was not universally valid for the Egyptians, but only for the gentile strata? In that case it would be related either to the initiation rites of warriors or the consecration of priestly novices. The consummation of the rite in childhood is certainly a product only of later times. Abraham circumcised Ishmael in his 13th year. The etiological saga of Moses and Zipporah in the Exodus indicates, on the other side, that circumcision was likewise believed to ward off demonic influence in sexual intercourse. It remains quite controversial whether the relationship of circumcision to the promise of numerous descendants, repeatedly to be found in rabbinical tradition, is old. In the peaceable post-exilic time its indispensability for proselytes, at least, was obviously not absolutely fixed. In older pre-exilic times, the army-exempt Jerem, that is the entire unsettled population of the land, was not subject to circumcision. This could well be a primary indication of the origin of circumcision in warrior asceticism, which hypothesis remains most probable. On the other hand, each member of the household, also the slaves, according to prescription, to be sure of uncertain age * were to be circumcised. This was held, ex 1248, prerequisite to participation in the domestic Passover meal. The traces of origin, thus, remain somewhat dubious. Nothing certain can be gained from the fact that the uncircumcised, Arel, later enter a special Hades, Ezek 31:18, 32:19f. 5. In any case, the uncircumcised stranger was especially considered to be a ritualistic barbarian, and the foreskin of the enemy, as in Egypt, in the manner of the Indian scalp, was considered a trophy. By far most probable, everything considered, 93 is, that the rite originally was somehow related to warrior asceticism and the initiation rites of bachelor warriors. Whether there were any additional relations with some sort of phallic orgiasticism, customary in the country of its origin, may well remain forever obscure. Registered in any case hygienic, rationalistic interpretations, such as still appear, are improbable here. Alongside measures to sanctify the army, there appeared, in holy war, the ritualistic taboo of the booty, its consecration to the war god of the Confederacy, the Turim, which continued to exist at the time of the post-exilic transformation into a pacified confessional community as excommunication of errant fellow believers. In Israel, too, residues of private tabooing seem to be found. The tabooing and sacrifice of the whole or a part of the living and dead booty to God was, however, universally diffused. It was especially recognized in Egypt, where the king, by virtue of ritualistic duty, slaughtered the captives. The enemy was held as godless. No trace of chivalry is to be found in either of the two cases. The Turim in war could go to varying lengths, and the rules of the division of booty indicate that the tabooing of the total booty, of men, women, children, cattle, houses, furniture was not the rule. Partly, only the adult men, all who pissed against the wall, or only the princes and notables were sacrificially slaughtered. Apart from holy war, as in Islam, the ancient Israelite law of war distinguished among enemies between those who voluntarily surrendered and those who continued to fight. The lives of the former were spared, Deuteronomy 20:11. This was a practice both within and outside Canaanite territory. Only the prophetically influenced theory of the specific holiness of the God-promised land, as it first appeared in Elijah's time, demanded the absolute expurgation of idol worshippers from the territory, Deuteronomy 7:2, 3. And only the theory of war prophecy, and later that of the exile and the development of Jewry into a confession inclined to the fanatical principle that one should absolutely liquidate the enemy of the country. Apart from the fact that not all wars, but only those of the Confederacy, and, perhaps, not always these, were held to be holy, the relative lateness of the ultimate consequences of the Turim is indicated in Saul's opposition to the demands which 94 tradition places in the mouth of Samuel. The requirements of the Turim were carried out with inconsiderate sharpness also in the fashioning of the tradition. This essentially theoretically bloody war code produced that peculiar connection of an almost voluptuously cruel fantasy with the commandment of mildness toward the weak and toward medics which gave its imprint to many parts of the scriptures. In connection with the general warrior asceticism, Israelite warfare knew the phenomena of warrior ecstasy in its two forms known elsewhere. Warrior ecstasy occurs either as collective ecstasy of the community or as individual ecstasy of the charismatic hero. The community ecstasy is produced by the war dance and the meat or alcohol orgy of the warriors. Some traces are found in the tradition. Most distinct is what seemed weird to the Philistines, the war orgy of the Israelites, Teruah, Isam 4:5, upon the arrival of the Ark of Yahweh in the war camp. Presumably it was a war dance around the Ark. Then there was the occasionally mentioned, Isam 14:32, eating of raw flesh and drinking of blood, hence, against normal ritual, after the victorious battle. The individual ecstasy of the charismatic hero is very widely diffused among the heroes of the type of Titius or Cuchulain or the runner amok, and is to be found in typical form above all among the Nordic berserks. Their ecstasy makes them plunge themselves into the midst of the enemy in a frenzy of bloodlust and makes them half unconsciously slaughter whatever is around them. 8 A typical berserk of this type is Samson of the legend. Whether or not he originated in a sun myth, as the name, Shamash, suggests. When the spirit of Yahweh seized him, he destroyed lions, set fire to the fields, tore down houses, and with any implement at hand slew any number of men and practiced other acts of wild battle fury. He certainly stands as representative of a type in the tradition. Midway between such individual heroes appearing as ecstatic berserk and the acute collective ecstasy of the war dance stands the ascetic training of a body of professional warriors for war ecstasy. Such is, in vestige indeed, to be found in the Nazarites, the separated ones. Registered originally they were ascetically 95. Trained warrior ecstatics who in the single certain tradition left their hair unshorn and abstained from alcohol and originally, also, from sexual intercourse. Degree Samson was also so considered, and in the original legend he may well have perished because he allowed himself to be seduced, breaking the sexual taboo. The Nazarites, as core of the army, are to be found in the doubtlessly ancient blessing of Moses of Joseph, Deuteronomy 33:16, and the long-growing hair of the men, who consecrated themselves for battle, Nadab, appears at the beginning of the Song of Deborah. In the later pacifistic development, the Nazariteship is transformed into an asceticism of mortification by virtue of a vow to lead a ritualistically exemplary life, above all, to abstain from uncleanness. This the Nazariteship certainly was originally not, for Samson of the saga touches the carcass of the lion, but was held to be a Nazarite. The transmitted Nazarite ritual, number 6, already had this character. Originally, alongside magical preparation for ecstasy, the prescriptions aimed at preserving full physical power. The old demand of Yahweh for the sacrifice of all human firstborn in the old law books was replaced by a redemption fund. According to Count Baudissin's hypothesis, it originally signified the obligation of the Confederates to consecrate him the eldest as a Nazarite, that is, as a professional warrior. With this one might combine, furthermore, the prescription of the double hereditary portion for the eldest, to make him economically qualified. All this remains a subjective guess which cannot be validated. More than anything else, the close connection between Nazarites and firstborn in Moses' blessing of Joseph, Deuteronomy 33:16, 17, might speak for it. In any case, mention of the Nazarite in both blessing formulae concerning Joseph makes it probable that this tribe at the time of the blessings contained a corps of Yahwistic crusaders, a kind of Yahwistic war order, hence, if one will permit the expression, the depository of war power. It is impossible to know more exact details. 96. To the Nebi'im. We can recognize but dimly the relation of the ancient Nazariteship to the Nebi'im, another phenomenon of the time of the old peasant army. Both had close connections. In the tradition, Samuel was consecrated by his parents to Yahweh service in a manner which suggests the Nazariteship, and a dubious tradition considers him to be a war hero against the Philistines. On the other hand, however, he was held also as a Nabi and head of a Nebi'im school. The Nazarite, the ecstatic warrior, however one may evaluate this tradition, stood near the Nabi, the magical ecstatic. That the Nazarite and Nabi shade off into one another is in perfect agreement with what is known of other organizations of crusaders. The Nebi'im are in no way phenomena peculiar to Israel or the Middle East alone. Neither in Egypt, before the time of the Ptolemies, nor in Mesopotamia is there documentary evidence for the existence of similar forms of ecstasy. It is found only in Phoenicia. This is certainly merely due to the discrediting of the orgiastic cults and to the bureaucratic rules and regulations and prebendal patterning of mantic art in the early times of the great kingdoms, even as in China. In Egypt only the incumbents of special forms of temple prebends are called prophets. In Israel, however, as in Phoenicia and Hellas, and as in India, prophetic ecstasy in the absence of bureaucratization remained a vital force. In Israel especially, in the time of the War of Liberation, as mass ecstasy it was bound up with the national movement. Obviously, the Israelite Nebi'im did not essentially differ from the trained professional ecstatics found elsewhere. They were recruited according to personal charisma largely from among plebeians, as their pejorative treatment by the later tradition indicates. They apparently tattooed themselves on the forehead, Ike 2041, like the Indian mendicants, and wore a costume including, above all, a special kind of coat. It seems that the leaders of the school, the fathers, designated their disciples or successors by throwing their magically efficacious coats over them. They pursued their common exercises in special habitats, apparently at times on the mountains, as, for example, Carmel. 97. But Nebi'im were also mentioned in such Israelite places as Gibeah, Ramah, Gilgal, Bethel, and Jericho. Permanent asceticism or bachelorhood is not reported of them. 2. Key 4:1. Music and dance here, as elsewhere, were means of evoking ecstasy. 2. Key 3:15. The Nebi'im of the Phoenician Baal, which under the Omrid dynasty found entrance in northern Israel, used a halting dance around the altar with orgiastic self-punishment as rain-making magic. The practices of the Yahweh Nebi'im included besides self-punishment, Ik 20:35f, and the wounding of one another also the production of cataleptic states and nonsense speech without our knowing more precise details. The purpose was to acquire magical force. The miracles which, 2. Key 4:1f, 4:8f, 4:18f, 4:38f, 4:42f, 6:1f, 8:1f, were told of Elisha, the last master of the guild, are quite typical of professional sorcery as found in legends of Indian and other magicians. Those magic tales, including those transmitted of Elijah, permit us to recognize that the Nebi'im, like all such ecstatic sorcerers, partially were sought after as medicinemen, partially as rainmakers. Partially, however, they acted, like the Indian Naga and the most comparable dervishes, as field chaplains and probably also directly as crusaders. As war prophets, the Yahweh Nebi'im appeared in northern Israel with the beginning of the national wars, actually religious wars, above all, in the wars of liberation against the uncircumcised Philistines. Ecstatic prophecy obviously made its appearance then, though probably not for the first time, but it appeared in all genuine wars of liberation, of which the first was the Deborah War. This prophecy at first had nothing to do with any sort of prediction. Indeed, the oracle in the time of Gideon was purely by lot, but its business was, as with Deborah, the mother of Israel, the incitement to crusade, promise of victory, and ecstatic victory magic. There is no certain proof of the direct connection between this ecstatic war prophecy of individuals and the later schools for Nabi ecstasy. The Song of Deborah and the Book of Judges did not know the latter. However, there certainly was a relation between them. For the war ecstasy was in no way confined to individual ecstasy of charismatic berserks and war prophets of early times and the 98 mass ecstasy of the dervish bands of the later times of the peasant army. Intermediary links are to be found everywhere. Not only did a considerable part, if not all, of the charismatic war leaders of the so-called time of Judges have the character of warrior ecstatics, but this is especially transmitted of the first king of Israel in connection with relations to the Nebi'im. According to one tradition which no longer understood earlier conditions, Saul, after receiving his anointment and with it the Spirit of Yahweh, directly before his public appearance as king, found himself allegedly by accident, in the company of Nebi'im. He was seized by Nabi ecstasy, Sam 10. But also later, when still engaged in his struggle against David, Sam 19:24, upon another, allegedly accidental, visit to Samuel's Nabi schools, he was seized by ecstasy and went around naked, spoke madly, and for an entire day was in a faint. At the news of Jabesh's negotiations to capitulate, he was seized by holy fury sent by Yahweh. He cut up the oxen, and with a religious curse against the Tardi he summoned all Israel to the war of liberation. His explosive fury against David is valued by the Davidian tradition as resulting from an evil but likewise Yahweh-derived spirit. He was obviously a warrior ecstatic like Mohammed. However, even as Saul, David also frequented Samuel's Nabi dwellings. He danced before the Ark of the Covenant as it returned in triumph. From such information the precise relationship can no longer be determined in detail, but it certainly existed. Like the ecstasies of Saul, so later tradition excused also this ecstatic act of David with some consideration. To the later tradition these acts appeared to be unkingly. Michal, David's wife, stated expressly that a king should not behave like a plebeian. And the proverb has it, is Saul also among the Nebi'im? Who is their father, quite correspondingly expressing disdain for such undignified plebs. On the one hand, the changed position of the cultured strata of later kingly times in which they were opposed to the ancient ecstatics is influential in this. On the other, the place of these dervishes meanwhile had changed because of transformations in the structure of the kingship since David established his capital in the city. The transformation was definitive with Solomon. Before his establishment as a city king, David was a charismatic 99 prince in the old sense, who was by success alone legitimized as anointed by God. When, therefore, the Amalekites robbed the herds and wives of his following. The danger was that his following might hold him responsible and make short shrift of him. That changed with the definitive establishment of the hereditary charisma of the city-dwelling monarchy and the transformation of the military organization which followed thereupon. Solomon imported horses and chariots from Egypt and created, therewith, the army of knights. The royal household provided at least for the bodyguards and for part, if not for all, of the charioteers, I.K. 10:26, who, under Solomon, appear quartered in special cities for chariots. Since that time, presumably in the revision of the tradition, the army, for instance the chariot army of the pharaoh, was called simply his wealth, Kale, its royal overseer the Sarkalim. To this were added liturgically obligated royal artisans and forced labor of the subjects for the palace, fortifications, and temple construction and, also, for the tillage of the expanding royal demesne. Furthermore, there were royal officials with prebends and land grants as officers and at least in the residence also as judges, a royal drill master for the army contingents, a crown treasure as a means of power and to reward the stalwart followers, and, to feed the treasure, the king's personal trade on the Red Sea. There were tributes from subject foreign territories, but also regular taxes in kind from the subjects. The territory was divided into 12 districts taking monthly turns in provisioning the royal table. Finally there were also corvées in the Egyptian manner. A regular harem appeared with kinship ties and alliances with the rulers of the great powers, above all, with Egypt and Phoenicia, affording opportunity to engage in world politics. This led to the import of foreign cults, in part only in the form of court chapels for the strange princesses, in part, however, it also led to the incorporation of strange gods into the home cult. Such were the prompt ramifications of kingly power. Thus kingship acquired the typical features of the great war powers of the Orient. The royal scribes, the chancellor, the major domus, the rent master and the typical Egyptian rank title friend of the king, Reha-Hamlech, made their appearance. Also secular offices were filled with priests or sons of priests as expert scribes, I.K. 104:1, and that means here, as always, the rise of schooled priests to power in place of the charismatic ecstatics. To this must be added the following. Solomon, by all these means sought to establish a rigidly organized political structure out of the loose confederacy of peasants, herdsmen, sibs, and small mountain cities. 12 royal territorial administrative districts replaced the tribes united by the Yahweh covenant. These now became fills as existed in all ancient city-states for the repartition of the state taxes. The greatest part of the ruling tribe of Judah seems to have been exempt, sharing the royal prerogatives, als house-mocked, as in most monarchical state structures. For the rest, the organization mostly employed the boundaries of the old tribes as points of departure. The division of Joseph into Ephraim and the 2 Manassehs is probably connected with this. The stereotyping of the 12 tribes of Israel was possibly only then brought to its conclusion. After the foundation of Samaria, the repeated defection of the northern tribes did not at all prevent both kingdoms from retaining this character henceforth. With this, however, and particularly with the increasing importance of the army of chariot fighters, the ancient ecstatic hero charisma like the Confederate army summons inevitably declined in importance. The standing army, the royal bodyguards and mercenary troops gained in importance at the expense of the old peasant summons. The old Gibborim may well have represented classes, in Roman terms, capable of full hoplite duty of the Confederate army. With the mounting costliness of equipment, however, they became a knighthood. The summons of the common freeman increasingly lost importance, favoring the knighthood. The basis of royal military power increasingly consisted of magazines and arsenals, which were mentioned especially for Hezekiah, 2. Chr 32:28. This led to the demilitarization of the peasant strata already mentioned. The results of urbanization compared to those of the old Confederacy are somewhat like the hegemony of the Grossmächtigen Herren von Bern to the original peasant league of the Swiss cantons. In Israel this was essentially sharpened, however, through the additional domination of the Corvi kingship. One knew full well that the ancient confederacy and its army 101 had had a different social appearance. The new taxes and kingly corvées occasioned bitter feelings. The old fighters for freedom, the Nebi'im, were hard hit by these changed conditions. They had been the religious leaders of the old peasant summons. Miriam, Deborah, according to the later, questionable, tradition, also Samuel, the old berserk heroes and the bands of dervishes were viewed in popular memories as the champions of the truly pious heroism, inspired by the war of the covenant. The enemy had been the chariot-fighting knights Egyptian, Canaanite, and Philistine against whom Yahweh through the awakening of heroic and prophetic ecstasy had led the peasant army to victory. Now, however, the army of their own king became itself a levy of trained chariot-fighting knights and mercenaries of foreign birth among whom there was no longer room for the Nebi'im and Nazarites. Hence the Nabi ecstasy and the Nazarite asceticism, too, were demilitarized in religious history, a very important element in inner political development. We have already seen how the disgust of court society with the ecstatic dance of David was put into the mouth of Michael. The Nabi sent by Elisha, the head of the Yahweh Nebi'im, to offer the warlord the anointment as counter-king is called a fool by an officer of Jehu. During this Yahwistic revolt of Jehu, supported by the Rechabites against the Omrid dynasty, the ecstatic Nebi'im under the leadership of Elisha once more appeared as a political factor. It is striking, however, that in the accounts of the Nebi'im of Elisha the ecstatic phenomena appear far more tempered than in the Saul and Samuel tradition, not vagrant delirious Dionysian bands, but resident schools stimulated by music to ecstasy are its champions. And this is the last time we hear of them as a political factor in this form. The next reference is negative. The prophet Amos under Jeroboam II protests that he is not a Nabi. This obviously meant a professionally trained ecstatic, who makes a business of ecstasy, for in other passages Amos, too, uses the term Nabi as a title of honor. But the scriptural prophets repeatedly complain of the mendacity and corruption of the Nebi'im. And the reference is always to professional ecstatics. The sources show clearly that professional Nabi ecstasy was 102 only partially politically oriented. For the rest, it was the simple trade of the magicians. Obviously these free Nebi'im had no uational Israelite character. Under given conditions they made their services also available to non-Israelites. Elisha went to Damascus and the enemy of Ahab, King Ben-Hadad, sent for his counsel. To his captain sick with leprosy Elisha recommended a magical medicament by which he was converted into a Yahweh believer. He prophesied to the war leader of the Damascus king, Hazael, later the deadly enemy of Israel, that he was destined to wear the crown of Syria. Likewise, as an ecstatic sorcerer he was on request at the disposition of his king in the Moabite war. However, he did not enter into fixed service. Tradition viewed him as the leader of a community of free Nebi'im. In Phoenicia Nebi'im in kingly service were ancient. King Ahab had Baal Nebi'im of his Phoenician wife in his service. But since he gave his children Yahwistic names he certainly also had Yahweh Nebi'im. In a manner typical of Ur in Syria, both groups were prebendaries who lived off the royal table. Apparently already at that time there was a category of Nebi'im who shunned any exploitation of ecstatic charisma for profit. This standpoint is ascribed to Elisha with questionable justice. He afflicted the student who accepted compensation with leprosy. This agrees with what we find also among the intellectual strata of other lands including the Hellenic philosophers, as a matter of honor. Amos' rejection of the title of Nabi stemmed from these views. The professional royal Nebi'im as well as the stratum of free Nebi'im, however, viewed themselves as guardians of the pure Yahweh tradition. With the elimination of their direct military function as crusaders through the chariot technique, there remained for the first only a sort of magical field chaplainship. Hence, they were now impelled to develop primarily the second gift peculiar to such ecstatic men, that of ecstatic prophecy. 3. Nabi ecstasy and prophecy. The relation of Nabi ecstasy to prophecy is doubtlessly old, as is suggested even by the connection of the non-Hebraic word Nabi with the name of the Babylonian oracle god. that the Phoenician city kings already in the time of the Ramesses 108 ployed ecstatics as prophets, and acted in accordance with their prophecies, like the Mesopotamian kings according to the oracles of the temple priests, is indicated for Byblos by the travel description of the Egyptian scribe and emissary of the Ammon priest when Ammon, of about the time of the Song of Deborah. One of the prophets of the king in ecstasy gave an oracle which recommended good treatment for the guest and was followed. The old charismatic war princes of Israel had either personally asked the god directly for an omen or they bound their decision to definite signs. So, according to the tradition, did Gideon 3 times. Or they were incited to war by an ecstatic Nabi, as was, particularly, Barak by Deborah. For the first time with Saul does the historical tradition report a personal consultation of a seer, Ro, who was at the same time a Nabi, Samuel, requiring an oracle and a magically efficacious blessing for his own, and a curse against the enemy army. The same accomplishments are then ascribed by the legend for previous times to the political charms of the Ro Balaam. The somewhat obscure references, number 24:1, indicate that this Moabite or Midianite was considered to be an ecstatic. The legend introduces him as having been brought by the inimical king and compelled against his will by Yahweh to bless Israel. This, however, stemmed from later conceptions of the character of the prophetic calling. Balaam's blessings for Israel and threats of doom against Amalek, Cain, and Edom correspond to the typical prophecies of good fortune. The historical situation presupposed corresponds to that of the times of the first kings. Hence, one may consider the sayings ascribed to him as the first certain representation of prophecy of good fortune for all Israel. The reproaches that were later made to Balaam, number 31:16, suggest the interrelation of the figure of Balaam with the kind of ecstasy typical for northern Israel. This holy speech suggests some earlier prayer formulas of the collections. Thus the blessing of the tribe of Joseph in Jacob's blessing, General 49:22f, is to be found in the older version in Moses' blessing, Deuteronomy 33:13f. It differs, however, from Balaam's saying in that it obviously did not aim at magically influencing definite political events. It was not holy prophecy, but presumably a song of praise, which bards chanted at tribal 104 festivals in praise of the beautiful and fertile land of the tribe, together with an entreaty for the blessing of the thornbush-dwelling Yahweh for the brave Nazarites and firstborn of the tribe. Similarly, the later prayer of Moses concerning Judah, Deuteronomy 33:7, doubtlessly entreated the blessing of this tribe, which was held to be hard-pressed by the enemy but designated to achieve hegemony of the Confederacy. Its character seems to have been essentially literary. Other tribal sayings are, in part, general songs of praise of the landed possessions or of the army of the tribe, or the reverse, censorious or ridiculing verses or, as with Reuben, Simeon, Levi, ex post facto justifications for their decline. All of them, however, lack true prophetic character. Only the saying for Judah in Jacob's blessing, General 49:8f, bears a different imprint. Alongside the praise of the wine-blessed Judaic land, it contains the affirmation that this tribe would retain the scepter and that from it the great hero of Israel would come. The speech is quite apparently a product of the great power development of David and doubtlessly vaticinatio ex eventu. However, it is in the nature of a prediction of good fortune in the form of a king's prophecy. In time it is presumably the oldest preserved product of this kind of Israel. In all Oriental courts, especially, also, in neighboring Egypt this kind of court prophecy of good fortune was known. Since David it was practiced by Israelite royal prophets. Whereas the Judah speech still holds out good fortune to the king's tribe in its position of hegemony, the typical king's prophet promised good fortune to the king. The king's primary concern in this was to secure the continued existence of his dynasty through an unambiguous and efficacious oracle. The oldest transmitted prophecy of good fortune, 2. Sam 23:1f, of the Davidian dynasty appeared in the form of the insistence that such an oracle was given personally to David by Yahweh. Here the king's prophet put his saying in favor of the dynasty into the very mouth of the first king, whom tradition treated as a Yahweh-inspired ecstatic on the throne. A later tradition is friendly to Solomon and his temple and may well be the same which sought to sustain his doubtful legitimacy by making Nathan, viewed in the pre-prophetic tradition as a free seer, into a 105 factitious courtier who after David's death intervenes in court and priestly intrigues. This friendly tradition puts an appropriate promise of good fortune for Solomon into the mouth of this prophet, promising, in connection with the temple construction, that the Davidian throne will exist for all time. 2 Sam 7:8f. If great age may be ascribed to the oracle, then it would be the earliest preserved example of holy prophecy of the later PE. Of the later kings of Israel, the tradition records that Ahab especially used his apparently rather numerous courtly Nebiim as oracle givers, and thus, as givers of magically efficacious promises of good fortune. Under the strictly Yahwistic dynasty of Jehu for the first time were cases such as the following recorded. 2 Ki 1425. Jonah, the son of Amittai of Gath in Galilee, had given an oracle doubtlessly during the arduous war against the Arameans said to have been fulfilled. Allegedly, he had predicted that a king would appear who would restore the boundaries of the Davidian kingdom. This had been fulfilled through the war deeds of Jeroboam II, who thus was the prophesied king. Hence, here the prophecy of a savior king appeared not only as a literary form as in the Judah saying in the Jacob blessing, but as a real oracle. Doubtlessly we here meet, too, with a king's prophet of good fortune. Their continuous employment in both part kingdoms is also otherwise ascertained and is sufficiently well documented by the sharp words of the later independent writing prophets against the lying prophets of the kings. 4. Changing forms of prophecy. As one may see from the above, the present-day version of the tradition no longer distinguishes between Nabi and Ro. Rather it maintains, occasionally expressly, Ro to have been the older name for Nabi. In this, tradition understands by Nabi the later scriptural prophets. This is plainly incorrect. All the hopeless unclarity in which figures such as Balaam, Samuel, Nathan, also Elijah, today appear to us, derives not only from the fact that here, as usual, the transition of the types was fluid, but from the tendentious expurgation and obfuscation of 106 the old contrasts. What the typical Ro originally was is indicated by the account of Nathan's cited oracles of good fortune. He was a man who gave oracles on the basis of dream interpretations, hence successfully interpreted either dreams of his own or, like Joseph in the novelistic tradition, of others. Or, most important, in a state of apathetic ecstasy, he had visions. What differentiated the Ro from the old Nabi was, above all, the non-employment of orgiastic frenzy and mass ecstasy. The Ro had his visions in solitude. His patrons visited him to seek his counsel. As a general rule, though not always, as indicated by Nathan, the Ro was believed to have magical powers. Apparently the man of God, Ish-Elohim, was used for such Ro who commanded magical powers. Samuel's place in the historical tradition is, perhaps, to be explained originally from the fact that he, first, in the time of the Wars of Liberation, had utilized dream and clairvoyant vision for political oracles, the forms of Yahweh revelation which since were admitted as classical. Nathan and Gad, 2 Sam 24:11, under David, Aya of Shiloh under Solomon and Jeroboam, Ik 15:19, Jehu, the son of Hanani, under Baasha appear to have belonged to this type. Later they were lumped together with the Nebiim free or king's prophets. The giving of political oracles was apparently not the original nor, indeed, lasting form of primary activity of the seers. On the other hand, the official oracles of the employed Yahweh priests, political and judicial, were by lot, not by dreams or visions. Also, Ro ecstasy was at first private business. The tradition still recounts how everyday questions of all sorts, for example, of the finding of the she-asses, were brought before the seer and how the oracles, rendered by virtue of visions, were compensated by gifts, Sam 9:6, 7. To be sure, the later tradition considers the man of God and seer particularly as one who announces the will of the God of the covenant to the respective authorities, the elders or the king, or to a hero whom he wishes to awaken as a charismatic warlord. This is already represented by Samuel and Nathan. The prophetically influenced contemporary revision, particularly that of the Deuteronomic school which elevated Samuel, obviously substituted quite a different figure for the free seer of old. 107 All the types discussed belong to the settled peasant tribes of the north. This was no accident, as will be shown later. The cattle-breeding tribes and their genuine Yahwism knew, however, and again not by chance, other ways in which the Godhead made known his will. The oldest is the Epiphany. It is found among all the patriarchs, in the historical tradition, next in the legendary gathering of the people in Bochim, Jud 2:1, last, however, with Gideon. Yahweh himself has already changed into a divine messenger. For in the eyes of the later tradition, only Moses had seen Yahweh face to face. What matters is that the recipient of the Epiphany always hears the corporeal voice of Yahweh or his messenger and receives no more dream vision. This is again another prophetic type. Point 1. Its representatives claim to be the superiors of those dreamers of dreams whose visions were uncertain and uncontrollable. In later times of classical prophecy this remains the same. The decisive characteristic is that one must have personal intercourse with Yahweh. One must have stood in the counsel of God and have personally heard the voice of the Lord if the oracle is to be valid. For this branch of the tradition, dream oracles were held to be unclassical and deceptive, and the seers who merely interpreted dreams were suspect. In spite of the violent struggle against them, especially by Jeremiah, dream interpretations in later post-exilic time, Joel 3:1, Dan 2:1f, regained prestige under Babylonian influence. In any case, they were never completely rejected. Nevertheless, at least in pre-exilic times, the development of a priestly teaching of dream interpretation in the manner of the Mesopotamian dream books was not possible. Combinations of seeing and hearing appeared. Amos was called Chose by his opponents, and his inspirations were combinations of visions with auditory interpretations of these by Yahweh. However, they were real waking visions. The prevalence of audition with him, too, is decisive for the type. The temperament of an auditory prophet who is not inspired in apathetic ecstasy by dream visions, but is emotionally stirred by voices, is naturally far more excitable and active than that of a dream visionary. Thus the name Nabi came to be used also for these oracle givers. Their type left its imprint on the Tra. 108 edition. The man of God henceforth became above all one who communicates the will of the God of the covenant to the holders of political power. He did so partially in answer to questions, as did the Nebuchadnezzar under Josiah or Jeremiah under Zedekiah, partially, and increasingly so, without his being asked, regardless of whether the oracle would please the holders of political power or not. In fact, it was given precisely when it was unpleasant. Tradition held Samuel to be the first prophet whose prestige allowed him to do this. In later interpretations, the possibility was emphasized that a man without office and not belonging to the priestly sibs might be seized by this prophetic spirit of Yahweh. Apparently interested parties occasionally contended this. However, so important did the pattern become that it led to the creation of a special Mosaic paradigm for this, number 1126, in Eldad and Medad. In the legendary figure of Elijah, this type reached its climax and at the same time inclined toward the new type of the later scriptural prophet. Elijah differed from the old man of God in that he addressed his oracles, at least in part, to the politically interested public and not alone to the authorities, kings or elders. Elijah is the first specifically clerical figure of Israelite history. The biased tradition of the Nebi'im brought him at least indirectly into connection with the Nabi school of Elisha, which still retained a traditional character. Elijah has been made into a magician of the type of Elisha only by legend and by the endeavor of this epigonus of the ancient Nebi'im to pose as Elijah's successor, an endeavor which even in the tradition shows as ambitious straining. Elijah's appearance obviously was so impressive because, in contrast to the ecstasy charms of the Baal Nebi'im, he used no means other than the plain imploration of Yahweh by prayer. As we shall see, it was not by chance that tradition consider Elisha to be an independent peasant, while Elijah the Tishbite hailed from across the Jordan, hence from steppe territory. He led a migratory life, roving over the entire territory of Yahweh worship up to Mount Horeb. He was threatened with death by the queen of the northern kingdom, while Elisha acted as war magician of Ahab. Elijah received his commands from Yahweh in solitude and announced them personally as the emissary of 109 his God, as the Yahwistic view of the time usually ascribed it to the epiphanies of Yahweh's angels. His incomparable prestige rested on this and upon his hitherto unheard of lack of discretion in standing up to the political power holders. Historically, he is important as the first fairly ascertainable prophet of doom. In this he is the forerunner of a series of grand figures which for our present-day literary sources begin with Amos and end with Ezekiel. They became the intellectual leaders of the opposition against kingship and all its, actual or alleged, innovations, from tabooed strange and Canaanite cults to social pressure against the one-time pillars of the Confederate Army summons. As with the apathetic ecstatic dream visionaries, solitariness was their decisive characteristic, setting them off from the Nebi'im with their orgiastic mass ecstasy. The psychological reason, however, differed greatly from those of the dream visionaries, as we indicated above, and will discuss later. The sociological reason for the prophet's solitude was, in the first place, the fact that the prophecy of doom could not be taught professionally like that of good fortune. Further, it could not be exploited for profit, for no one would buy an evil omen, and such was every oracle of doom. Moreover, all social authorities and communities would avoid the prophets of doom, or would, indeed, outlaw them as destroyers of the people and of all good omens. Hence, the prophet's solitude, as well as his rejection of remuneration for oracles, here first raised to a principle, were socially determined and only in part voluntary. Micah 3:5 thundered against those prophets, who predicted good fortune if paid well, and who predicted misfortune if paid poorly. And one must remember that the oracle was held to be an omen with magical consequences. Similar, 3:11, are the denunciations against the acceptance of money by prophets in general. This configuration, however, destined the prophets to be the greatest ideologists of Yahwism. Ideologists who knew no consideration whatsoever, and who precisely for this reason accomplished their tremendous effects. King Ahab called Elijah a mischief maker and a destroyer of the people. He was, indeed, the very type of the later prophets. Tradition knows him as 110 most passionately possessed by the angry spirit of Yahweh. After the triumphant ordeal against the competing Baal priests, he girds his loins and runs down from Mount Carmel into the capital before the king. But tradition knows him also as a religious hero, who wrestled with and scolded his God like Moses, and is held by God worthy of an epiphany, much like that of Moses. Tradition knows him as the last great magician. He is the only one among those whom Yahweh took into heaven whom the editors of the present revision have allowed this honor. Thus his figure has occupied the fantasies of believers till latest times with expectancies of his return. Along with his legendary elevation to a superhuman form, tradition presents a purely historical figure. Freed from all such supernatural features, this figure in a decisive point corresponds to the later type of prophet, and is also handled in the revision of the tradition as one of its prototypes. Micaiah, the son of Imlah, before the campaign stands up to the hundreds of prophets of good fortune in Ahab's service and prophesies misfortune, which is then fulfilled, Ik 22:8f. This threat of political disaster, which at the same time was magically evaluated as an evil omen, appeared to the contemporaries of Elijah, Ik 21:20, as those of Micah and Jeremiah, J 26:18, to be the characteristic trait of a special form of prophecy. It was politically dangerous. However, it was also dangerous to lay hands on the Yahweh-seized prophet of doom. This is a carryover from the tabooed character of the half-legendary earlier seers, projected into the future and thereby the alleged Moabite Balaam and Elisha are transformed into prophets who against their will and intention predicted good fortune to Israel and to Hazael respectively. It is no accident that the first appearance of the independent, politically oriented seers, who were succeeded by these prophets, coincided almost exactly with that great transformation which kingship under David and Solomon brought about in the political and social structure of Israel. The questions of temple construction, succession to the throne, the private sins of the monarchs, worship, and the most varied political and personal decisions became topics of their oracles and their mostly undesired and extremely sharp criticism. Elijah was the first also to criticize a social injustice of the king. In tradition, one yardstick is basic to this criticism, the time-honored law of the ancient Israelite confederacy, as the critics understood it. To them the source of all evil was the transformation of the state into a liturgical state, into an Egyptian house of bondage in connection with chariot combat and world politics. The whole bureaucratic apparatus was an Egyptian abomination. Censuses, even if suggested by Yahweh himself as punishment for sins, led to a pest. Popular opinion confirmed these attitudes. The Israelite peasant knew that he had once fought for freedom from servitude against the knights. Now he experienced the political and economic domination of the king and the patricians and his own increasing reduction to debt bondage. The seers and prophets independent of the king, the popular heirs of the military Nebiim, now without commissions, hence, hallowed the time when Yahweh himself as war leader led the peasant army, when the ass-riding prince did not rely on horses and wagons and alliances, but solely on the God of the covenant and his help. Initially developed in Israelite religiosity on this basis was the high evaluation of the belief in the promise of Yahweh. The name Yahweh Zebaoth, Yahweh of the heavenly hosts 1%, which is foreign to the Pentateuch and the Book of Judges, only now became the designation for God used by the seers and later, following their example, by the scriptural prophets. Above all, but not alone, the prophets of doom used it almost exclusively. The Zebaoth at first were the heavenly servants of Yahweh, above all, already in the Song of Deborah, a co-belligerent army of star spirits, Zeba, and the angels. In the secular tradition, however, Zebaoth, as Kos rightly emphasizes, meant the old army summons of Israel in all those, 26, places where the word is not used in connection with the name of God. In the eyes of these circles Yahweh was God of the Confederate army, and this is doubtlessly the reference in the prophetic title of God, at least in part. Indeed, it is to be found in passages in the later tradition which, as regards actual politics, stem from pacifistic times. There is involved a subsequently idealized and biased construction of Israel's Confederate past. The Yahwistic prophecy of doom used the expression not only because the 112 prophecy of good old times had been war prophecy, and was not only concerned with expressing the fact that Yahweh alone was the legitimate military leader of Israel, which was first mentioned in Isaiah 6:5 cf also 24:21. But the term was also used because the ancient promises of God, as we shall see, had for their objective, alongside the material welfare, precisely the military glory of Israel which Yahwistic prophecy could and would not renounce. The pacifistic form of the patriarchal legends, which had their source in the circle of demilitarized small stock breeders, the hallowing of the ancient social right, above all, of the social debt rights of the Yahweh Confederation, dear to the demilitarized plebeians, thus were supplemented by the specific crusading legends of the actually likewise demilitarized prophets. The prophets fought in common with Yahweh only in fantasy. They were no longer military dervishes and ecstatic therapeutics and rainmakers, but a stratum of literati and political ideologists. According to the occasional observation of Amos, 2:11f, it appears that the royal bureaucracy deliberately fought the troublesome democratic crusaders, the Nazarites and Free Nebiim. According to analogies from other places, this interpretation is highly probable, the more so when it is realized that in times of strong administration prophecy is silent. However, in times of decreasing power and external threat, the old democratic memories soon came to life. The utopian fantasies of their champions were saturated the more with bloody images of Yahweh's heroic feats, the more unmilitary they had become in fact. Just as today, in all countries, we find the highest measure of war thirst among those strata of literati who are farthest from the trenches and by nature least military. The actual stumbling block for these literati had to be the politics of the kings who had brought about all these changes in the old military and social order. The Rechabites and other Yahweh priest-led shepherds, peasants, and exemplary Yahweh believers, all joined in the sign of the hallowed good old times of pure Yahweh worship and of the free Yahweh confederacy, in opposition to all political and social change. The external and internal independence of this criticism confronting the king was facilitated by the fact that kingship was 113 not hierarchic in nature. The Israelite king was no priestly dignitary, although there were beginnings of such as when David was carrying the ephod. For the rest, the king was able to hire and to dismiss priests from the sanctuaries, for which he sustained, indeed treating them as his officials, just as the great landlords, Micah, did in managing their chapels. The king could offer sacrifices as, originally, could any Israelite. But he was not qualified to deliver oracles, to minister consecration and grant dispensation from sins. This was a prerogative of those charismatically qualified, of the prophets, and later of the schooled Levites. The relatively decreasing significance of collective sacrifice in the tradition of Yahweh religion was due to the original lack of a permanent confederate authority and to the character of the relation of Yahweh to the confederacy. It benefited the independence and hierarchic power position of the free Nebi'im, even as later that of the Torah teachers, over and against the king. The later tradition hallowed Samuel as a Ro and Nabi and as a representative of the ancient rite. At the same time it put into his mouth the substantive description of the hated king's new rite. Since the people, in spite of all warnings, insisted on electing a king, Samuel allegedly, Sam 10:25, set this down in writing and thus, in agreement with the paramount conception of the Berith, deposited it like a constitutional document in the archives, Sam 8:11f. The king will appoint captains over thousands and captains over fifties. He will press the sons of the Israelites into servicing his war chariots, others to service as armorers and chariot builders. Their daughters will be made into confectionaries, cooks, and bakers, for his table and army needs. He will demand fields, vineyards, and olive yards as fiefs for his officials, tillage and harvest corvées, especially forced labor, servants, maids, cows, and asses for his royal domain and his other needs, the tenth of the yield of wine and field and small stock for the payment of his officers and soldiers. The free Israelites will be his servants, that is to say subjects instead of members of the confederacy. Registered the political propaganda legend turned against these things and revised the tradition. While, for example, the genuine tradition, 2 Sam 21:19, knew that one of David's knights, L. 114 Hanan the Bethlehemite, had killed Goliath, the propaganda legend had him killed by the unknown and unarmed shepherd boy David with a stone in peasant manner. A great many similar features were partly selected from the genuine tradition and partly invented. To the predilection of this tradition for the old peasant army we probably owe the preservation precisely of the Song of Deborah from the old song collection, and also the form in which the conquest of Canaan and the wars of the time of the judges have been revamped in legend. Above all, however, this predilection accounts for the hallowing of the brotherliness and plain manner of the Confederates during the desert period, appropriately called the nomadic ideal by Buddy. This bias prevailed quite obviously also in the selection of those social statutes which alone have been preserved from law collections. It determined the presumably rather extensive interpolations with utopian theological constructs. The same bias made the representatives of the old tradition demand that the king should not return into the Egyptian house of bondage in order to have horses and wagons, Deuteronomy 17:16. They spurned the splendor and glamour of the Solomon court and temple in favor of the old peasant freedom and the old unadorned cult upon an earthen altar. Yet, in view of the important interests connected with the brilliant royal temple cult, these demands even in the circles of pious Yahwists were not without opponents. The attitudes towards Solomon's revolutionary innovations and to kingship in general is accordingly ambiguous in the sources. One section of the tradition recognized that in the kingless times disorder and arbitrariness prevailed and excused whatever was considered abominable from the standpoint of later ritualistic and ethical correctness. This was excused by stating that at the time there was no king in Israel and therefore every man did that which was right in his own eyes, Jude 17:6, 21:25, similarly 18:1, 19:1. The great power, above all of David and also of Solomon, the builder of the temple, naturally fostered the hallowing of these kings at the expense of the peasant prince Saul as well as of those of the divided kingdoms later. In the time of great military success in the wars of liberation and immediately afterwards kingship had enormous prestige. 1 Registered the king TLO received through anointing the Spirit of Yahweh. As yet he had no sort of permanently effective priestly power competing beside him. He sacrificed to God personally, in priestly garments, as did David according to tradition, and had disposition over priestly positions and sanctuaries almost as freely as some Mesopotamian great kings. This tradition considered the king a Messiah, the anointed, HaMashiach, of Yahweh, as, Adher the exile, the high priests. Anointment was apparently not required for the normal succession to the throne, but is found at the occasion of the prophetic legitimation of usurpers such as David, Jehu, and probably, in agreement with this, Saul in one of the three traditions. This practice was probably borrowed from an old custom of native city princes, perhaps of Jerusalem, and acquired a ritualistic significance. 7. Another branch of the tradition, however, stood under the influence of the declining power of the country and the mounting prestige of the prophets. It knew, therefore, that, before Israel set a king over itself, the God of the covenant had been the sole and direct ruler, who had had no need of such office tax and forced labor machinery comparable to that of the contemporary kings. He had revealed his will and intentions to seers and heroes of the past, and if the people abided by his commandments he had always helped them. This orientation seems to have prevailed among the Ephraimite peasants even more strongly than in the southern kingdom, where the nearness of Jerusalem exerted its influence. Among the prophets, Hosea was the first to give it expression. The prestige of the Davidian dynasty, the only one maintaining itself permanently on the throne, in the southern kingdom, could hardly be directly attacked by demanding the abolition of kingship. Here, therefore, was set in motion the program of abolishing the innovations which kingship had brought about. The political demand was, particularly, for the abolition of militarism with its horses and chariots, the crown treasure, the harem of foreign princesses and their cults, the kingly favorites as officials, and the building and tillage servitudes of the subjects. Deuteronomy demanded that the king should dispense with the haughty sultanistic airs of the great kings, and become again a charismatic primus inter pares, without many horses and chariots. 116. Hence an ass-riding wise judge and protector of the plain people. Then Yahweh, the old God of the covenant, would be with him as once with the peasant army, against enemies regardless of how seemingly overwhelming, if only this was prerequisite of all else he were to renounce the pretensions to world politics which were responsible for all these innovations. We shall see how priestly power interests and the ideologies of theologians came together in this program which the Deuteronomic law under Josiah actually sought to realize a few decades before the downfall of Jerusalem. Kingship in Israel was no patrimonial welfare program, but was bound up with the power of the Gibborim. The representatives of the old tradition turned against both at the same time. This current found powerful expression in the oracles of the pre-exilic scriptural prophets. Their political place and significance as a whole is to be examined in a later connection. What matters are the complaints which they took over from the popular criticism of the socio-political conditions. Among the popular complaints reiterated by the prophets, the receiving of gifts and corruption in justice head the list. Amos 2:6 is 128, 5:3. Through such practices judgment is turned into gall. Amos 6:12. Blood money was received. Amos 5:12. Innocent blood was shed, is 115, J 7:6, 22:3, the people were butchered, Micah 3:2-3, justice was perverted in favor of the godless and to the disadvantage of the poor, widows, and waifs, is 10:2, and of the righteous, Amos 5:12. Instead of justice, force, J 7:6, 22:3, and oppression were practiced, is 5:7, field was laid to field and house was joined to house, is 5:8, Micah 2:1, 2. The poor, Amos 8:4, especially the poor in the gate, Amos 5:12, that is to say, the rural population were oppressed by the urban patriciate who took from them burdens of wheat, Amos 5:11. Wives and children were cast out from house and home, Micah 2:9. The poor were oppressed and the needy crushed, Amos 4:1. The rich feasted on the yield of clothing which had been pawned despite the prohibition against it, Amos 2:8. The rich were haughty, Amos 6:4f, cf is 3:16, the Gibborim debauched, is 5:22, cf 5:11, and the cardinal vice was avarice, Amos 9:1, similarly after the exile, Hab 3:9. 117. These are the reproaches raised by plebeian strata everywhere, but particularly in the Occident in pre-capitalistic antiquity and in the early Middle Ages against the court officials or against the patrician urban cibs. In Hellenic antiquity Hesiod, for instance, was the mouthpiece of this stratum. In Israel, as we saw, kingship and wealthy military cibs were in close connection. The officials of the king were mostly taken from the patricians. These typical social antagonisms show up clearly in prophecy. Segese. Chapter V. Social significance of the war god of the Confederacy. E1. Uniqueness of the relation of Israel to its God. The anti-royalist tradition of the urban nobles was always legitimized in terms of the Old Covenant which Yahweh was said to have concluded through Moses with Israel. In its special relation to God, Israel stood in contrast to all other nations, because of this very unique historical event and the unique conclusion of a covenant. Israel's special relationship to God was not merely guaranteed by God, but had been concluded with God as a party to it. The entire Israelite tradition unanimously traced its origins back to the concrete event assumed to have set the process in motion. All prophets consider the liberation from Egyptian bondage through the miraculous destruction of an Egyptian army in the Red Sea both as a token of God's power and the absolute dependability of his promises and of Israel's lasting debt of gratitude. The uniqueness of the event was constituted by the fact that this miracle was effected by a God till then unknown by Israel and who thereupon was accepted through solemn birth by Moses' establishment of Yahweh worship. This reception was based on mutual pledges bilaterally mediated through the prophet Moses. The special permanent obligations of the people to God were justified by the pledges of the people and the promises of God offered in turn. This made of him a God of promise for Israel in a sense unknown of any other God. This is the unmistakable 118-119 view contained in the tradition. It is clearly presupposed in the idea of the defection from Yahweh as an especially fatal abomination. This view, not to be found elsewhere in the surrounding world, is presupposed even in the Song of Deborah. Above all, it is the indispensable ideational basis for the incomparable importance of prophecy and for the promises of good fortune. To be sure, priests and mystagogues have always promised the believers in their God's riches, long life, numerous progeny, and a good name, and the kings allowed their court prophets to give them such promises. Likewise, it was everywhere assumed that the war god of the tribe or the God of the king would assist him against enemies. This held also for Israel. People hopefully expected of the mighty God of the covenant that they would have numerous descendants, so that the people should become numerous as the sand of the seashore, and that they should triumph over all enemies, enjoy rain, rich harvests, and secure possessions, finally that the name of the legendary ancestors and that of the blessed people itself should be a blessing. As the relationship to God rested upon a birth, this hope gained a very firm foundation and was held to rest upon an explicit promise, a vow of God. Originally the promises were not considered to be based on special conditions. The earliest formulations in the tradition do not make them depend, for instance, on some special moral behavior of Israel. Of course, the promises were linked to the one condition, that Yahweh be indeed Israel's God and be treated as such. Then Yahweh will stick with Israel through thick and thin. This alone mattered, and this was what the militaristic champions of the Spirit of Yahweh, the Nazarites and Nebiim, the Crusaders, knew full well and, as did even the Song of Deborah, impressed upon the army summons. The conception of idolatry as an abomination, otherwise quite unknown to religions of antiquity, thereby gained its all-pervasive significance. As Deuteronomy still expressly stated, 7:8, it was Yahweh's vow and solely that which caused him to favor Israel before all other nations. Yahweh's favor was not awarded, for example, because of Israel's moral superiority. To be sure, this was not in accordance with popular conceptions. The people knew, as do 120 those of all nations, that other nations were not equivalent to Israel, which thus had to be considered separately by God. And as always, this differential value was based on the fact that others lived differently and did things unknown in Israel. As Yahweh by birth was the contractual partner to the ritualistic and social order of the confederacy, Yahweh's reason for treating others as inferior depended simply on the fact that they didn't know his will or abide by his commandments. This negative reason for Yahweh's differentiation between Israel and other nations appears in Deuteronomy combined with the religious conception. But the conception of the religiously minded concerning Israel's relation to its God went even further. Everywhere deities are the guardians of the social order. They sanction its violation, reward conformity to it. The believer viewing the relationship to God in terms of a birth had to maintain this with special ardor whenever there was occasion to inquire into the reasons for God's conduct. This occasion emerged with the decline of Israel's political power. At times the memory of Moses and the covenant idea in general had obviously receded into the background. This occurred under the influence of the splendid power position of the kings. Later, however, shortly before the exile and at the time of the priestly revision during the exile, these conceptions became paramount, due to the declining prestige of the political authorities and the question as to the reason for the decline. The old rite of the covenant and the importance of abiding by God's commandments as the condition of his favor forcefully reasserted themselves and stamped the hopes for the future. They were conjoined with the presupposition of obedience by the old commandments. The covenant idea thus became, as with no other people, the specific dynamics informing the ethical conception of priestly teaching and prophecy. The scriptural prophets accepted as given the idea that the religious relationship of Israel to Yahweh be exhaustively characterized as a voluntary covenant with God himself. To be sure, threats of doom against Israel, characteristic of the prophets, are still absent from those traditions considered genuinely Yahwistic and Elohistic. The promise to Abraham, General 15:18-21, of domination over the land of Canaan, according to an edition, from the border of Egypt to the Euphrates River, appears to be the earliest of the great, expressly divine, promises of good fortune. This promise, too, belongs only to what Wellhausen has called the Jehovistic revision, that is to the time of the prophets. It was consummated through a formal ritualistic birth of God with the patriarch. The divine vow follows from the patriarch's faith in God who counted it to him for righteousness. General 15:6. This is a very abstract and obviously secondary formulation. It corresponds to the form transmitted by the exilic revision, General 12:2. But the conception of the significance of obedience per se must certainly be much older. The story of Isaac's sacrifice as the paradigm of truly unconditional faith, for instance, appears to stem from the pre-prophetic, the Elohistic, revision, although the explicit renewal of the sworn pledge of God is for this reason considered a later addition. The formulation of the substance of the birth in the form of a promise as wages for obedience thus occurs in later revisions. But the conception of birth was so firmly established from the beginning of the era of the scriptural prophets, that one of the first, Hosea, could immediately conceive of the religious meaning of the relation to God in terms of a marriage. Thus, every offense against Israel's duties was viewed as adultery against Yahweh. And nothing bespeaks more clearly of this ancient basis of religious conceptualization, unquestioned to latest times, than the fact that partly riotous love songs of the collection included as the Song Oi Solomon in the present canon, could attain significance as an adequate expression of the relationship of Yahweh to his people for an already strongly pietistic sentimental posterity. Hence the jealousy, kinah, of Yahweh against other gods was one of his most firmly established traits for all prophets from Hosea to Ezekiel. The so-called Elahist, in this case, indeed, the older of the two great source collections, quite unambiguously states that Yahweh was a newly received God 3 for the Israelite war confederacy, received through the Mosaic order of worship. According to the oldest tradition, which is also preserved in the blessing for Ephraim, God revealed himself in an unexpected epiphany to Moses. Moses was conceived as an Israelite shepherd in Midian. 122 Anite service. God appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush in the desert near Mount Horeb. When asked for his name, the God answered evasively, according to the revision of the tradition, in terms of the etymological play on words I am that I am, but he mentions the apparently non-Israelite name of Yahweh. The God of the patriarchs, with whom he was later identified, in these older sources does not as yet have the name of Yahweh, but only the E/name in various compounds. In the later priestly tradition, the compound name most highly valued was El Shaddai, etymologically neither an Israelite word. Moses like Phinehas are Egyptian names. In one tradition Miriam and Aaron speak against Moses because of his Ethiopian wife. This would suggest reminiscences of old disputes among priestly sibs. In these reminiscences there also seems to survive knowledge of the fact that even later Yahweh and his priests were considered to be alien or quasi-alien to the land. Of course, in a time of Egyptian hegemony over Palestine and the Sinai desert, the presence of Egyptian names are as little proof of Egyptian descent of the founder of the Confederacy, not to mention his God, as Babylonian or Hellenic names of Jews of the later period are indicative of their descent. Yet, in contrast to Joshua, Moses originally had no designation of Israelite descent. Such descent is only a late and artificial construct. The Levitical descent of the Elide, priestly sib, most probably stemming from him, is also a later construction. Whatever the facts, the old tradition clearly indicates that the god had already been worshipped outside Israel at the time of his reception. Obviously he had enjoyed organized worship among the Bedouin and Oasis tribes bordering on Israel to the south. From the beginning, his seat was on the mountains. However, the oldest tradition considered the Oasis Kadesh, in the Sinai desert, his true sanctuary. This was where the tomb of the prophetess Miriam was located and where presumably decisive acts of Israel's self-constitution took place. The place of his organized worship most important for the origin of the Levites was at the waters of Strive of Kadesh, Deuteronomy 88:8, i.e., at the source of the oasis where his priests gave trial oracles. His priest copyright Jethro 128. According to tradition the father-in-law and advisor of Moses, was considered to be a Midianite. Similarly, the legendary, obscure figure of Balaam, who made holy predictions in Yahweh's name, was considered a stranger partly Moabite, partly Ammonite. Correctly interpreted he was probably an Edomite or Midianite seer whom the Israelites later killed in battle. We may bypass, here, the question of how to bring the event in Kadesh into agreement with the fixed residence of the god on Mount Sinai and the conclusion of the covenant located there by a later tradition. The conquering Edomites early advanced toward the boundaries of Egypt and Jeremiah and Obijah still considered Edom, and especially the wooded mountain of Seir, to be the ancient seat of Yahweh wisdom. Seir was the dwelling place of Esau, General 32:3, the elder brother of Jacob. It was the place where dwelt the sibs of the tribe of Simeon which early fell into oblivion. The Levitical sib of the Korahites, Ex 6:21, originally, General 36:5, seems to go back to Esau, hence to Edomite descent. In the Song of Deborah, Yahweh approaches from Seir to the scene of battle. The poet of the beautiful Watchman song from the time of exile, which chanced to appear among the oracles of Isaiah, despite the then bitter hostility against Edom, still heard from there the call what of the night. The Kenites who later appear as particularly zealous Yahweh believers originally did not belong to the tribe of Judah, not to mention Israel, in whose eyes Cain, in the legend of manslaughter as well as in an old Balaam saying, was an accursed man. Some doubts are raised against the assumption that Mount Sinai, later equated with Mount Horeb, was a volcano at the northwestern shore of Arabia near the Red Sea eastward opposite the present so-called Sinai Peninsula. But the saga itself has never maintained that it belonged to the territory of Israel. The same goes for Kadesh. It is also certain that the old tradition neither considered Yahweh to be the original God of Israel, nor the God of Israel alone, nor to reside in Israel. Only the final revision of the Hexateuch, which makes Yahweh a God of the universe, takes it for granted that the patriarchs, too, worshipped no other God. To the old tradition still in the Jephthah legend he is a god beside other gods, though an especially powerful and majestic one. 124 Moreover, he is the God of Israel and for Jephthah he is my God as Chemosh is the God of the Ammonite king. But Yahweh was a God in a quite special sense. He was and that remained a conception fraught with consequences, a God from afar, holding sway from his remote mountain seat near heaven and on occasion personally intervening in the course of events. From the beginning, this distance gave him a special majesty. To be sure, one of the old traditions maintained that the elders themselves had shared the table with him on Mount Sinai. But the predominant view of later times was that of all men, only Moses had seen him face to face, Deuteronomy 34:10, and that after that Moses' face had shone in such supernatural radiance that he had to cover it before the people, Ex 34:29f. Perhaps this is still a reminiscence of the old teraphim masks to be discussed at a later time. Actual opinion, Ex 33:20f, held that even Moses upon his request had only been able to see him pass by backward, because anybody seeing his countenance would not live. It was no local or tribal deity familiar of old, but a strange and mysterious form which gave its consecration to the sworn Israelite confederacy. To the nature of the war god, the destruction of the Egyptian army to which the tremendous prestige of this god is traced by the tradition obviously occurred in the course of a sudden tide of the Red Sea raised by a storm in the wake of an equally sudden ebb tide east of the Sinai Peninsula. As indicated by the appearance of a pillar of a cloud and a pillar of fire and the fiery glow on the mountain, this may have been connected with some sort of volcanic phenomena. Doubts have been raised against the occurrence of this catastrophe in the Red Sea as well as the Egyptian sojourn of Israel. But according to Egyptian sources it was not unusual for the stock breeders of the steppe during times of actual or threatened drought to seek protection as medics in Egyptian borderlands. There, it goes without saying, occasional drafts of forced labor by the kings occurred, and it was just as natural that, given the opportunity, they would escape the imposition of the corvée. However, the chronology of the immigration and exodus remain 125 quite difficult, for the border fortifications in the construction of which the Israelites claim to have cooperated seem to have been built under Ramses II, and Israel is already mentioned as an enemy in Palestine under his successor Merneptah. There is further difficulty if one identifies the Kabiri, appearing as enemies in Palestine far earlier, under Amenophis 11f and 4, with the Ibram the people beyond, i.e., probably the East Jordan people as the Israelites and other tribes considered related degree in tradition are designated in the perspective of the strangers. Apart from Abraham, who is thought of as an itinerant shepherd and who is always called the Hebrew, this designation is only found once in the mouth of the Israelites in the Book of the Covenant *, otherwise only in intercourse with strangers registered. It has been established that the tribes which later are joined in the Israelite Confederacy invaded the West Jordan land in several waves. Moreover, the composition of the Confederacy, as made probable by earlier discussions, underwent changes. It included Canaanites on the one hand, former Bedouin tribes on the other. It is well nigh certain that not all later tribes of Israel or their ancestors were participants in the sojourn in Egypt. The most reliable, because most natural tradition has the tribe of Judah, emerging much later, invade its dwelling place from the south and not from the east. It remains unclear whether the Phoenicians allegedly, but hardly actually immigrated from the Persian Gulf and a part of the Sagas nomads presumably from the border of Mesopotamia. It is also unclear whether elements of the Israelites, hidden behind the Abraham, or Abram, tradition, immigrated earlier, say during the time of the Amarna tablets, from the Mesopotamian steppe. This is not impossible. The name, Abiram, is frequent in Babylon. The religion ascribed to Abraham, to be sure, does not bear any traits identifiable as Babylonian. The Chedorlaomer tradition, however, is a striking peculiarity. Also other features of the tradition suggest several waves of invasions of the country. The collections of the blessings and the priestly tradition, in any case, located the kernel of the old Israelite confederacy, as known to the Song of Deborah, in Moses' covenant with the God who had effected the Red Sea miracle, for the purpose of conquering and maintaining the West Jordan land. There is no reasoned degree to doubt the historical 126 nature of Moses' person. Degree. The question is how to evaluate his accomplishments. It appears impossible truly to ascertain the historical course of events. The conception that a law book, such as the Book of the Covenant, or a catalogue of ethical duties, such as the Decalogue, would have been the subject matter of the Birth rests on quite unhistorical and unpragmatic ideas, not to mention other insurmountable difficulties. According to all analogies, including the Islamite ones, and for purely objective reasons, we may assume that the substance of the fraternization, possibly not the first of its kind, consisted in the reception of rites established at places of Yahweh's previous worship. These rites were obviously very simple, in correspondence with their environment. They represented worship without images, including possibly circumcision and certainly oracles by lot. Besides, there were certain simple orders of social brotherliness which were suitable for a conquering army, summons of nomads of the steppe, and, last but not least, the prestige of war prophecy. The special sharpness with which the god taboos the murder of compatriots, the violation of guest right, and the strict booty taboo also fit this derivation. With due caution we may assume these, expressly or in fact, constituted the obligations which Israel assumed by birth. They contain no elements which do not historically occur elsewhere under similar conditions. But what of Yahweh? He was and always remained a God of salvation and promise. What mattered chiefly, however, was that salvation as well as promise concerned actual political, not intimate personal affairs. The God offered salvation from Egyptian bondage, not from a senseless world out of joint. He promised not transcendent values but dominion over Canaan which one was out to conquer and a good life. This unbroken naturalism and ritualistic peculiarity going back to primitive socio-cultural conditions became important indeed. It became so in the fusion with ubiquitously diffused elements of a rational and intellectually differentiated civilization. The fusion began soon after the immigration. Acculturation is generally productive of entirely new and peculiar phenomena given the opportunity and compelling need of absorbing a series of as yet unsublimated ideas. If they are not yet stereotyped through priestly, official, or literary 127 elaboration, they compel the old rationalized structures to adjust to entirely new and relatively simple conditions. Israelite conceptions, on a Mosaic foundation, established such a necessity before the Oriental culture elements diffused in Canaan. Through what native traits was the process consummated? The initial question is, what are the traits of the deity which, according to tradition, Moses newly introduced into the Israelite confederacy regardless of how constituted? A number of characteristics are attributed to Yahweh in the old tradition. With the old Hellenic and other deities of warlike peoples he shares those highly anthropomorphic traits 14 which are his precisely in the earlier parts of the tradition, especially those stemming from the south, the so-called Yahwist tradition. One of his traits not often to be found with similar intensity is his nearness. Obviously it is an early and later quite regular attribute. Under certain conditions even the nearness of men of God possessed by his spirit, Ruach, is uncanny and dangerous. As we saw, the sight of him is deadly. The holiness which is specific for Yahweh to an especially high degree, means, as is generally held since Count Baudissin's investigations, originally this essential unapproachability and separateness of God from all men as well as objects which are not especially ritually qualified for bearing his nearness. This aloofness follows from the danger of any contact or sight of God. This important quality is apparently partially connected with the ancient absence of images in his worship. It is, however, bound up initially with his nature and its manifestations. Yahweh resembles the Indian god Indra, for, like Indra, he is, for Israel at least, first and foremost a god of war. A variant of an ancient account calls him a man of war, Ishmael Shema, EX 15:3. He thirsts for the blood of the enemies, the disobedient, the victims. His passion is mighty beyond all bounds. In his wrath, God devours the enemies with fire or he lets them be devoured by the earth. According to the double verse of the Miriam dance, he throws them into the sea like the chariots of the Egyptians, or he mires their vehicles, like those of the Canaanites in the Deborah battle, in the rain-swollen rivulets so that the Israelite peasants could slaughter their occupants in 128 the same way as once happened to the Latin knighthood in Greece during the late period of the Crusades. With the prophets, still, the frightfulness of his wrath and his warlike might is the preeminent trait. His mercy is of the same grandeur as his wrath. For his passionate heart is changeable. He repents of having shown goodwill toward men if they compensate him meanly. Then, again, he repents his boundless wrath. The late rabbinical tradition has God himself pray, that his own mercy may gain the upper hand over his wrath. He personally draws near in the thunderstorm to come to the aid of the army. He assists his friends, as Athena did Ulysses. He is unscrupulous also in cunning and fraud. But one can never be certain not to provoke his wrath through some unwitting oversight. Nor can one be sure of not being suddenly pounced upon unexpectedly and unasked, or threatened with destruction by a divine noumenon from among his spirits. In pre-prophetic times, the spirit, the Ruach of Yahweh, is neither an ethical power nor a religious state of habituation, but an acute demonic superhuman power of varying, most frequently frightful, character. The savage charismatic warrior heroes of the Israelite tribes, berserks like Samson, Nazarites and ecstatic Nebiim, know themselves to be seized by this force. They experience themselves as his following. All war prophets and prophetesses appear in Yahweh's name. The bearers of another Theophorus, Baal's, name like Jerubbaal assume a new name as warlords, Gideon. Yahweh, like Indra, is fit to be god of war because, like Indra, he was originally a god of the great catastrophes of nature. His appearance is accompanied by phenomena such as earthquakes, Isam 14:15, is 2:12f, 46:6, volcanic phenomena, General 19:24, EX 19:11f, Psalm 46:6, subterraneous, Isaiah 30:27, and heavenly fire, the desert wind from the south and southeast, Zechariah 9:14, and thunderstorms. As in the case of Indra, flashes of lightning are his arrows, Psalm 18:14, as late as the prophets and psalmists. For Palestine the orbit of nature catastrophes comprised also the insect, above all, the locust plague, which the southeastern wind brought into the country. Hence the God punishes the enemies of his people with locusts and he sends swarms of hornets to confound them. He sends 129 snakes en masse to punish his own people. Finally, there are epidemics, Hos 13:14. God afflicts the Egyptians with pestilence, likewise the Philistines and others who lay hand on his holy ark, Isam 4:8, 6:5, 19. The serpent staff of his priests in the Temple of Jerusalem is probably indicative of his former role as the deity of pestilence. For as the master of disease he also could ward it off or prevent it, as is always the case in similar instances. Thus all frightful and fateful nature phenomena were the dismene of the god. He combined the traits of Indra with those of Rudra. Besides this character of warlike and nature mythological savage, he shows milder features even in the old tradition as the master of rainfall. He expressly points out to his people that in Israel, unlike Egypt, the harvest yield is not dependent upon irrigation. It is not a product of bureaucratic administration, of the king on earth and the work of the peasant, but it is the result of the rain given by Yahweh according to his free grace. The strong rainstorms, peculiar especially of the steppe territory bordering the desert, were his work. From the beginning, Yahweh's character as rain god identified him with the individual and his economic interests and facilitated the later increasingly significant permeation of his image with the traits of a benign god of nature and the heavens. The sublimation and rationalization of the image of God into that of a wise governor of the universe was consummated above all, under the influence of conceptions of supreme heavenly deities diffused in the surrounding areas as well as in Palestine. Moreover, the belief in divine providence, a belief developed among the Israelite intellectuals, exerted a partial influence. But the features of the frightful god of catastrophes, derived from the conception of Yahweh of old, never vanished. These features played the decisive part in all those mythologies and mythological influenced images, the utilization of which bestows an incomparable grandeur on the language of the prophets. The Yahweh-directed processes of nature are primary proof of his might, not proof of wise order until deep in exilic and post-exilic times. The connection of the qualities of Yahweh as a god of frightful natural catastrophes, not of the eternal order of nature, preserved down to the time after the exile, was, beside 130 the general relationship of those processes with war, based historically on the fact that God had made use of his power first in battle against the Egyptians, then, in the Deborah battle, against the Canaanites, and likewise, later against Israel's enemies. Events of nature, especially earthquakes, Isam 14:15, and heavy thunderstorms, Deborah battle, provoked panic among the enemy and were ascribed to him as divine trembling, Cherdath Elohim, Loccit. Such a volcanically determined panic, of the Egyptians, had led to the reception of the god. That remained unforgotten. 3. Social reception of the war god. What mattered practically was that Yahweh, despite this nature, became and continued to be a god of social organization, at least for old Israel. This must be properly understood. We must assume that, since Moses, he was the God of the covenant of the Israelite confederacy, and, corresponding to the purpose of the confederacy, he was primarily its war god. He played this role in a very special manner. He became war god by virtue of a treaty of confederation. This contract had to be concluded, not only among confederates, but also with him, for he was no god residing in the midst of the people, a familiar god, but rather a god hitherto strange. He continued to be a god from afar. This was the decisive element in the relationship. Yahweh was an elective god. The confederate people had chosen him through birth with him, just as, later, it established its king by birth. Yahweh, in turn, had chosen this people before all others by free resolve. This is what he constantly brings home to the people through the priestly Torah and the prophetic oracles. By free grace he has chosen this and no other people. He has given them promises as to no other people and in compensation accepted their pledges. Hence, whenever the confederate people per se entered a birth, he, the God, was an ideational party to it. All violations of the holy enactments were not merely violations of orders guaranteed by him as other gods guarantee their orders, but violations of the most solemn contractual obligations toward him personally. He who failed to accept the army summons, failed not merely to serve the confederacy, but to serve 1831. Him personally and came not to the help of the Lord, Jude 5:23. The members of the Confederate Army were called men of God, Amha Elohim Jud. 20:1f. In this manner Yahweh became not only the war god of the Confederacy but also the contractual partner of its law established by Berith, above all of the socio-legal orders. Since the Confederacy was at first a stateless association of tribes, new statutes, whether cultic or legal in nature, could in principle originate only by way of agreement, Berith, based on oracle like the original covenant. Therewith, all statutes were based on the same ground as the old contract relation which existed between the God and the people. Considered in terms of public law, the Berith, before the advent of kingship, was no mere theoretical construction. The same holds for the religious conception. With Jeremiah 2:5, Yahweh asks, "What iniquity have your fathers found in me?" And for his part, Jeremiah admonishes him not to break his covenant with Israel. Being considered a contractual partner, this God of the covenant could be viewed in Israel neither as a mere functional deity of some process of nature or of social institutions, nor as a local deity in the manner everywhere characteristic of Oriental cities. He was no mere God of the land. Rather, the human community of the Israelite Confederate Army had to be considered as his people, joined to him through common covenant. This was, in fact, the classical view of the tradition. The transfer of holiness to the political territorial holding, making it a holy land, is but a later conception, probably suggested by heterogeneous conceptions of deity in part derived from Baal worship, in part from the localization of Yahweh as the God of the king's residence. This conception of the Holy Land is first documented for David in the time of kings in a tradition of uncertain age, then in the northern kingdom at the occasion of Elisha's conversion of Naaman. As guardian of Confederate orders, Yahweh protects the customs and mores. That which is unheard of in Israel is an abomination to him. In agreement with his original nature, however, and unlike Varuna and similar deities, he was not the guardian of the Confederate law and mores in the sense of sanctifying an already existing immutable order of law or a 182 righteousness measurable in terms of fixed norms. On the contrary, this positive law for Israel was created through Berith with him. It had not always been in existence, and it was possible that by new revelation and new Berith with God it could be changed again. Not only Paul, but even some individual prophets, Jeremiah and Ezekiel, occasionally believed that God had imposed some stipulations upon the people as a hard yoke or punishment, just as, according to popular myth, he had imposed the toil of work and death upon Adam. The law was no eternal Tao or Dharma but a positive divine enactment. Its observance was jealously watched by Yahweh. On the later occasions, God's law was called eternal by the ethical rationalism of the Deuteronomic school, Deuteronomy 4:2, and the original moral perfection of God's just orders was praised as peculiar to no other people, 4:8. These occasional exhortatory arguments, however, do not embody the typical stand unavoidably following from the Berith character of the law. God's ordainments come from his hand and are as such changeable. He may bind himself to his enactments by Berith, but that is the result of his free resolve. Only the priestly revision knows of eternal orders. Almost all of these are cultic norms, or they pertain to rites of the Aaronites who gained ascendancy only in exile times, becoming monopolists of cult leadership. Just because these norms were innovations, they were designated with this emotionally changed expression, Chakath Olam. Ex 27:21, Leviticus 3:17, 16:31, 23:14, 31:41, Deuteronomy 12:1 pertain to cultic orders. Leviticus 7:37, Number 18:23 pertain to priestly law of exile times. I General 9:14 Berith Olam pertains to the theological constructions of Noah's covenant. The only eternal secular order, namely the stipulation of eternal equal rights for Israel and the Jerem, is also a priestly innovation of exile times. Indeed, one can recognize such new stipulations from the very use of the term eternal. In the ancient literature of Israel, it is never maintained that this and no other social order be eternal and immutable by virtue of its intrinsic perfection, therefore guaranteed by Yahweh. Characteristically, when Job requests God to answer for the unjust order of man's condition and when God makes his appearance in the storm, he argues with not a single word the wisdom of his order of human relations, as, for instance, the Confucian would 138 presuppose. Instead, Yahweh exclusively argues his sovereign might and greatness in the events of nature. This historically determined peculiarity of God has remained fraught with consequences into times when the early Christian doctrine of natural law emerged. From the beginning, in Yahwism there were features transcending Israel, and in this sense a certain universalism was inherent in the conception of Yahweh. Rather, such elements of a potential universalism were inherent in the peculiar relationship in which, for purely historical reasons, the Israelite confederacy stood to this God. There has been recent controversy as to whether monolatry, the exclusive worship of one of several deities, henotheism, consideration of the implored God as alone mighty, or monotheism, singularity in principle, have governed the ancient conception of Yahweh. This may be a misleading formulation of the question. The conception of Yahweh has not only undergone changes, but at any given time it varied according to different social groups. The warrior knew clearly that the God whom he implored was his God, and consequently that the God of the enemy was different. The gods Yahweh and Chemosh are thus treated in the book of Judges, 11:24, in the story of Jephthah, and in the book of Kings in the account of the Moabite war, 2 Key 3:1f. Apparently Chemosh was also a god common to several tribes. With regard to the king and the urban strata, especially those of the temple priests and patricians, but also of the urban masses, a different conception of Yahweh obtained. The god was considered to be localized in the temple of the city, and there were other gods elsewhere. One's own god stood and fell with the existence of the city. Anyone who had to leave the city, or its jurisdictional area, could not serve its god but had to serve strange deities, as did David, Psalm 26:19. The newcomer from a foreign land, however, had better serve the native god, because he might otherwise revenge himself, as did Yahweh on the Assyrian colonists in Samaria, 2 Key 17:25-26. This is the product of urban culture. For the Israelite of a temple city, especially Jerusalem, Yahweh resided in the temple. The Ark of Yahweh always facilitated such localization. The transmitted ritual shows that warriors in the field conceived of Yahweh as present on this camp shrine. 134. Naturally, the attitude of semi-nomadic stock-breeding tribes was quite different. The tradition influenced by them takes it for granted that God is with the Israelites wherever they are, General 28:20. They know full well that also non-Israelite tribes worship Yahweh, hence their legends presuppose the same not only for Laban, General 24:50, 31:49, after all a relative, but also for Abimelech of Gerar, General 20:11, 21:23. In the Joseph legend, General 41:39f, one can trace views typical of overseas trading peoples such as the Hellenes and the later Romans, namely, the naive identification of certain foreign deities with their own. In post-exilic Judaism this is to be found in the identification of Yahweh with the god of Nebuchadnezzar, with Daniel, and that of the Persian king. On the whole, however, this tendency was alien to early Israel because Yahweh by birth had become its god. In the original view, this precluded the possibility that Yahweh, as for example Marduk and Ahura Mazda, could be the tutelary god of foreign kings in the same manner as of Israel. The professional Yahweh prophets of olden times, the Nebiim and seers, were evidently neither convinced of Yahweh's uniqueness, nor of the fact that their God had been domiciled only in Israel. In part these prophets had an international clientele. The Elijah tradition presupposes, at least in one place, Ik 17:9, that also the widow in Zidon receives Yahweh's commandments. For the rest, their God was, if not the only one, naturally the strongest of them all, and other gods were nobodies. This was true also for the old Yahwistic warrior tradition, Josh 2:9. What mattered to it most was the special position of Israel by birth. This tradition held that while others may worship Yahweh, Israel stands under his special protection. Yahweh was not considered to be the enemy of other nations. Only the nationalistic fanaticism of the kingly prophets of good fortune and the confessional fanaticism of the priests after the exile occasionally approached this view. What mattered to Yahweh was Israel alone, as was, after all, expected at all times of every local god, or local saint, and every localized Madonna. However, in the case of Yahweh, views leading to similar results did not derive originally from the localization but, indeed, from a relative universalism and the particularized birth with Israel. The different conceptions of Yahweh stood side by side, and 135 their logical contradiction was usually not perceived. In any case, one should beware of viewing the more particularistic conception of God as necessarily older. To some extent, the opposite holds, and this was unavoidably the case with Yahweh. In the rhythmic, ancient, divine speech, EX 19:5, Yahweh, before announcing the substance of the covenant to be concluded which will make Israel his treasure, refers to himself as Lord of the earth. This view, alongside others, is to be found even in pre-prophetic times. The gods of other nations, after all, also make their appearance universalistically in this sense. This is true particularly of the gods of the great kings of the capitals of the world empires. Ammon, in Egypt under the priestly rule of the later Ramses, claimed universal power of ministering grace. The counselors and court prophets of the Israelite kings will have pronounced similar things of Yahweh in memory of David's kingdom. 1 Registered historically, the special, relative, universalism of Yahweh did not rest on this foundation, but rather on the fact of his reception. Yahweh had simply existed already and had proven his power in a manner different from other deities before Israel offered him sacrifices. This had consequences for worship. Even if he enjoyed sacrifices and these, accordingly, were considered adequate means to win his favor, nevertheless, the idea frequent elsewhere that God's existence depended upon the offering of sacrifices one could hardly emerge. Yahweh had his throne afar on his mountain height and had no need for sacrifices, even though he enjoyed them. Besides, note this, in the pre-kingly times during periods of peace, there existed no political or hierarchic authority whatsoever which could have offered sacrifices in the name of the confederacy. We have no knowledge of such, and its existence seems impossible. Hence, the sacrifice in ancient times simply could not gain the significance in relation to Yahweh which it obtained elsewhere. Thus, the prophets later were perfectly justified in emphasizing that not only for the time of the desert but for the Israelite confederation generally, people did not worship God by offering sacrifice. As the Birith was the specific form through which the confederate people constantly renewed contact with Yahweh, the idea suggested itself to deem the fulfillment of his Birith sanctified command. 1386 meant at least of equal or actually greater importance than occasional sacrifices offered by individuals and later by kings and temple priests. This is asserted ever anew by part of the pure Yahweh worshippers. Registered during the later time of kings, there was always a party in Israel and, indeed, it included the most powerful scriptural prophets such as Amos and Jeremiah who kept the memory of this condition alive and presented any and all sacrifices as ultimately quite indifferent to Yahweh. It is understandable that people least firmly settled at fixed places of worship, hence, strata of small stock breeders, most closely adhered to this view. Obviously, what the mighty heavenly warlord actually demanded was the precise observation of his specific rites, and, for Tuesday rest, obedience to his revelations. This view, replete with consequences again for political reasons from the beginning, remained alive among the very guardians of the old tradition. However primitive and barbaric the ethical commandments may have been, which today can no longer be ascertained, which he imposed on the warrior confederacy, Yahweh was simply and unavoidably and far more than any other deity a jealous God, quite specifically securing the observance of certain ritualistic and social ethical workaday norms. He was not a God, note this, who esteemed an eternally valid ethic or who could himself be ethically judged. This last notion emerged only gradually as a product of intellectual rationalism. Nay, he behaved as a king, given to wrath and passion if the obligations due him through birth remained unfulfilled. Duties such as the chosen lord demands of his subject were at issue, they were quite positive obligations. From the first people did not and had nothing to ponder as to their absolute ethical value. What was owed was substantially the avoidance of things unheard of in Israel and positive obligations fixed by birth. According to an early and widely diffused opinion, these were more insisted upon by God than sacrificial offerings. Even quite early, the tradition presents him in a great state of rage not only because of ritualistic, but ethical abominations. And it is presupposed that the Holy War of the Confederacy could be declared to Confederate members because of grave offenses, because of deeds such as had not been done nor seen from the 187 day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt. Judd 1930. What led the Confederacy to intervene in such matters and hence led to a specifically strong ethical orientation of old Israelite Confederate law, was the joint religious liability of Confederate members for the offenses of each individual. This presupposition of collective liability for each offender, knowingly or unwittingly held, was of great consequence. Like the right to employ repressive measures in all international relations to this day, it was taken as a matter of course in the religious belief of people who, like Israel, stood opposite their God as an association of freemen. Whereas in Babylonian hymns the liability of the individual for the sins of his ancestors and close relatives is to be found, joint liability of the people as a whole for each and every individual, the precondition for all prophetic prediction of doom, naturally, was ideologically undeveloped in a purely bureaucratic state. Hence, also in this the political structure played a decisive role. As the members of the collectivity are liable for one another, so the descendants are liable for the offenses of their ancestors down to remote generations. The same held for blood revenge, hence was nothing startling. With the weakening of blood revenge, changes came about. The Deuteronomic speculation considered both kinds of liability for compatriots and ancestors a hardship without being able actually to abolish the view. For Israel it resulted from birth with God himself. A further important peculiarity results from the quality of the God as guardian of the Confederate law and as war god accepted through a special contract. The God was and continued to be, in spite of all anthropomorphism, unmarried and, hence, childless. Also, the B'ni Elohim of the 6th chapter of Genesis were no B'ni Yahweh. Given the peculiarity of his position, a feminine counterpart was entirely out of the question. He lacked this supplement, just as, occasionally, certain functional deities guaranteeing the social order, Varuna, Apollo, and imported deities, Dionysus, are devoid of it for similar reasons. With Yahweh, however, this circumstance from the beginning contributed substantially to his appearance, as something unique and more removed from this world, in contrast to other divine figures. This, above all, blocked the formation of true myths, which is always 138 Theogony. Hence also this important peculiarity was probably determined through the peculiar political origin of his worship. As we have seen, such traits of preeminence of the God of the Confederacy by no means necessarily constituted a claim to exclusive recognition. The external relationship to the deities of other peoples has already been discussed. Jephthah takes for granted the reality and might of the Ammonite and later, also, Moabite god Chemosh. The view is still the same under Ahab. The Moabite king by the sacrifice of his own son was able so much to strengthen Chemosh that his anger against Israel and its God gained the upper hand. But what matters here is that de facto the exclusiveness of the God also did not exist within the group. It is highly probable that for the semi-Bedouins of the steppe, from the outset the great war god of the covenant was the only important deity. This monolatry is explained quite simply from the fact that they had no differentiated culture productive of functional deities and that the political community only served militarily to protect and or conquer grazing grounds. Hence, these semi-nomadic tribes, especially in the south, were presumably from the outset the representatives of a conception of the singularity of Yahweh in the sense of monolatry. This view was taken up by the professional group which was, from the beginning, peculiar to Yahweh worship, the war prophets. The oldest document which mentions with disapproval the worship of new gods in Israel is the Song of Deborah, Jud 5:8. All wars against the urban patricians, Canaanite as well as Philistine, were fought in the name of Yahweh. Understandably, on such occasions, the view always emerged that exclusive worship of Yahweh who had promised military aid was a covenant duty. All non-secular, but prophetic, male or female leaders in the wars of liberation were hostile to all other deities or became so in war. For the rest, nothing is better ascertained for the settled Israelites than the fact that they possessed other gods besides Yahweh. Originally this was perfectly legitimate. The possession of other gods meant merely that other cults not dedicated to Yahweh existed and that their importance quite apart from imported foreign noumena was such that the priestly revision was unable to efface. 1 Registered 139. 4 Non-Yahwistic cults. From the first, the tradition gives account of Sib cults and domestic shrines. David excused himself from Saul's festive sacrifice because of a cult festival of his Sib, a cult festival of which Yahweh's cult orders know nothing. Besides, not only Laban but every Israelite member of a fully qualified Sib originally had a shrine in his house and a house idol, according to the stipulations covering the ceremony of hereditary enslavement in the Book of the Covenant and according to the account of David's flight from his house. From the state of the sources, one can perhaps not ascertain what, in the last analysis, were these teraphim, whether possibly identical with masks or dolls which the head of the Sib wore during the orgiastic mime. Here we shall bypass the question. The way, however, in which they vanish from the amended revisions of the tradition proves that they, the teraphim, had nothing to do with a, quite improbable, home cult of Yahweh, just as little as the Sib festivals. To be sure, the details are uncertain. Similarly, one moves on quite controversial ground with the important questions concerning whether and what sort of death cult existed in Old Israel and to what extent its complete absence later was related to the decreasing social and cultic significance of the Sibs. The imaginative constructions of an original ancestor worship in Israel advanced by State and Schwally could not withstand the penetrating criticism especially of Graiini Eisen. Still, the soul of the dead appears once to have been quite a considerable power in ancient Palestinian magic. In later times, however, it is indeed a problematic form. Like a great many others, the Israelite conception of the soul does not necessarily hold it to be a unit. In common with the Egyptians, the ancient Israelites ascribed at least to the king a plurality of souls. But a unitary conception of the Ka governing even at an early time in Egyptian speculation, was not taken over in Israel and seems to have exerted no influence. The later conception going back to the fusion of heterogeneous early Israelite and several, presumably borrowed, ideas distinguished three aspects of human nature. 140. 1. The body, Basar, 2. The soul, Nefesh, residing in the blood as bearer of the normal affects, of individuation, as we would say, and of all usual phenomena of life in general and, 3. The spirit, the breath of life, Ruach. Ruach is a divine breath which Yahweh has blown into man. Its presence only makes a living man out of the quite weak and merely vegetatively animated body. Yahweh makes breath come from the four winds through a charm word of Ezekiel in his visions. It revitalizes the dead bones dispersed on Israel's soil. Moreover, Ruach is the special divine force, which corresponding to Mana and Oranda, finds expression as charisma of extraordinary accomplishments in heroes, prophets, artists and, reversely as demonic possession in grave affects and unusual psychic states. In the sources Nefesh and Ruach are not always sharply distinguished. Apparently the dualism of God's live breath, the blowing of the Godhead, and dead chaos, to be found in the later revision of the stories of creation, General 1, was borrowed from Phoenician ideas via speculations of intellectuals. It facilitated the conception of a dualistic Ruach Basar. This met the anti-death cult tendencies of the priests halfway. According to the later view, namely of the Ruach as substantially equal to the winds, it returns with man's last breath to heaven, thus, its individuality is submerged and a realm of the dead individual souls is eliminated indeed. This did not at all agree with the old belief of the people. To be sure, the original conception of the fate of the Nefesh, while not always quite clear, obviously was that the Nefesh continue to exist. In one instance, with Jeremiah, the assumption, original also for Egypt, is found of a soul sojourn in the tomb. But this concerns a heroine, Rachel, and doubtlessly was based on an ancient internment cult. The existence of a conception of an ancestral heaven of Sib members, however, apparently cannot be ascertained. Still in late times Sib tombs are to be found for distinguished individual Sibs, for instance, the Maccabees, and, according to tradition of the priests and patriarchs. Such were possible only for settled tribes. Presumably the old expression "to be gathered unto their fathers" in any case signified to be GOP 141 buried in a common place rather than to be gathered in a special ancestral heaven, especially as the expression alternates with other turns of phrase such as "to be gathered unto his people," which may mean Sib members as well as fellow warriors. Nor can belief in a warrior heaven be historically ascertained. In popular belief, when Yahweh cut off his especially favored religious heroes, they continued to exist among his heavenly hosts, that is, as in Egypt according to one view, in the shiny army of stars, or perhaps also in his heavenly council, whereas the correct view may well have been that he made them softly expire in his arms like Moses. The Nefesh of all others, however, leads a shadowy existence in Hades, Sheol. Unlike Egyptian conceptualization, no place of blissful life of the blessed is extrapolated from this, and no opportunity for rebirth is opened. Rather, all ghosts of the dead are slack, refame, as with the Hellenes. This, however, does not make them harmless. The stoning of a man or animal possessed with an evil spirit or seized with the cherem doubtlessly served the purpose of thoroughly blocking the way to its dead soul, lest it haunt the place. Whereas in Egypt the teaching of Ka-1 registered was developed from similar beginnings, the Israelite view of the soul remained quite contradictory. The later Deuteronomic and priestly conception occasionally enjoins strict ritualistic prohibition of the enjoyment of blood on the grounds that one must eat the soul neither of man nor animal. It would result in evil charm and possibly possession. But no teaching developed with regard to the fates of animal and human souls. The Nefesh lives in Hades only as shadowy image of the living, for it has neither blood nor breath. According to the view, also, of the psalmists, one learns nothing of Yahweh's deeds there, and one cannot praise him, memory is extinguished. Like Achilles, one wishes to be preserved from this fate as long as possible, and this existence is not experienced as continued life in the beyond. Moreover, there is no compensation in the beyond as represented by the judgment of the dead in Egypt, as it developed out of Chthonian cults under priestly influence on ethics. With the later prophets, scattered beginnings of the construction of a Tartarus for evildoers are to be found, but they are as little elaborated as with the Hellenes and Babylonians. The hazy nature of all these 142 notions is most simply explained from the fact that Sheol as well as Nefesh were ancient military and folk beliefs, and the champions of Yahwism bypassed both. They did not wish to recognize a soul in the beyond. Point 1 registered. They employed the concept of the Ruach, probably taken over initially from the animistic idea of rebirth of warrior asceticism and later assimilated to the notion of the divine cosmic breath, the wind of Yahweh. Degree. According to them, what would and should live on was something quite different, namely the good name * of the hero among his fellows and descendants. As we saw, the high esteem for the name is a typical Bedouin trait. But it was dominant also in Egypt. In Israel, as in Egypt, the view was held that every name was somehow something real, of the essence of the thing or person. The fact that Yahweh will blot out the name of the transgressor of his book expresses the threat to destroy him forever, Ex 32:32, 33f. The view was probably reinforced by the significance of personal charisma and the fame of the warrior hero in connection with the prevalent Sib organization and the naming of distinguished Sibs by the ancestor as eponym. The name of a man visibly blessed by God during his lifetime can become a blessing which later generations will still utilize. The supreme promise which Abraham receives from the Lord is that this will happen to his name. 4. In the one old, Yahwistic, revision of the word, General 12:2, 8, later refashioned, General 18:18, 22:18, 26:4, 28:14, the meaning is that Abraham's name shall become a blessing and that sometime in the future all generations on earth shall bless themselves by his name. By itself that meant only that he and his loved ones would lead a blessed life known to all the world. It had nothing to do with any messianic meaning. For the sake of the treasured name, lest it be extinguished in Israel, numerous progeny were desired, Deuteronomy 25:6, 7, 10, Ruth 4:5, 10, J. Sam 24:21, 2. Sam 14:7.22 It was not desired, as elsewhere, for the sake of death sacrifices, though such existed. But there is nowhere an indication, at least not in the sources accessible to us, that the sacrifices be of special importance for the fate of the dead or for that of one offering the sacrifice. For although one might assume the contrary, the muteness in the 148 sources concerning life after death originally was not connected with a deliberate struggle of the priests against the power of the Sibs anchored in ancestor worship. In later times priestly religion and Sib power undoubtedly worked at cross purposes. Even then the contrast remained essentially latent and, in any case, did not lead to the Yahwistic conception of all death cult. Sib power and death cult go often, but not necessarily together. In Egypt the death cult in its unsurpassed intensity has by no means brought about magically or cultically bound Sib associations. Copyright These last were, rather, singularly absent, for the patrimonial bureaucracy of the Corvée state had crushed the importance of the Sibs even before the death cult received its paramount and final elaboration. The strongly developed old Israelite Sib organization, on the other hand, did not permit true ancestor worship of Chinese or Indian stamp to emerge. Nor did it allow for a death cult of Egyptian stamp. Certainly it could easily have been developed from the position of the family head as a house priest and the Sib cults, and, once developed, it would have greatly enhanced the power and ritualistic prestige of the Sibs, thus creating serious obstacles to the diffusion of the pure Yahweh belief. The organization of guest peoples then might have possibly led to the formation of castes. Insofar, it was of no small significance that the Yahweh belief was from the beginning clearly inimical to the emergence of a death or ancestor cult. 2 degree For the typical points of departure for the emergence of such cults seem to have existed. A cult of actual or alleged tribal heroes is not ascertainable, but the mentioning of the tombs of several of them suggests cults as probable, which then were quite studiously reinterpreted by the later priestly revision. That the road toward the death cult had been taken is shown more by mention of the death sacrifices and mourning customs in Deuteronomy 26:14, and the residues of the death oracles, than the high valuation of piety for the corpse in the apocryphal Book of Tobit, which is perhaps influenced by Persia. More significant than all these residues, the quite obviously conscious and deliberate rejection of all these beginnings of a death cult by the Yahweh religion, cutting off their development, speaks for its existence. This opposition was strikingly biased in nature. Decisive in 144 This is not the impurity of all dead things and of everything even indirectly related to the grave, for instance, the morning bread. The dead and everything concerning them was impure, i.e., a source of magical defilement even where subject to a cult as in Egypt. The fact that the Yahweh priest was forbidden to participate in any way in the mourning of the dead, with the exception of his next of kin, goes, after all, beyond what might be thus determined. The same applies to the absolute ritualistic impurity of all livestock even if but parts had been used for death sacrifice or eaten at burial meals. Indeed, it was typical of the negative confession of sin to which the individual had to submit when appearing before Yahweh, that the sacrifice be ritually pure in this respect, Deuteronomy 26:14. The tabooing of death oracles has the same implication. For these were not tabooed as some form of forbidden oracular practice because they were fraudulent, but despite their efficacy and revelation of the truth, as shown, for example, by Samuel's exorcism. No, they were in competition with the oracle formulae handled by the Yahweh priests and derived from cults which obviously signified dangerous rivalry for them. Besides native Chthonian cults, above all, the Egyptian death cult in the direct neighborhood was obviously an enemy against which the tabooing of all death cult was directed. 7. As is known, the numerous scarabaeuses found in Palestine served magically to protect the dead before the judge of the dead and suggest the probability that the Egyptian death cult was not unknown. However, nothing more clearly proves the profound discontent with which the Yahweh religion, for reasons of this all-pervasive antagonism toward Egyptian esoterics and Chthonian mysteries, faced all matters of the beyond, than the abrupt stoppage of all trains of thought registered seeming to lead unavoidably in this direction. This is true of the whole of Old Testament literature including all prophets, psalmists, and poets of legends. For the prophets, is 28:15, a political alliance with Egypt means an alliance with Sheol, that is, with the gods of death. This helps to explain their stubborn hostility against Egyptian support. In the face of all this, one gains the impression that belief in resurrection, existing in esoteric form in Babylonia and determined through astral myths also in pre-exilic times, was not 145 unknown. It appears suddenly in the book of Daniel as a ready-made conception and becomes a popular, pharisaical, belief after the time of the Maccabees. To be sure, official Babylonian religion knows as little of this as does Israelite religion. It considers death to be an unavoidable evil of humankind. For the plant of life under the protection of evil demons is deeply hidden in the netherworld, which in Babylonia, too, is a shadowy realm. And only individual mortals, as in Israel, are removed from it by the grace of the gods into a realm of bliss. But in Israel one can sense that it is no matter of ignoring but of rejecting this afterworld. The entire realm of the dead and the fate of the soul remained uncanny to official priestly and prophetic religion. Its representatives and, indeed, the greatest of them, never employed the idea of compensation in the hereafter, an idea native to Egyptian and Zoroastrian religion. That remained the case up to the time of the Pharisees, who brought a change in this respect. Piety toward living parents is highly praised and its breach is strictly taboo, but there is never mention of a fate of ancestors in the beyond, no matter how splendid they may have been. This is the case even though retribution and just compensation was what the Yahweh believers hopefully expected of their God, and although there existed solidarity with its liability of descendants for the sins of their fathers. In later times, as we shall see, the promises of the prophets have, by their peculiarity, co-determined this rejection of all individual compensation in the beyond in favor of collective hopes in this world. In the early period, however, this rejection of all speculation about the beyond is hardly accidental. It is equally characteristic of the law collections and the historians, and this in the neighborhood of well-known Egypt. The nearest direct opponents were presumably the orgiastic cults of the Chthonian and Canaanite noumena. General Chthonian, not specifically Egyptian, traits are indicated by the tabooed mourning customs, incision of wounds, closely cropped hair, and similar phenomena, enumerated by the prophets, Amos, Isaiah, Micah, and in the Torah, Leviticus 19:28, Deuteronomy 14:1. And the prohibition, Deuteronomy 14:2, is motivated by the relation to Yahweh, hence, in a cultic manner. As far as is known, Yahweh simply has never 146 borne any features of a Chthonian deity. He resides always on the mountains or in the temple, never in the earth. Sheol or Hades is never present as a creation of Yahweh, it is of all the places in the universe the one for which this is not claimed. He is never God of the dead or of a realm of the dead. The cults of Chthonian deities and the gods of the dead always have quite specific peculiarities. No trace of them can be ascertained in Yahweh worship. He has just as little ever been a deity of vegetation or celestial bodies, deities whose worship is usually productive of hopes for resurrection. Undoubtedly this cultic opposition was decisive for the attitudes of Yahweh priests and Torah teachers. Conceptions of resurrection, conjoined to death cults were probably not unknown in Palestine. However, the Yahweh priesthood had nothing to do with them nor wished to, because their own ritualistic customs agreed as little with sidereal as with Chthonian cults. Besides externally opposing the priests of the dead and interpreters of death oracles, they may also have feared that any concession to speculation concerning a beyond might make them fall for immensely popular cults such as that of the Egyptian Osiris, be it the Osiris cult itself or a derived esoteric resurrection mystery. Probably favorable to this rejection of all death cults and ancestor worship was the fact that the hallowing of bookishly fixed wisdom of the ancestors, given through the Egyptian social structure, did not operate in ancient Israel. Likewise favorable was the fact that no true nobility developed with individual ancestor worship. For however little a developed ancestor cult occasioned the hostility of Yahweh priests against the mourning customs, the placing of the prohibition of mourning mortification by bodily incision with tattooing, Leviticus 19:28, doubtlessly a tattooing with the sib and tribal sign transmitted from the tribal father shows that, in practice, the opposition was also directed against the cultic significance of the sib. The struggle of the pure Yahweh believers against the emergence of cult associations of the sibs, in turn, prevented the emergence of ancestor worship, which would have found its seat in sib associations. Thus, at a later time, the sib festivals vanished entirely. Part ITT. Priesthood, Cult, and Ethics. OE. Chapter 6. Cultic Peculiarities of Yahwism. AE1. The Sabbath. Yahweh cult had to accommodate to the fact that in the agricultural territory of Palestine the usual sidereal and vegetation deities continued to exist. Alongside pre-existing or imported Phoenician cults, particularly those of Moloch and Astarte, and Mesopotamian deities never recognized by Yahweh priests, Tammuz, and the moon god Sin, the legend of Jephthah's daughter would seem to document the existence of annual wailing rites for the death of an ancient feminine vegetation deity. However, these strange gods did not have decisive significance for the formation of Yahweh religion and may be disregarded here. Their influence asserted itself in innumerable details, but not in the rites decisive for the basic patterns of the way of life. There is one exception to this. Clearly, the highly important institution of the Sabbath is related to the Shabbat day of the moon cult which also prevailed in Babylon. The etymology of the Hebraic word for to swear, literally, to seventh oneself, indicates that the sacredness of the number 7 found in Babylon extends back also in Palestine to olden times. The same holds probably also for the conception of the sevenfold Godhead. But the honoring of the Sabbath in both countries is hardly due to genuine borrowing, but to a common tradition. Differences appear even in the earliest mention of the 149. 150, Sabbath. In Mesopotamia the Shabbat day was strictly bound to the course of the moon, the new moon, the full moon. Later it was bound up with the days of the months divisible by 7 and 7 times 7. In Israel every seventh day continued to be festive regardless of the phases of the moon, even though there, too, the sacredness of the new moon was ancient. And there are vestiges of a former sacredness of the full moon. Perhaps, as Beer assumes, the original meaning of Sabbath was full moon day, only later transferred to seventh day, ex 23:12, 34:21. Israel shared with Babylon the magical conception of the number 7, but with a difference. In Mesopotamia the Shabbat in historical times was a day of penance. In Israel, originally, the seventh day was obviously a happy day of rest from work, a day when people cared for other things than the usual occupational routine and especially visited the men of God, 2 Key 4:23. As the Nehemiah Chronicle particularly shows, 1815, it was also the day for the peasants to drive to town to the market, to the kermis. Just as the Roman nundinae and like the one day of the 5-day week prevailing in some vegetable cultivating countries. The accusation which the prophet Amos leveled against those grain sellers who deem the Sabbath too long since it disturbs their business, shows that even then the Sabbath rest was enforced at least with respect to urban and professional traders. This was necessary with regard to the Jerem who would otherwise be advantaged in competition. Nehemiah 13:16f offers a close analogy. According to the prophetic legend, 2 Ki 423, from the time of the Jehu dynasty, slaves and cattle were apparently not yet included in the injunction to observe a day of rest. Apparently this occurred only in Deuteronomic times, and only then charity seems to have been advanced as the central motive. It was only in exile times that observance of the Sabbath, and the duty to abstain from all activity going beyond ritual prescriptions, was elevated to an importance in Israel second only to circumcision. This was brought about through the striving of the priests for insurmountable, confessionally discriminating duties of Israel. As the mere fact of being circumcised offered no guarantee for the truly God-pleasing life, the Sabbath became one of the chief ritualistic commandments of 151 Israel, one which was repeatedly and ever increasingly emphasized. It came to stand in significance beside the prohibition of murder, idolatry, and enjoyment of blood. In the revision containing the myth of God's 6 days of work, the Sabbath received a cosmic explanation. The priestly position, at the time, was that violation of Sabbath rest was a capital offense, EX 31:14f. The origin of the Sabbath is certainly not to be found among the stock breeders of the desert or steppe, where the Sabbath is impracticable or devoid of significance and where the phases of the moon are of small significance, but it is to be found in an agricultural area. The question, then, whether the number 7 refers to planetary movements or to division by 4 of the moon's cycle, is rightly answered increasingly in favor of the latter assumption. The fact that in contrast to Babylonia, the day of rest in Israel became or remained a regularly recurrent day is simply to be explained by the greater prevalence in Palestine of peasant economic interests and customs oriented around the local urban market as over against the predominance of astronomical knowledge of gentile priests among the Babylonians. In Babylon, astronomical correctness was ritualistically essential. In Israel, however, during the time of the fixation of Sabbath customs, the interest of peasants and small-town burghers in the regular recurrence of the market day was decisive. The regular recurrence of the Sabbath was probably established with the strengthening of the market economy. Deuteronomy, the specific law of the city-state, no longer mentions the ancient moon festivals. By themselves, the Israelites simply could not achieve sidereal correctness. One need only remember what travail a correct determination of simple astronomical facts cost even the rabbis of late Judaic times. The Sabbath rite could readily be detached from its connection with the moon cult and could even be integrated into the Yahweh religion as one of its chief ritualistic commandments. However, there were other agricultural cults, partially taken over by the Israelites of the Confederacy, partially found in their midst during their transition to fixed settlement, which posed more permanent difficulties. The deities of the Kabiri on the Amarna tablets were called 152 Ilani. Those of the Canaanites and of the Israelites settled in the north were called Elohim, a name which in some places was understood as a plural. Perhaps also for the Israelite gods the attribute often is placed in the plural in the present revision. However, it is always thought of as a singular when the reference is to the Israelite religion. One passage in the very Book of the Covenant, however, seems to form an exception to this, EX 22:28. Moreover, the grammatical forms in Abraham's address to the divine epiphany of the 3 men would seem to make it probable that the singular of the address did not preclude the possibility of polytheistic conceptions. The use of the plural to designate a preeminent and at the same time abstract supreme being seated in heavenly distances was indeed diffused in neighboring Phoenicia, and was apparently also present in Palestine. Registered and in later Babylonian usage, the plural Ilani, like Elohim in Israel, is a designation of the Godhead. Nevertheless, it remains probable that a pantheon of some sort originally underlay the expression. However, Hen especially made plausible that even the Israelite immigrants met with the designation as a collectivity for the Godhead or the Supreme God. Naturally, for the Yahweh believer the supremacy of the God of the covenant was firmly established. He was for him Elohim, because he was simply his Godhead generally registered. This was comparable to the position of the Supreme God of heavens in Babylon and in the areas under its influence. The letter of the Canaanite Akajam, 15th century, designates the supreme deity as Bel Ilanu, Lord of the Gods. In the nature of the case, Yahweh was fused with special ease with such supreme heavenly deities. In relatively late passages he is still called God of Gods. In the angry remarks of Isaiah against the Elim, is continued remembrance of the fact that these were once deities opposed to Yahweh. This is suggested, too, in the names of some of them and in the clearly ex post facto identification with Yahweh. One tradition which in its present revision is late has the priest King Melchizedek worship the supreme God, El Elgin, during Abraham's time in Jerusalem. According to other accounts this is probably a Phoenician name for the God of heavens at the head of the pantheon, and Abraham then uses the same name for Yahweh. The old designation El Shaddai 153, which according to Delitzsch is related to Shadu, the Babylonian term for mountain, refers to the same. 8 In later views other heavenly beings were considered as Yahweh's messengers and aides. Originally, however, they were themselves gods, as may be gathered from the uncertain treatment of the three figures of the Epiphany with Abraham in the grove of Mamre. This also appears from the self-designation we often to be found in divine resolves in Genesis. The children of the Elohim in the mutilated ancient Titanic myth, General 6, take a fancy to the daughters of man and produce with them the Nephilim, number 1833, the giants, of the great celestial constellations, from whom stem the sons of Anak, number, Ibid, and those knights, Gibborim, of bygone archaic times of Canaan. The ancestors had to fight them. In the original formulation, the heavenly God destroyed them in the great flood. The starry hosts, as we saw in the Deborah song in northern Israel, formed the nucleus of the heavenly spirits which also, in the prophetic visions later, surrounded Yahweh. Noumena, which do not appear identical with Yahweh, lay in ambush for the heroes. Such a deity is overcome by Jacob in a wrestling match. Direct influence of Akhenaten's son religion on Yahweh worship is highly improbable, for propaganda for it was in any case insecure and without zeal in Palestine registered, and it occurred in remote times. However, the North Israelite abstract designation of God by degree corresponds to Babylonian usage. Moreover, the worship of the supreme God on Mount Gerizim and other mountain heights suggests the Babylonian worship on gigantic terraced towers so as to be as close as possible to the God of heaven. Almost all of these Mid-Eastern deities were astral and at the same time vegetative in nature, and they closely resembled one another. As is usual, their personifications develop only gradually. Originally one could not separate the spirit of the star from the star itself. 1. Only functional deities of culture, as for instance, the Babylonian god of the scribes, Nabu, were from the beginning conceived quite personally. But a tendency to revert to the impersonal remained characteristic of most of them. Indeed, the supreme deities of heaven, thus Anu in Babel, always were abstract and strange to the popular cult. There was an ubiquitous bent for syncretism and for elevating the sun god. 154 as supreme, in the eyes of the intellectual the only God. In Palestine there are only scattered traces of this tendency, although the Elohim abstraction, after all, points in this direction. Baal, the most important deity actually in competition with Yahweh, was of Canaanite, Phoenician-influenced origin and had already undergone important changes in terms of the more highly developed Babylonian religion. As is diffused in primitive form everywhere among preliterate peoples, the original, or correctly speaking, the prevailing conception during the time of occupation was that a special God was lord over well-defined things, events of nature, and social life. This is similar to the conception of the Indian Lord of Prayer or the ancient Chinese conception of Godhead. Things or events belong to the respective Baal as a piece of land or head of cattle, or a monopolized vocation belongs to a man. The origin of two main categories of deities is located here. First, there were functional deities, as, perhaps, was the Baal-Berith, the Lord of the Covenant who had jurisdiction over the conclusion of covenants, protecting them and avenging their violation. Baal-Zebul of Ekron, the Lord of the pestilence-carrying flies, or the Lord of dreams, or of anger are also examples of functional deities. Secondly, there were deities to whom fertile soil belonged, the local deities in this technical sense. While the Israelite Confederacy god was deity of the people's community, like Bel of the Assyrian warrior people, though more in the nature of an army king, the Palestinian Baal of a place was lord of the land, of all its fruit, in the nature of a patrimonial landlord, more like the Babylonian Bel, the lord of the fertile soil. Later we shall examine in greater detail the great ritualistic significance of the Chthonian character displayed by most of the more important Baal cults. To Baal were due the firstlings of all fruit of the soil, cattle, men who lived on the land, an obligation transferred by the priests to Yahweh, to whom this was originally unknown. The religious motivation of the previously mentioned duty not to 155 harvest the land, Leviticus 19:9 and 23:22, completely came from this realm of ideas as indicated by the motivation, I am Yahweh your God. A different orientation distinguished the not entirely antagonistic conception of Yahweh from that of Baal. The former is the God of the community members, the latter that of the territorial association, the one is the God of heaven, the other the God of earth. In Canaanite territory the second conception was certainly quite old, it developed on the basis of settled city life and patrician landlordism. Each city had local deities of this kind. During the Amarna time the governors complained to the king of the fact that the city deities, by whose grace the pharaoh is lord of the city, left the city and that it, therefore, fell into the hands of the enemies. The Israelites apparently bestowed the name of Baal upon quite a number of deities with special names, upon Hadad, who was worshipped under the image of a steer, likewise upon the Phoenician Milk or Melkart, who was imported under the Omrid dynasty. In any case, the most important competitor of Yahweh was the local Baal, because he was a functionally quite universal figure and was the proprietor of the land in the economic and political sense. In the case of peaceful affiliation or violent annexation of cities by Israel, these Baals retained, of course, possession of the city and their shrines. In the original view, that did no harm to the great war god of the Confederacy. With the increasing prestige of Yahweh, however, his relation to the Baals had somehow to be regularized. He could, possibly, head up a pantheon as the God of heaven, and something of the sort seems to be echoed in the Elohim designation. But this brought the dangers of his fading, as happened to all such supreme gods of heaven wherever they had no permanent sanctuary for workaday needs. The Baals, then, continued to be the lords of the living cults. On the other hand, Yahweh was simply identified with the Baals or somehow joined to them in worship. Until post-exilic times Yahweh was worshipped by Jews without any scruples, together even with entirely strange gods in one and the same temple. In the case of combinations of Yahweh with the local deity, the Baal tended to become more important in times of peace and prosperity, Yahweh in great war emergencies. This actually happened and explains the fact that when raising 156 an outcry against Baal, puritanical Yahweh prophets had most to contend with in times of peaceful prosperity, whereas every national war and act of foreign oppression and threat benefited Yahweh, the old god of the Red Sea catastrophe. One may assume that there were long periods when the two kinds of deities stood peacefully side by side and the Baals were important without being considered opponents of Yahweh. Even celebrated heroes of North Israel are to be found with Baal names, especially Jerubbaal, who as war hero of Yahweh quite characteristically received the new name of Gideon. Similarly, the sons of the good Yahwistic King Saul, whose names were also characteristically altered by later tradition. By virtue of the frequent identification with local or functional Baals, the cult of Yahweh also adopted their cult attributes, above all, the cult images. According to tradition and verified by excavations, the original cult of the Israelite Confederacy must be considered as probably devoid of image, it obviously was taken over in this form. Certainly this was not the product of any ancient high-level speculations concerning the nature of God. Rather the reverse holds, it was the result of primitive cult implements, which, given the great sanctity of the ancient war ritual of the Confederacy, were definitively stereotyped at a particularly early time. The God remained imageless simply because he still had none at the time of reception. This was due to the level of material culture in the reception area. For the same reason the oldest law books prescribe a simple altar made of earth and unhewn stones as was customary at the time. The preservation of this imageless cult in times of developed artistic work is, indeed, not peculiar to the Yahweh cult. The same is ascertainable elsewhere, for instance, with some early Hellenic and ancient Cretan cults and with the Iranians who, like the Israelites, were influenced by Babylon. Decisive for the retention of this feature at some of the more important sanctuaries were doubtlessly their forms of worship, which were customary of old and esteemed as especially holy because of their age. The fear of evil charm in case of change made the reception of icons difficult. The only thing peculiar about Israelite development was the intensity with which the negativism toward images was carried through. It was approximated only 157. By Islamic development under Israelite influence and partially by Zoroastrism. Elsewhere the tabooing of images was confined to some sanctuaries or to the respective deities, and, for the rest, room was left for the practice of art inside and outside the religious sphere. In Israel, Yahweh became the only God. Alongside the intensification of the claim of Yahweh for monolatry, the representatives of the cult without image have not only required the tabooing of Yahweh images, but also the rejection of all image-like paraments. Finally, iconoclasm was carried to an extent inimical almost in principle to the practice of all fine arts. Such was the second commandment in its definitive formulation. That had greatest bearing for the suppression of artistic practice and aesthetic sensitivity in later Jewry. This last and quite radical striving for theological consistency was but a product of the priestly quest for efficient, ritually differentiating prescriptions. It cannot be discerned in the older sources. It is even doubtful whether, in ancient times, Yahwistic Puritanism only tabooed molten images, the products of urban culture, or also, or precisely, carved images, or all images. The three decalogues are contradictory in this. Artistic skill of the parament artisan then was considered a divine charisma. This negativism toward all images acquired its sharpness only in the course of the quite vehement struggle which the representatives of the old imageless cult had to fight against the Yahweh images and other cult paraments. These made their appearance in the culture area of Canaan, and their nature has been greatly obscured by later tradition. The ephod, registered especially, occupies an uncertain place. As with the teraphim, one cannot ascertain its original nature. The occasionally posited phallic nature 1 degree can hardly be proven. Some accounts would suggest a picture, others, something to wear with a pocket for the oracle tablets, still others a garment. Quite possibly the meaning changed under the influence of the later conception of the cult without image. If it was initially an image-like parament, it was presumably alien to the original cult of Yahweh. The account suggesting this most strongly is of North Israelite origin. Here, we may disregard the question as to whether the tabernacle of Yahweh was more than a later theoretical construct. The portable 158 Ark of Yahweh was far more important and represented a specific parament of the Yahweh cult without images. It will, perhaps, never be ascertained whether this Ark, as Edward Meyer especially assumed, originally was a fetish box and hence Egyptian in origin, or whether, as M. Dibelius 7 has made more probable, it was originally a box-like throne of heaven and hence pre-Israelite Palestinian in origin, or whether the Ark, if nevertheless a box, originally contained a sacred stone possibly covered with runes. Or whether it was, as Schwally assumed in analogy to an Islamic military field shrine, Makmal, from the beginning an empty box serving magically to confine the god. Dibelius, in any case, has made it very probable from the oldest accounts, number 10, 35, 36 in conjunction with Isam 1:9 and 4:4 and the image of Jeremiah 3:16, that during the liberation wars against the Philistines, the ark was a cherub-decorated seat upon which Yahweh sat invisibly and which, in war emergencies, was conveyed on a wagon into camp. Before battle Yahweh was summoned in a rhythmic imploration to rise against the enemies, likewise after victory to resume his seat, Number 10:35, 36. In the later Samuel legend, Yahweh appears localized in Or, probably, upon the ark in the sanctuary. Perhaps that is the product of a later conception from the time of complete settlement, although logically incompatible conceptions of God often stand side by side. The belief that Yahweh, during war, had his seat invisibly on the ark was not identical, though perhaps not absolutely incompatible, with the view entertained, for instance, by the Song of Deborah of God drawing near in a storm from his seat on the wooded mountains of Seir. In any case, it is hardly accidental that the Persians, like the Israelites, a mountain-dwelling people neighboring on charioteering peoples of the plain, according to Herodotus, 740, likewise carried their invisible god Ahura Mazda on a wagon into war. Registered, the original intention may have been to oppose the carriage-riding king of heaven to the carriage-riding war kings and idols of the enemies. Reichel has ascertained several instances of empty thrones of deities also in the Hellenic area. A god, whose ancient transmitted cult was without image, plainly had to be, normally, an invisible deity. Such invisibility 159. Necessarily fed his specific dignity and uncanny mysteriousness. Here again the historically given cult form of the Confederate God occasioned his spiritualization, which was both facilitated and suggested by these qualities. In the tradition, the ark is bound to Shiloh and its old allied priestly Sib, hence is North Israelite in nature. It is also quite intimately connected with the quality of Yahweh as a god of war and Lord of the heavenly hosts, Tsabaoth. However, the Song of Deborah and military accounts before the time of the Philistines know nothing of the ark, and at the time its appearance is ephemeral. Thus time, occasion, and scope of its original recognition as a Yahwistic cult parament and war symbol remain uncertain. Only Deuteronomic theology made it into the Ark of the Covenant, hence the container of the tablets of the laws. The conception of God linked to the ark, and locating him upon it or in it, no longer had any appeal. In any case, the empty ark and its significance was symptom and probably also occasion for the relative spiritualization of this anthropomorphic conception of God, as directly determined by the absence of images in worship. The seat of the God of the Covenant on the wooded mountains of Seir naturally was without all images and temples, there is no known trace of either. The Hezekiah annals indicate that a snake staff, the so-called serpent of brass, belonged to the paraments of the later Jerusalemite cult. In contrast to the luxurious implements of Solomonic times, it was traced back to Moses and obviously was a truly ancient implement because it was no longer understood and was interpreted in terms of etiological legends. In the tradition, Moses is also treated as a therapeutic miracle maker, especially as savior from pestilence. This would well agree with the fact that epidemics also belong to Yahweh's special means of fighting his enemies. The etiological saga suggests the idea, unprovable to be sure, that the snake staff was an emblem, registered, of certain later vanished medicine men who had been Yahweh priests. This completes the list of truly ancient Yahwistic paraments. As the idolatry of the civilized country invaded the North Israelite Yahweh cult, given the intimate fusion of Yahweh and Baal, Yahweh was represented mainly as a steer, hence, probably 160 as the fertility god of the tillers. King Jeroboam, who bears a Yahweh name and had a Yahweh prophet on his side, was credited with having put gilded steer images in some North Israelite sanctuaries 2 degrees for the sake of the emancipation from Jerusalem. One of these images was to be found at Dan, a sanctuary considered especially orthodox under the management of a priestly Sib allegedly stemming from Moses. Not the slightest objection against the apparent employment of such Yahweh images is known of the North Israelite prophets under the Omrids, Elijah and Elisha, both relentless opponents of Baal cults which had strongly developed under Phoenician influence. The fight, also within Yahwism, against idols per se was set off doubtlessly by the struggle that just opened against foreign cults, which were all idol cults, imported by foreign princesses and allies. The struggle could start from those sanctuaries in the country where Yahweh was worshipped without images, as was doubtlessly the practice at old non-Israelite sanctuaries of the desert. The priests of such sanctuaries necessarily were likely to regard this form the only correct one. And with mounting external pressure they could mobilize behind them the growing concern for correct Yahweh worship as known from olden time of Israel's victories. Where the ark represented the most holy cult object, only worship without image can have existed of yore, and that was in Shiloh until the time of David. Likewise, there is no reason to doubt that since the transfer of the ark to Jerusalem, worship there also was at first entirely without image. The tradition, however, permits us to see that the holy ark had stood half forgotten in a private house for quite some time before David established the sanctuary in Jerusalem and after the Philistines had taken the ark in battle and presumably had destroyed Shiloh. Hence, it means probably a first decisive turning point in favor of the power position of the imageless Yahweh cult when David made this the form of worship of the royal residence by transferring to it this very symbol of the cult without image of the Confederate war god. David's alliance with the allied priests expelled from Shiloh, presumably gave him, from the beginning, support against Saul, who, though a Yahwist, as a North Israelite was oriented to the combined Yahweh-Baal worship. This led him to institute a notorious massacre among 161 those priests, against which the tradition reacted with a hatred still to be felt in the present revision. With David, the South became the center of the belief in worship without image as solely correct. The Solomonic Temple, to be sure, already meant a reversal to this puritanical cult. Apparently it bore a sacred inscription which permits us to infer sun worship, a kingly cult diffused among many dynasties. Later, also, a sun carriage with horses is mentioned. And the temple construction clearly offended against the ancient imperative of Yahweh to worship him upon a plain earthen altar without hewn stones. Doubtlessly, the temple in many details failed to comply with the later demand for the absolute avoidance of icon-like paraments. The downfall of the allied priest Abiathar may well be connected with these innovations of Corvi kingship oriented to Egypt and Phoenicia. At the time, however, these innovations were obviously not in the center of attention. The actual fight against these innovations began only at a far later time. No principled opposition against all images was noticeable as yet, even though the most varied paraments then were suspect of alluding to foreign cults. This opposition began in the time of Hosea and attained its first success in the time of Hezekiah. At this time it did not even stop short of the ancient parament of the brazen serpent going back to Moses, it was broken into pieces by King Hezekiah. This struggle was motivated by the increasing political concern to eliminate all possible reasons for the wrath of the war god of old, who once had been worshipped without image. In addition, it was motivated by the conception of God, meanwhile sublimated, in intellectual circles who cherished the very invisibility and non-representational nature of God which served their conceptualization. They now scorned the work of the artisans in foreign idolatries, juxtaposing it to his superhuman majesty. Baal worship was persecuted as the source of these abominations invading Yahweh worship. Moreover, the increasing sharpness of this struggle against Baal worship was connected with profound and intrinsic peculiarities of the worship of God which were inseparably bound up with the old Canaanite cult of Baal, but absolutely contradictory to true Yahwistic. 162 Religiosity. In explaining this, we have to go far back and first focus attention on the priests, the managers of cult. 3. Sacrifice and expiation. In early Israelite times there existed no generally recognized priesthood of the confederacy, which could have monopolized the sacrifice to the God of covenant. This is sufficiently documented. The later sacrifice was necessarily not important in the relation between the Israelite confederacy and Yahweh. 4. As stated earlier, prior to kingship, there existed no confederate authorities competent to offer regular sacrifices in peacetime. As a unit the confederacy existed only in time of war, and then, according to tradition, the partial or complete tabooing of the booty was the specific ritualistic means of satisfying the god. This, to be sure, gave the god a greater stake in Israel's victory than prior sacrifice. Naturally, as to all other deities, sacrifices probably always were offered to Yahweh in order to obtain his goodwill. In wartime sacrifices were offered also on behalf of the Confederacy. In peacetime, however, individual sacrifices were offered as warranted by the occasion. In traditional theory, every meal, at least every meat dinner, represented a sacrificial feast, in the very broad sense that the deity had to receive his share by offerings. Princes and at times the heads of sibs, too, proffered sacrifices to him before battle and otherwise according to need at the old sanctuaries. According to a reliable tradition, only the sprinkling of the altar with blood would seem to be reserved to Moses, hence to professional priests. It is uncertain whether this form of worship was diffused beyond Shiloh. Its age, too, is uncertain. Later priestly theory, to be sure, represented even Saul's sacrifice without consulting Samuel. Samuel, in this, was cast into the role of priest, as a paradigm of interference in priestly jurisdiction which caused Saul's undoing. But even later this did not by any means agree with positive law. In the book of Samuel, David wears priestly garments and gives the blessing. Under King Uzziah, in the priestly revision of the kingly tradition, the same conflict occurs as allegedly between Saul and Samuel. It must be taken as certain that princes and large landlords employed ritually trained priests. Originally they 163 had free discretion in this. In the older tradition, which the chroniclers later expurgated, David makes two of his sons priests degree in the book of Judges. Micah, a big landlord, does likewise, according to a tradition soon to be discussed in another connection. Shrines which princes and private persons furnished in this manner were considered their private property. They had domestic jurisdiction over them, as the North Israelite kings over Jeroboam's establishment in Bethel, Amos 7:13. According to one tradition, they ordered their hired priests as their officials even to execute, as, for instance, in Jerusalem, the construction of altars following foreign models. 2 Key 1610. No collective organization of the sacrificial priests existed. This was simply due to the competition of the shrines in which, understandably, the sanctuaries of private persons in the northern kingdom were not nearly as disadvantaged in relation to kingly foundations as were those in the centralized Jewish city-state. The main priest carried the title the priest, ha-Kohen. Only late is the title chief priest, Kohen Harash, found in Jerusalem. 2 Key 25:18. It is not certain whether the post-exilic title high priest, Kohen Hagadol, existed. 2 Key 22:4, 8, and 23:4 is suspected as a gloss. Compare 2 Key 11:9f, where the title ha-Kohen stands for the same superior priest Jehoiada. 4 In any case, the cult priests of the kingly temples were enumerated as royal officials. 2 Sam 8:16f, 20:23f. They accompanied the king to war, and with one exception, Jehoiada under Athaliah in pre-Deuteronomic times, they played no noticeable independent political role. Least of all were they considered heads of a religious congregation. Such did not exist. In olden times the army summons was also the religious congregation, as was later the territorial community of fully qualified Israelites. The court judging Jeremiah consisted of the royal Sarim and the Zakenim, whose role in the verdict remains questionable. The militia men, formed the bystanders of this court organization, Kahal. The priests were the accusers but did not sit in court. The king, Josiah, not the supreme priest, Hilkiah, called the community together, also in case a religious spirit was at issue. We may bypass here the question of ancient priest kingship in Jerusalem suggested by the doubtful tradition of Genesis 14. In any case, according to the Old 164 tradition, the prince was legitimately and ritualistically qualified to offer sacrifice on behalf of the body politic. Likewise, there were certainly, of yore, sanctuaries which people visited from afar and where local, hereditary charismatic priests solely conducted, according to ancient rules, solemn ceremonies for princes as well as private persons. Thus, the Sib of the elites dominated the sanctuary at Shiloh, which the prophets, Jeremiah, considered to be especially old and purely Yahwistic. The tradition concerning the ancient practice of sacrificial offerings seems to run as follows. The patrons offered flesh sacrifices in connection with individual prayers for fulfillment of certain wishes, and the priest took his share of the sacrifice. Furthermore, sacrificial feasts at which the participants got drunk were also no rare occurrence. The significance of the sacrificial meals shall concern us later, and we shall ignore here the complex history of the ancient Israelite sacrifice. Here we shall first address ourselves to the sacrificial offerings. These in Israel as elsewhere were at first considered to be suitable means to reinforce supplications to the Lord. The oldest cult prescriptions, as preserved in the cultic supplements of the Book of the Covenant, required only generally that the Israelites should appear 3 times a year before the Lord, and should not appear empty-handed. No other unquestionably old prescriptions exist, and the practical significance of this commandment cannot be ascertained. The significance of the sacrificial offerings first shifted quantitatively with the increasing prestige of the Confederate war god as brought about by expansion and, above all, with the establishment of kingship. The Davidians and, in the north, Jeroboam, established kingly sanctuaries provided with regular sacrifices. The change in the meaning of sacrificial offering, however, was of far greater importance. This occurred with the increasingly gloomy political prospects of the country during the further course of kingly rule. The question inevitably arose, whence this unfavorable development of the political and military situation of Israel? The answer could be only God's wrath is upon the people. The Israelite conception of sin takes its point of departure from purely objective factual data, as indicated by the old words for sin mostly derived from shada, to transgress. 165 An offense, obviously, was first and foremost a ritualistic transgression evoking God's anger. Hence, here as elsewhere, fear of ritualistic mistakes and their consequences was the oldest motive for the quest of expiation. But Yahweh was also contractual partner to the Berith with Israel, and the old social law based upon fellowship and brotherly aid in need was considered an obligation toward him. The concept of sin, thus, had to extend to substantively ethical, particularly social ethical stipulations. Yahwistic criticism of the attitudes of the kings and of the social changes brought about by urbanism thus led to expansion of the concept of sin beyond the area of ritual to social ethics. The same occurred under similar conditions elsewhere as, for instance, is indicated by the Sumerian inscription of Urukagina. It seemed obvious that the mighty war god linked his grace to the observance of his commandments, solemnly adopted by Berith. Besides ritualistic prescriptions, he insisted especially upon observance of the old Confederate law which he guaranteed. With failure and during times of political duress, naturally it was more widely discussed which socially relevant abomination might have caused the wrath of God and how his wrath might be assuaged. After the 9th century both kingdoms were in a chronic state of duress. With all this, as the sources clearly permit us to see, the significance of the sacrifice as a means of expiation of guilt increasingly came to the fore. Eventually sacrifice became all-important. 2 out of presumably quite manifold varieties of expiatory sacrifices, Shathat and Asham alone became canonical through circumstances probably quite accidental. Asterisk. This increased the necessity for having access to Yahweh priests knowing the law and ritual, in order to decipher God's will and the transgressions necessary to be expiated. With increasing rationalization of life, the demand for means of determining and expiating sins increased everywhere, including Mesopotamia, and under the pressure of its political fate this need gained an especially great momentum in Israel. Thus, with the increasing importance of the expiatory sacrifice and instruction concerning Yahweh's will, the demand increased for persons having knowledge of Yahweh and his commandments. For it was not primarily the offering of the sacrifice. 166 itself that people sought, however important its correctness may have been, but above all, knowledge of God's will and the events giving offense to him. Local and political associations as well as individuals found themselves in this situation. The primary concern of the body politic was how to influence the fortunes of war and produce rich rainfall, both promised by Yahweh in return for obedience and correct behavior. To this was added the individual wish for help in all sorts of personal emergencies. Moses, like Elijah in the tradition, performed private healing miracles as well as political ones, especially military, rainmaking, and dietary miracles. They scrutinized the will of God and offenses against him. This last increasingly became the special service of the professional leaders of Yahwism. As the sources show, almost all sorts of means for determining God's will known to the surrounding civilized world, were also to be found in Palestine. But not all of them were considered equally legitimate by Israelite tradition. Later only three forms were held to be correct from the standpoint of strict Yahweh religion. 1. Yahweh's pronouncements to a true seer and prophet, authorized to speak on his behalf. The criteria for distinguishing a true from a false prophet will be discussed later. 2. For certain cases oracle by lot, performed by professional oracular priests by means of oracle tablets, Urim and Thummim, and perhaps originally by means of the arrow oracle, was acceptable. 3. Finally the dream vision was considered legitimate although it met with increasing reservations. In the increasingly prevailing view all other forms of divination of the future, be it facts relevant for trial or otherwise, and, especially, of God's will and intentions were considered accursed magic and, in certain circumstances, capital offenses or simply swindles. The ordeal until Deuteronomic times retained its place only for a few cases, especially for testing the marital fidelity of a wife. The oracle by lot continued to exist until late pre-exilic times. Its ancient sacredness, like that of the imageless Yahweh cult, rested on its very simplicity, agreeing with the primitive life conditions of the steppe. The oracle by lot decreased in importance opposite consultation of seers, prophets, and other wise men. The exile tradition has it terminated by loss of the oracular tablets. The death oracles and all other forms of divination, 167. Despite the taboo placed upon them, continued, of course, to exist, but their importance clearly declined. The increasing consultation of seers, prophets, and experts in matters of ritual was a natural product of the increasingly complex questions to be answered. A simple yet or nay or a simple lot no longer sufficed for an answer. For genuine Yahwism there was an additional reason which sprang from the peculiar relationship to Yahweh. When Yahweh was angry and failed to help the nation or the individual, a violation of the Berith with him had to be responsible for this. Hence, it was necessary for the authorities as well as for the individual from the outset to ask which commandment had been violated. Irrational divination means could not answer this question, only knowledge of the very commandments and soul-searching. Thus, the idea of Berith flourishing in the truly Yahwistic circles pushed all scrutiny of the divine will toward an at least relatively rational mode of raising and answering the question. Hence, the priestly exhortation under the influence of the intellectual strata turned with great sharpness against soothsayers, augurs, day-choosers, interpreters of signs, conjurers of the dead, defining their ways of consulting the deities as characteristically pagan. Registered the scriptural prophets and the strict Yahwistic circles close to them attacked, as we shall show, the reliability of dream interpretation which was partially connected with the specific vocational characteristics of these prophets, partly with their conception of Yahweh's peculiar nature and intentions. The struggle against magic and the irrational forms of divination waged prior to the scriptural prophets, besides the stated rational reasons, had, of course, also fortuitous historical reasons. They consisted in the manner in which the competition between the various categories of priests and soothsayers was settled and in the technical state of the oracular art as then practiced by the champions of the triumphant form. We find the sorcerer described as a heretic everywhere, in China, India, and in the old Sumerian city-states. he is still the illegitimate competitor of the legitimate priesthood, which often emerged out of purely fortuitous constellations. This taboo also extends to the sorcerer's practices. The oracle by lot, certainly, was no more rational than the Babylonian liver inspection, only. 168. Unlike this, it provided no points of departure for cosmic speculations. The reception of the aforementioned kinds of scrutinizing God's will, to be sure, was no mere accident. It was determined by the elimination of all practices connected with Chthonian cults and their concomitant kind of ecstasy. We shall soon consider this aspect of the antagonism. Who were the leaders in the consultation of Yahweh? We have already considered the somewhat uncertain role of the old seers. Later they vanished completely. Ancient Yahwism of the war confederacy knew the war ecstatics and emotional war prophets and, similarly, the consultation of the apathetic ecstatic seer. But no official cult of the confederacy existed, consequently the priests could not raise the claim to monopolize oracular art. From the beginning, and doubtlessly not to their liking, they had to concede that the gift of prophesying was possible and diffused beyond their circle. Nevertheless, the tension continued to exist, at least for all those prophets who, unlike the priests of the great residences, did not stand in kingly service. The fact that the cult was bound to the king discredited the sacrifice per se in the eyes of circles skeptical of kingship. The priests had to content themselves with eradicating all those practices which were sponsored by a guild-like organization in the manner of a cult and, thereby, came to compete directly with them. The priests sought to monopolize the regular management of Yahweh worship and all related activities. Our next question then is, who were the priests? Priests and the cult monopoly of Jerusalem. I1. The Levites and the Torah. T1's no longer possible to ascertain the true nature of the priests of the sanctuaries of olden times. The old priestly sib of the Elites at Shiloh was transplanted by David to Jerusalem and nay by Solomon. Zadok, who became the leading priest of Jerusalem, was a man who in the old tradition did not even have an Israelite patronymus name. Only the later tradition provided him with a family tree which it considered correct. The kings, obviously, had free disposition over priestly offices as well as the economic provisions for priests. At first the kings claimed the prerogative of proffering sacrifice. Still under Joash the king undertook the reorganization under state control of the prebendal provisions of Jerusalemite priests. Formally, this changed only with the Deuteronomic reform during the last days of the kingdom of Judah. The priesthood of Jerusalem then felt sufficiently strong to uphold the tithe and other tax claims of the God as applying throughout Israel, that is the Judaic kingdom. These claims may have been the privilege of some sanctuaries, and to judge by the Melchizedek tradition, perhaps precisely in a limited area of Jerusalem. At the same time the priests tremendously strengthened their cult monopoly, which must have been preceded by a great enhancement of their prestige. The Deuteronomic law book designated the Yahweh priests who alone were considered legitimate priests of Ur, as Levitical priests. 169. 170. The name of Levi has no Hebraic etymology. Possibly Levites operated also outside Israel in the service of the Minian tribal deity of Wad. The time of diffusion of these learned priests is uncertain. All that can be established is that originally they were not much at home in North Israel, that they spread into that direction by individual migration. Apparently they were not recognized as the sole legitimate priesthood, at least not by the dynasty of Jeroboam and, presumably, also, not in later times. All indications point to their origin in the southern steppe bordering the desert from the oasis of Kadesh to Seir. A rather early tradition treats the Levites, first, as the quite personal following of Moses who enlisted their support against obstinate and disobedient opponents and secured his authority by a massacre among their near kin. In Edward Meyer's plausible interpretation, this tradition, as well as Moses' blessing, in any case, did not know the Levites as a hereditary caste. On the contrary, according to Moses' blessing, one had to deny father and brother to be a Levite. Here, they are represented as a trained vocational status group. Their appearance later as sub-organized and as a hereditarily qualified tribe would prove nothing against this. Such development was to be found repeatedly in as well as outside Israel. Other parts of the tradition, however, know of a non-priestly, military tribe of Levi as a political ally of the tribes of Israel, especially of the tribes of Simeon and Judah. Jacob's blessing does not recognize this tribe as a priestly status group or even acknowledge the existence of Levitical priests. The sources rather report military feats of violence of this tribe in common with Simeon, and Jacob's blessing predicted Levi's dispersion because of an abomination: they slew a man and houghed oxen. They shall be divided and scattered in Jacob and in Israel like Simeon. The later priestly tradition viewed Moses as a member of the tribe of Levi. Perhaps the later tradition, which has been expurgated by bias, considered him the tribal father, or, at least, the archegets of those sibs of the tribe of Levi which were or became Levites in the ritualistic sense. For clearly at the time of Jacob's blessing there must have existed members of a tribe of Levi who were not Levites in the latter sense. One must. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 171 choose between two assumptions: either a tribe of Levi was dispersed by political catastrophes or economic changes and its dispersed members devoted themselves in whole or in part to Yahweh sacrifice and Yahweh oracle and became Yahweh priests registered, or the reverse obtains, namely there existed in the South an occupational status group first based upon personal training of members, then on hereditary charisma whose Levite layman sibs were ethnically diffused, hence representing sibs among which ritualistic training and tradition was extinguished. They were considered a tribe or actually constituted one and affiliated with Simeon but later disintegrated like Simeon. With the Brahmins in India, just as with the Levites, we find the conflict between the personal charismatic and vocational status qualification on the one hand and the hereditary charismatic and status by birth qualification on the other. In that case, too, every born Brahmin is by no means qualified ritually for the privileges of the Brahmins, to proffer sacrifice, to teach the Veda, to receive prebans. Only he is qualified who has led the ritualistically prescribed way of life and has received the consecration according to orthodox teaching. In India, too, there are entire villages held in fief by Brahmins who partially, entirely, or almost entirely have renounced Veda teaching. Similar phenomena may have occurred among the Levites. The manner in which Deuteronomy combines the words Levites and priests might suggest the idea that there were at the time also untutored and ritually impure, hence disqualified, Levitical descendants who neither were nor could be priests. This assumption is practically almost irrefutable. It is conceivable then that their divided and scattered way of life prevented these lay Levites from being counted among any of the other tribes, which led tradition to implicate them in common with Simeon in the Shechem crime. In Deuteronomic times the Levitical priests were organized into hereditary charismatic sibs, representing an exclusive status group. They claimed a monopoly in the employment of certain oracular formulae, priestly teaching, and priestly positions. In this, at least in the south, they were successful. In the north, Levite priests are only mentioned twice in the book of Judges, chapter 17 for Dan and Ephraim. At the time of the revision 172 of this passage of uncertain age, the Levites apparently still constituted only a vocational, not a hereditary status group. However, priestly influenced accounts of desert and conquest times and Deuteronomy present them as a hereditary status group. This tradition treats the Levites generally as trained hereditary Yahweh priests. With this, individual Levites own private property, including houses and real estate of all sorts. The present revision of Deuteronomy in theory ascribes to them the monopoly of sacrificial offering when a priest cooperated, as well as the exclusive right to give oracles by lot and to teach, the right to fees and casual payments in compensation for all this, and the right to the tithe from all yields of the land. Legally the old tradition considered the Levites as Jerim, as every Israelite was considered when in the territory of another Israelite tribe. Indeed, the Levites represent the perfect type of guest tribe in the Israelite community. They have preserved this position most clearly in the present revision of the tradition. In the account of the crime of Gibeah we find a Levite as a medic of the Ephraimites. He doubtlessly lived from casual fees. The Levites stood outside the association of militarily qualified landowners. They were exempt from military service, number 149, 233. Their religious service, as shown by the designation, Eved, was considered a liturgy of medics given to the political community. Their legal position was increasingly regulated and their group organization into father houses, EX 625, number 3:14, corresponds to the organization of an Indian guest tribe as well as to that of Israelite tribes of the time. The prescription, in a branch of the tradition, number 35:2f, concerning cities to be assigned to the Levites, including places of asylum, need not necessarily be fictitious, but may rest on the fact that in some cities their sustenance was secured by the assignment of dwelling sites, grazing grounds, and a share in the tax yields of certain places. Something similar for princes as for Joshua is to be found, agreeing with Indian analogies. According to another still more questionable tradition, Leviticus 25:32f, the fields of the Levites would be inalienable probably because of liturgical burdens also, their houses were not permanently alienable at will as were those of other Israelites. Their cattle, number 841, 45, were termed cattle of Yahweh. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 178. In any case, one may well assume that different localities made varying provisions for them. Like all Jerim, in Joshua 14:4, they lived in the suburbs, Migrashim. They received no share in plowland, which in Hebron, for instance, Caleb reserved for himself. In some points the analogy with the Brahmins goes even further. The situation of the Levites as a guest tribe with a well-defined position was not the only and presumably not the original form of their relationship to Israel. As previously mentioned, the tradition reports that princes and landlords employed lowly-born men as priests at their house chapels, Eigenkirchen in the sense of stutz, as is disapproved in the case of Jeroboam, Ik 12:31, some of them employed sons or relatives. The latter is reported in an old Danite tradition also of the landlord Micah in northern Israel. Micah is further reported to have later entered relations with a Levite who came from Judah, entrusting him with the service at his sanctuary and, corresponding to the Indian guru, making him his father. Finally, it is reported that the Danites on their northward EAE took the Levite and the image of the sanctuary along and conferred upon him the hereditary priesthood at the temple of the newly founded city in the territory of the Zidonians until the day of the captivity of the land. This corresponds exactly to the Brahmin expansion in India. Likewise, the later Levitical court chaplains parallel the Brahmin Purohita. Here the reasons for the spread of the Levites become evident. Obviously their superior ritualistic training for sacrificial services, above all, the training for cure of souls, that is, advise how to win Yahweh's favor and ward off his wrath. The princes and landlords hired them not alone because of their personal need for such counsel, but doubtlessly also for the sake of their prestige as lords of sanctuaries and the income yielded by the repute of a sanctuary in the care of a trained priest. We noted earlier how Gideon utilized his share in booty for the establishment of a chapel with an image. Later it may also well have happened that communities as such called on Levites and provided for their establishment in the manner of the Danites. Beyond this the Levite was free to earn income for himself. 174. In this manner, the Levites, by gradual expansion, attained their position as cult monopolists which in Deuteronomic times was essentially recognized in Judaic territory. Deuteronomy presupposes in every locality a resident Levite, living off sacrificial offerings. This expansion was not consummated without resistance, as shown by the curse of Moses' blessing against those who hate the Levite, Deuteronomy 33:11. The revolt of the Korachites, later appearing as degraded Levites, together with the descendants of Reuben against the predominance of the priesthood, proves in the priestly tradition that there existed a powerful stratum of men in Israel who recalled that originally nothing was known of such clerical predominance, especially not of a sacrificial and oracular monopoly of a hereditary caste. Yahweh had revealed his will through prophets and seers. Apparently it was the steppe tribe Reuben, once holding hegemony in the Confederacy, that maintained this standpoint. In that case, one may perhaps ascribe the dispersal of Reuben to the absence of a firmly organized priest stratum, the existence of which made for Judah's strength. The schooling of the Levitical oracle givers and, above all, their increasing support by the king silenced these troublesome protests. Nevertheless, it remains quite problematical for the time prior to the downfall of northern Israel what measure of power the Levites and their oracles had there in the competitive struggle. To the development of the priesthood and the cult monopoly of Jerusalem from the beginning, the Levites, like the Brahmins, seem to have segregated themselves ritualistically from the laity by observing certain purity prescriptions. Of interest here is merely the strict avoidance of contact with the dead and everything connected with the cult of tombs. Clearly this priesthood was the main champion of the opposition against the neighboring Egyptian cult of the dead. Moses' blessing, Deuteronomy 38:8f, informs us unambiguously of the specific accomplishments of the Levites during the time of their universal recognition. No mention is made of a therapeutic function of the Levites, though, as noted earlier, therapeutic magic is ascribed to Moses himself. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 175 and the snake staff may possibly be a residue of former therapeutic magic. Still at a later time the diagnosis of leprosy is left to the priests. For the rest, we hear nothing at all of therapy of the Levites. The leper later was under their jurisdiction essentially because he was considered ritualistically impure. The state of medical arts in ancient Israel is quite unknown. The recommendation of the doctor and the pharmacy by the author of Jesus Sirach reflects conditions of Hellenistic times. Hence, one must assume that in historical times, truly magical therapy was no longer vested in them. To the diseased they merely ministered cure of souls, of which more later. Apparently they did not use irrational therapeutic means. Put first in Moses' blessing, Deuteronomy 33:8, is the memory of the oracle by Lot at the waters of strife, the source of the trial oracle, of Kadesh. Next, 33:10, comes the duty of teaching the Mishpatim and Torah, and then only follow incense and full sacrifice. Moses, according to 83:8, wrested the oracle from God in a wrestling match. The reference is to the trial oracle. The pro-Levite Deuteronomic law admonishes the people to bring legal disputes before Yahweh, and the tradition has Moses, except in special cases as magician, occupied all day long with trial affairs until, upon Jethro's advice, he transferred them to the Sarim of kingly times, who are viewed as his subordinates. A later tradition, Deuteronomy 17:9, 1917, still proposed courts of mixed laymen and priests. These statements are indications of a tension between secular and hierocratic justice such as are also to be found elsewhere. In Babylon the generation preceding Hammurabi eliminated the priests from the courts in favor of laymen and restricted them to the technical execution of oracles in trial procedure instructed by lay judges. The Code of Hammurabi mentions this in case the wife is under suspicion of sorcery and adultery. In Israel the oracle in court verdicts was confined to the second of such cases. Lay judges, that is the elders or royal officials, in northern Israel at least, decided trials alone. As indicated earlier, in southern Israel the position of the priests in trial procedure was apparently far more important, as may be gathered from the significance of Kadesh and the trial oracles in Moses' blessing. As mentioned, it cannot be ascertained that 176 the priests, as sometimes assumed, actually ever functioned in the south as regular judges. They did function as arbitrators and oracle givers to whom trial parties and judges addressed questions. Their stronger position in the south is easily explained. As the political associations of the semi-nomadic tribes usually preserved their stability only in the form of religious confederations, by and so, with them, only the priestly oracle had a truly supra-individual compelling authority opposite the power of the sheikh who depended on his personal prestige. The Mishpatim of the Book of the Covenant stemming from North Israel and identifiable by the abstract hypothetical formulation of the facts of the case in terms of if. As mentioned earlier, was the sediment of an ancient jurisprudence influenced by Babylonian models. Only occasionally purely mundane prescriptions assume the form of the debarim, thou shalt or thou shalt not. This form predominates strongly, though not exclusively, in those commandments and prohibitions which are ritualistic or religio-ethical in nature and, doubtlessly, do not derive from secular jurists, but either from prophetic oracles or from priestly commandments. We shall have to discuss later the nature and origin of non-prophetic priestly prescriptions. In any case, the Levites, to whom Moses' blessing ascribed the duty of instructing the people in the rites, mishpatim, as well as in the Torah, have a stake in this. From the Yahwistic point of view, the secular mishpatim per esse, derived from shafat, to judge, were religiously consequential insofar as they were considered part of the Berith with Yahweh. The Levites, Deuteronomy 33:10, were commanded to teach the chikim, the ritualistic traditions. The Levitical teacher had to deal, in principle, only with ritualistic prescriptions for life conduct. But the distinction between Jews and Phos was even less consummated here than in other hierarchically influenced social structures. In the time of Moses' blessing, the Levites in legal disputes activated the oracle by lot, as may be inferred from the name Meribah. And after the Torah had become rational religious instruction, the distinction, between Jews and Phos, became quite fluid. For the Levites decided by the Torah what was to be regarded as an element of the old Yahweh-guaranteed orders of the Confederacy. Torah, however, meant originally teaching, not, as it is still, priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 177 at times translated, law. To be sure, the concept is also related to the Levites' ancient oracle by lot. As a rule, the concept in the sources now refers to the entire body of prescriptions to be taught by the priests. In Moses' blessing, where Torah is distinguished from mishpat, it refers obviously to ritualistic and ethical, especially including, social ethical commandments, but not legal commandments of the God of the covenant. Even if the somewhat limping verse 10 in Moses' blessing following only verse 9 and divorced from verse 8 concerning the Torah were a later insertion in connection with verse 8 and the rest of the tradition, it demonstrates distinctly, nevertheless, the services underlying the expansion and power of the Levites. It rested on their responses to their clients' questions concerning matters other than trial procedure. From the outset, the specific form of their service was here too the giving of oracles. For private needs, the purely mechanical casting of lots could be learned by the ritualistically untutored. In fact, we see in the accounts of Gideon and Jonathan the use by non-Levites of Amanah and Arrow oracles to determine the facts as well as Yahweh's will. Ritualistically correct procedure was decisive in the questioning of Yahweh. Particularly legal and political authorities had to place great weight upon this ritualistic correctness in their questions, hence, for them the Levitical oracle by lot remained of lasting importance. In spite of its prestige and official recognition, even in Ezra's time when it had long since ceased to exist, this primitive form of oracular determination could hardly satisfy the needs of the private clients in the long run. The social conditions and therewith the questions raised became increasingly complicated. We saw that in the tradition derived from the times of the flourishing sanctuary in Dan, Jud 17, the landlord Micah made of the Levite newcomer, allegedly a descendant of Moses, his father, that is, he conferred upon him besides the cult of the image, above all, the instruction concerning his, the founder's, duties toward Yahweh, as in India behoves the Brahmin father confessor. We also mentioned that ever-increasing significance was attributed to the Shathat and Asham sacrifices besides the ancient sacrificial offerings, supplication sacrifices. This increasing need for expiation of sins. 178 inversely corresponded to the significance of mechanical oracles by lot which gave way to rational responses to posited questions. Naturally, this increasingly rational instruction was joined to the giving of oracles to private persons. The relation of prophecy and cultic priesthood was fluid. To be sure, Jeremiah distinguished clearly between Torah, the business of the priests, and the Debar of God, which he claimed to be the business of prophecy. But in Isaiah, 110, 8, and 8:16, 20, is to be found the interchange of oracle for Torah, to that extent identical in meaning with Debar Yahweh, and once, 8, 16, the term is used for a sealed oracle scroll which the prophet gave to the disciples. Jeremiah called Torah teachers, Thosphei Hadara, people who handle the Torah, besides the priests also the Kohanim, probably the cult priests of the Jerusalemite temple. In any event, the Levites did not gain their prestige by their training in the proffering of sacrifices for the community, but by training in purely rational knowledge of Yahweh's commandments, of ritualistic means to amend offenses against them by shatat, asham, fasts, or other means, and thereby ward off threatened misfortunes and to undo already incurred ones. This was of interest to the king and the community, but, above all, to private persons. With mounting political pressure upon Israel, this very need increased generally. It became the sole meaning and intent of the Levitical Torah to satisfy this need by instruction of patrons. Instruction was given for hire, Micah 3:11. Sins were confessed to the Levite, number 5:6f, and he reconciled the guilty one with Yahweh, Leviticus 4:20, 31, 5:10, 6:7. For the private client this was his most important service. The ascendancy of this relatively rational, educative influence of the Levites, however primitive in content at first one may imagine their teaching, went hand in hand with the decline of the ancient ecstatic irrational war prophets and Nebi'im of the peasant militia. Technical peculiarities of its oracular means tended to push the Levitical Torah toward rational method. As against the inspection of entrails, the observation of bird flight and other animal behavior, especially of any sort of mantic ecstasy, the primitive way of answering concrete questions with or. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 179 nay by throwing lots was burdened with an absolute minimum of esoterics, emotional or mystic irrationalism. There was no occasion for the development of theories such as are represented by the Babylonian literature of Amina. The Levitical oracle required something quite different. The question had to be correctly put in order that the facts and God's substantive will be determined simply by lot. Everything depended on the way that the question was put. Thus, the Levite had to acquire a rational method to express problems to be placed before God in a form permitting answers of yea and nay. More and more questions had to arise which could not be directly settled by lot or by yea or nay. Complicated preliminary questions had to be settled before they could be placed before God, and, in many instances, this arrangement hardly left anything to be determined by oracle. If the patron's respective sin had been determined by interrogation, the kind of expiation was traditionally established. Only where the identity of the sinner was in question, the oracle by lot was required, as the Achar story indicates, like a paradigm. Particularly for private needs, the oracle inevitably became less and less important as against the rational case study of sins, until the theological rationalism of Deuteronomy, 18:9-15, in substance discredited lot casting altogether, or at least ceased to mention it. As for cases where oracles had been customary and unavoidable, namely, where the traditions of Torah teachers were at a loss, the one means left was to consult the prophets. The prestige of the Levitical Torah has undergone changes. If one may trust the respective reminiscences, this prestige begins even during the time of the Old Confederacy. It increased unavoidably when the southern Judaic tribes affiliated with the Confederacy. It perhaps weakened once again by the separation of the two kingdoms, but increased with the declining prestige of the northern kings and became paramount in the southern kingdom. In Egypt the expiatory sacrifice was apparently unknown. Here magicians held the place of the Levites in Israel. The cult of the dead of the Osiris priests, the most popular cult, apparently offered opportunities and incentives for rational instruction in ethical duties, at least in later times. 180 in Mesopotamia, however, the expiation of sins through sacrifice is to be found, particularly if occasioned by disease which was viewed as a result of divine wrath. Under guidance of the priests the sinner had to recite the ancient, partially pre-Babylonian, penance psalms in order to rid himself of ritualistic impurity, Assyrian, Mamatug. The process here, as in Egypt, was magical, not ethical exhortatory in nature. The oracle by Lot is mentioned by Ezekiel, 21:21, for Babylonia, but it had, as far as is known, long since disappeared from priestly technique. It was not replaced by rational Torah teaching but by the collection and systematization of the Amana and by expert priestly interpretation which has been transmitted to us in a quite scurrilous literature. The reasons for this important difference in development will be discussed later. During their rise the Levites adjusted to existing conditions. As the case of Micah illustrates, the older Levites had, without scruples, conformed to the idol cult of the northern kingdom. Presumably they were among those who viewed the idols simply as Yahweh idols. Yet, with the opening of the icon dispute, their southern derivation, placed beyond doubt by the tradition, let newer migrants increasingly tip the scale in favor of the icon fiends. Very probably part of the Levites, later disqualified for priestly office and degraded to temple servants, stemmed from idolatrous Levite sibs. Again, the development of Brahmanism in India would offer analogies. As with the Brahmins, the true source of the prestige of Levitical priests sprang from their knowledge of the authoritative prescriptions of Yahweh. For political reasons the cult was comparably less significant. Besides, it was younger and a holy book of the character of the Veda was absent. Still, Levitical knowledge concerning positive ritualistic and ethical commandments and of the manner of winning God's favor by following his commandments or by which to appease his anger. Things were what would have prevailed in India if in India there had existed only Grihya-sutras and Dharmashastras and only a few simple ritualistic prescriptions. In this consisted the great difference from the Brahmins. Furthermore, all esoterics in the Indian sense were absent. Neither magical nor mystagogic knowledge, nor book. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 18 knowledge, nor astrological, therapeutic, or other secret knowledge was advanced by this wave, of Levites, slowly flooding the country from the south. Mystagogy could develop only on the soil of Nabi ecstasy and has done so as shown by the Elisha miracles. Beginning with General 20:7, the tradition shows in a great many places that the men of God inspired shy and admiring faith. They intervened not only as magical aids in emergencies but also as intercessors with God and won forgiveness of sins. Unlike the development in India, no anthropolatric worship of living redeemers developed from this. The Levitical Torah prevented it. These men of the south and their Rechabite and other allies knew only that the good old law of the Yahweh Confederacy once had been established by Yahweh's breath with the Israelite militia after Moses' pronouncement, and that any violation of these enactments must provoke Yahweh's wrath. As Deuteronomy shows, the plain sincerity of the sacrificial practice stood parallel to the still simple ritualistic commandments and the rational teaching of private and social ethic. Like the Brahmins, the Levites must have assimilated to their cult procedure all sorts of ancient methods of local priesthoods. On the other hand, intense conflicts undoubtedly occurred among the priestly sibs of various sanctuaries. Priests who engaged in rejected cults were déclassés. This, presumably, happened to the post-exilic bards and Nethinim deriving from orgiastic cults. The original relationship of Levite newcomers from the south to long-settled priestly sibs is problematical. The old priest sib of the Elides in Shiloh, which most probably goes back to Moses according to the Egyptian name of Phinehas in its lineage, later, to be sure, was considered a Levite sib as, also, was the priestly sib of the Danites. Originally, however, the Elides apparently were not considered Levites. The original relation to the two great priestly sibs, the Zadokites and Aaronites, remains quite obscure. The first played the decisive role in Deuteronomic and early exile times, the latter was important in the post-exile period. The later Levitical pedigrees of both are, of course, falsifications. The Zadokites, since Solomon, were the leading priest sib of the king of Jerusalem. Deuteronomy considered its members Levites, hence, it must have even early 182 deemed wise to fuse with the Levites, which proves that the prestige of the latter was historically established even then. The original position of the Aaronites and the form of Aaron himself remains, indeed, quite problematical, registered in the earliest pre-Deuteronomic accounts, ex 24:1, 9, 1812. It seems that Aaron was considered the most distinguished elder of Israel, hence, not a priest. In the later, particularly exilic revisions, he is a priest and is constantly rising, first to become the speaker of Moses, who was not eloquent, then the brother of the prophetess Miriam, then the brother and, at that, the elder brother of Moses himself. And finally, in the latest revisions, he receives personal, direct revelations concerning his Sibrites, Leviticus 10:8, number 18:1, 9, 20. The Zadokites, now, were treated as part of the Aaronites. There are descendants of Moses mentioned in the old tradition. Besides the priestly Sib of the Elides, the Sib of Dan, especially, traced their origin to him. They were confiscated from Moses with amazing cheek and ascribed to Aaron. Aaron has been inferred to be of North Israelite origin, for the Yahwistic revision apparently knew nothing of him and linked him to the cult of the steer. The Aaronite editing of the Abraham legend, General 17, has God present himself to Abraham as El Shaddai. Hence, the Aaronites possibly were an old Sib of El priests and therefore placed weight upon this identification of their God with Yahweh, who during the exile was elevated to the sole God of the universe. The note in the last verse of the book of Joshua might suggest relations to Benjamin, the favored son in the later revision of the Jacob legend. But all this remains uncertain. The tradition mirrors the intense conflicts among the priestly Sibs also in their mutual curses besides the numerous retouchings of the composition. Opposite the presumably old lavish blessing for Phinehas, the ancestor of the Elide priest Sib in Shiloh, stands, after their downfall under Solomon, the threat of disaster against the Sib in the book of Samuel. Opponents of priestly authority like the Korachites were swallowed by the earth, later they were degraded Sibs of bards. Residues in the revised tradition indicate that the puritanically minded, Yahwistic priesthood and particularly those having a vested interest in the ancient northern sanctuaries must have strongly resisted. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 183. The Solomonic temple construction and the concomitant predominance of the sanctuary. The secession of the northern kingdom was certainly essentially co-determined by these antagonisms of the priesthood and their rules of worship, as indicated by Jeroboam's measures in favor of Dan and Bethel and, especially, the king's motivation. The sharp antagonisms are most evident in the mutually biased legends, where not even the tribal fathers of Yahweh worship were spared. The legend of the Aaronite priests ascribed to Aaron and the prophetess Miriam grave reproaches against Moses himself, above all, for his mixed marriage. Tradition represents his non-participation in the march into the Holy Land as due to his sin. Miriam, in her turn, according to the Mosaic legend, is therefore stricken by leprosy. Especially Aaron's position is unsettled. Besides other errors, he is particularly reproached for his participation in steer worship at the time of the final revision, a capital crime, yet in tradition nothing evil happens to him for this. This struggle of the priesthoods necessarily grew in intensity when the Jerusalemite priesthood, then the Tzadokite, drew the final conclusions after the destruction of the northern kingdom and raised the quite unheard of claim, in the face of the clear old tradition, that from now on there should exist a temple and ritualistically fully qualified place of sacrifice only in Jerusalem. The ancient worship of Yahweh on mountain heights and under trees, at the ancient rural and provincial sanctuaries in Beth-Edan, Shechem, and at other places, should stop. The demand was probably not completely novel, but presumably arose right after the downfall of the northern kingdom. Apparently Hezekiah, in the grave war emergency against Sennacherib, had already made an effort to achieve this. But at the time the resistance of the ideal and material interests of peasants and landlords in the rural sanctuaries had been too strong. There was no longer mention of this under Manasseh, who, as an Assyrian vassal, engaged in Mesopotamian star worship in Jerusalem. Similar to the Omrids in the northern kingdom at the time, his like-minded successor Amon was liquidated by a military revolt, presumably instigated by the Yahwistic party. Strong resistance to the demands of the priests is evident, again, in the 184 fact that the revolution was crushed by men interested in the rural sanctuaries. These last made their appearance, for the first time, under the party name Am_Haaretz, countrymen, a name occurring frequently later. However, the priests, in alliance with the distinguished noble Sibs, which, in turn were friendly with the Yahwistic parties, sought to gain influence over Josiah when not yet of age. The demand reappeared when the great coalition against the Assyrian Empire brought Josiah's downfall. It constituted the core demand of the Deuteronomic Law Book, a literary product of the stratum of intellectuals grouped around the Jerusalemite priesthood. The book was supposed to be found in the temple by temple employees. Obviously, the utopian hope of winning Yahweh's aid against Pharaoh-Necho, marching through Palestine, caused Josiah to fulfill the commandments contained in this find, which allegedly represented the old authentic Mosaic Sefer HaTorah. In solemn birth King Josiah bound the people to this law. He destroyed the ancient sanctuaries and had them ritualistically defiled through bones of the dead, 621 3.c. The defeat and death of the king at Megiddo, however, put an end to all these hopes and generally, was a terrific blow for the Levitical Yahweh party. The obvious claim of the compendium to replace all other legal collections therewith fell down in practice for the time. However, it continued as ideal demand of the only firmly organized Jerusalemite priesthood. The editors had prudently combined this monopoly demand with others which benefited their power position and were, at the same time, very popular. In the first place, they raised a protest against Solomonic Corvée kingship. It had never been forgotten that the Davidian dynasty, of paramount prestige, also had ascended the throne by birth of the elders and that the ancient Israelite leader had been an ass-riding, charismatic prince of the people, without a train of war chariots, treasure, harem, forced labor, taxes, and heirs of world leadership. This kingship was to be restored in earnest. The priestly oracle by lot was to decide the worthiness of the kings. The king was to be bound by the Deuteronomic Mosaic law, which he was to read every day. Respective accounts of the manner in which Saul allegedly had been made king by Samuel were inserted into the Priests and Cult Monopoly of Jerusalem 185 Ancient Traditions. Likewise, the legend of the victory of the shepherd boy David over Goliath in place of the authentic tradition. In the revision of the kingship tradition, now, each king was graded according to his attitude toward worship on mountain heights and idolatry. For similar reasons, the ancient social law of the Book of the Covenant was correspondingly refashioned and included in the new compendium. Since the Babylonian Lord Paramount of Zedekiah had an interest in weakening the prerogatives of kingship, it is quite possible that under this prince some attempt was made to realize these demands in earnest. This compendium was the only consistent theology taken over into exile times besides the other only partially and imperfectly unified collections and traditions. From the start, the practically most extensive demand of the Deuteronomic law was its claim for the cult monopoly of Jerusalem and its priesthood. At the same time, this demand created greatest difficulties, quite apart from the resistance of non-Jerusalemite lay interest. The question was, what was to become of those Levites and other priests who had, thus far, officiated at other sanctuaries? The later much interpolated Deuteronomic law in the present revision contains two contradictory stipulations. On the one hand, all Israelites were admonished not to leave the Levites in their gates without sustenance, hence they were to become rentiers without cult prerogatives. With the priests they were merely to share the right of teaching the law. On the other hand, it was stipulated that these priests should move to Jerusalem where they could participate in the cult. This stipulation had certainly not been inserted into the law by the priests themselves. And when it was executed in earnest the Jerusalemite priesthood opposed it effectively. Meanwhile the exile saw the abduction of all priestly sibs. It became a compelling interest of all priests to reach agreement. Ezekiel still advocated the monopoly of the Jerusalemite Zadokites and, in agreement with Deuteronomic theory, distinguished the Levites from them as second-rate priests without sacrificial prerogative. But such monopoly of the Zadokites could obviously not be enforced. Evidently the scripturally trained priest Ezra found the final compromise in Persian times, a compromise which in substance was probably also determined by the Vari 166 able influence of the Sibs at court. Ezra treated the Zadokites as part of the Aaronites and defined all of them as qualified for sacrifice in Jerusalem as the sole sanctuary. He subordinated to them all other Levitically recognized Sibs by degrading them to inferior cult officials who were to take turns in service, certain others to liturgical temple slaves, Nethinim, singers, and doorkeepers. The tripartition of the hierarchy into priests, Levites, Nethinim, still existing in the Gospels, and after the disappearance of the last into priests and Levites, derives from this regulation. It was made acceptable by means of regulating material conditions. The universal tithing of the entire sacred soil was carried through, and the yield of this and of some other here uninteresting taxes, was distributed among the respective hierarchic interest groups. This manner of settling the old conflicts was determined, on the one hand, by the special conditions of the exiled community, on the other, by the nature of the political relations to the Persian court. The settlement was legitimized by interpolations of old stipulations and tradition en masse and by codifying the stipulations in the new so-called priestly code. Ezra imposed it upon the resettled community by solemnly binding them to this code. The details of this external regulation are of no concern here. We shall, rather, return to pre-exilic times and consider the inherent consequences and driving forces of the peculiar development. The monopolization of the cult in Jerusalem, first, had one very important result. Domestic slaughtering and meat dinners which hitherto, at least theoretically, had been considered as sacrifices and sacrificial feasts were secularized. Henceforth they lost their sacred character, for sacrifices could only be proffered in Jerusalem. Solely the reservation was retained in, at first, questionable meaning that at least the not too distant resident taxpayers should consume their contribution as a sacrificial meal in the holy city, the others were permitted conversion into money. This profanation of all private meals was, after the rejection of the cult of the dead, the last blow which Yahwism dealt to a possibly sacred significance of the Sib. Cultic meals under the control of the Sib head were henceforth impossible. The Pass. Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 187 over meal had long ceased to be a meal of the Sib, becoming, instead, a domestic family festival. The swift decline of the importance of the Sib in post-exilic times is probably connected with this. To be sure, the stipulation which had to result in this was hardly intended as a deliberate measure against the Sib. It was a secondary result of the establishment of the cult monopoly, as evident in the halfway measures stipulating the consumption of contributions. The cult meals per se had, even in pre-exile times, been slowly but surely divested of their original meaning. We now shall focus on their original meaning and its transformation, a process intimately connected with the advance of the Levites. For here we meet profound peculiarities of the puritanical Yahweh religion which alone explain the attitude of its representatives toward other cults. 3. The fight of Yahwism against orgiasticism. Edward Meyer has the merit of having pointed to a characteristic ritualistic contrast in the Israelite birth between Shechem, the main sanctuary of northern Israel, and Jerusalem. According to the book of Joshua, the covenant in Shechem was in the nature of a cult meal, hence, a communal meal, a koinonia with the God, as is also reported in an old North Israelite story of the Sinai covenant, where the 70 elders, likewise, were guests at Yahweh's table as he, in return, came as a guest to share the sacrificial meal of the cult members. The transmitted rite in Judah is quite different. It is told in great detail of the birth under Zedekiah and also presupposed as valid for God's birth with Abraham. The sacrificial animal was cut up and those who bound themselves, king, priest and, as the case may be, Sib elders or militia men, all file through the pieces. In this legend Yahweh did this during the night. Hence, no sacramental koinonia with the God took place here. The cutting up of a sacrificial animal recur in another ceremony. the hero or prophet who intended to summon Israel to holy war against foreign peoples or transgressing members of the covenant, cuts up an animal and sends the pieces around the country. This was considered an admonition to dutifully follow Yahweh to war. This form is but twice reported, but precisely of 188 the northern tribes of Ephraim and Benjamin. If one were to assume any sort of relationship to the Judaic form of the Brith, which after all suggests itself, this form cannot have been unknown in the north. If this holds, one can assume that the koinonia originally customary in the firmly settled population of Shechem was the old Canaanite form of establishing a relationship to the peaceful God, whereas, with the less firmly settled peasants and herdsmen of the mountains, the other form, peculiar to the Confederate war god, served the fraternization for war. This is also probably because the cutting up of the sacrificial animal may well be a ritualistic vestige of the ancient orgiastic tearing up of the sacrificial animal with the African Bedouins, a whether as is especially to be found with mountain and steppe peoples. It was apparently eradicated among the Iranians by Zoroaster, possibly under Mesopotamian cultural influence. One will hardly go wrong in assuming that the original meat orgy of the Judaic tribes, also to be found in the Dionysus cult, was eliminated through methodical opposition. Perhaps the later ritualistic prohibition of the enjoyment of blood indicates a step along this path. In that case, the late motivation that one must not eat the soul of the animal would still preserve traces of the former animistic meaning. Originally the prohibition apparently did not apply to the army in war. The development would then have to be constructed as follows: originally, the enjoyment of blood was prohibited only in normal times, aside from the meat orgy reserved for the war god. Later, under the known demilitarizing influences discussed earlier, orgies and the enjoyment of blood were prohibited once and for all. However, this is only an uncertain hypothesis. Finally, there is still a third form of concluding a birth to be found in the tradition, EX 24:6, 8, namely, the sprinkling of the Yahweh community and altar with sacrificial blood. This presupposes participation of the priest, for he alone could consummate the act. As this form is interwoven in the quite ancient account of Yahweh's common meal with the elders, this table community follows the conclusion of birth and does not establish the religious koinonia. The story too may be ancient and, in this case, of southern origin. This again is uncertain. What? Priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 189 matters for us is merely the following. In historical times the southern tribes knew no ceremony which established a sacramental koinonia with the god. Therewith we arrive at an important point which determined the decisive contrast of southern pure Yahwism with the northern Israelite fusion with Baal and related agricultural cults, and which is externally indicated by the more formal contrasts of the forms of birth. Like most ancient agricultural cults, those of Baal were and remained orgiastic, specifically, of a sexual and alcoholic character. Ritualistic cohabitation on the field as homeopathic fertility charm, the alcoholic and dance orgy with unavoidably ensuing sexual promiscuity, later tempered to sacrificial meal, singing, dance, and sacred harlotry, are fully ascertainable as original elements also of the Israelite agricultural cults. The residues are plain. The sexually orgiastic character of the Baal cults of old is shown by the dance around the golden calf. According to the tradition, Moses raised an outcry against this, the prophets against whoredom. The cultic dances left traces throughout. There were hieroduli, hikdish, expressly documented in the legal collections, in the legends, Talmud, and by the prophets. This orgiasticism is also evident in explicit statements of the sources. The female companion, the Baalat, was lacking the Baals as little as the Indian fertility deities. She was identical with Astarte, who in turn was identical with the Babylonian Istar, goddess of the sexual sphere. From the cults of Baal during his fusion with Yahweh, sexual orgiasticism invaded the Yahweh cults. The existence of hieroduli is also ascertained for the Temple of Jerusalem. The advocates of pure Yahwism passionately fought the alcoholic, especially the sexual orgiasticism of the Baal cults and their religious influence. The fight of the Rechabites against wine was no mere conservation of old steppe habits, but mainly a struggle against the alcoholic orgiasticism of the settled population. The attitude of Yahwistic ritual and ethic to sexual life, above all, testify to this profound contrast. To serve the Baals, means, once and for all, to go a-whoring after them. The struggle left a lasting imprint on the regulation of the sexual sphere in Jewry. The religious taboo on violation of another's marriage as a capital abomination, to be sure, agrees merely with what is 190 to be found in all prophetic and priestly controlled religions, and is only especially severe in the kind of sanction. The conception of marriage as a means for producing children and for the economic security of the mother, of course, implies neither anything specifically Israelite, but was ubiquitous. Likewise, the outspoken naturalism in the conception of sexual processes is in no way peculiar to Israel. The cultic and warrior ascetic chastity rules, taboos, and impurity prescriptions for menstruating women, etc., also were widely diffused, though in quite different ways. They were merely expressions of the conception of the sexual sphere as an area specifically controlled by demons, as suggested by sexual orgiasticism everywhere to the representatives of rational cults and religions. But the extent and manner in which Israelite ritual and legends, and precisely when under Yahwistic influence, handle this sphere is indicative of quite an extreme position. It can be explained only from the antagonistic bias against Baal orgiasticism, in the same way in which we had to attribute hypothetically the rejection of all speculation about a beyond, to a bias against the Egyptian cult of the dead. In the sexual sphere this antagonism against orgiastic shamelessness and the Canaanites, its despised and accursed representatives, is especially evident in the strict taboo placed upon any physical divestment. The mere fact of uncovering or the mere desiring look at a relative is treated as incest, Leviticus 20:10, and capital crime, and the tribal father of the Canaanites is considered by Genesis as the originator of all the shamelessness which allegedly caused this people to be accursed to eternal serfdom. On the other hand, Leviticus ch:18, every incest, any tampering with the parental harem, but also any other illicit sexual union is designated in terms of bodily divestment. In the old ritual, steps at the altar were entirely prohibited, ex 20:26, lest an uncovering might occur opposite the steps which belonged already to the ideal seat of Yahweh. What documents the ability of original man to distinguish between good and evil, awakened after they enjoyed the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge, is that they are naked. The same tendency pervades all pertinent stipulations and casuistry. Onan's sin is tabooed. According to the present tradition, it constitutes an offense against the duty of awakening progeny for one's priests and cult monopoly of Jerusalem 191 brother. Originally, the explicit rejection was probably determined by the antagonism of Yahwists to certain Molech orgies, Leviticus 20:2, in which male seed was sacrificed. All forms of sexual intercourse, tabooed as orgiastic, incestuous, or perverse, come primarily, though not alone, under the Yahwistic concept of folly, General 34:7, Deuteronomy 22:21. And this word, still in the language of the latest tradition, even in the Gospels, was the worst that could be said against an Israelite. All specifically Israelite regulations of sexual processes, therefore, are not ethical but ritualistic in nature. The substantive ethic of sexual relations in ancient Israel was no more severe than other priestly regulations. The violation of marriage in the Decalogue concerned the violation of another man's marriage, not that of one's own. Only the later post-exilic time began to taboo the husband's extramarital sexual intercourse. It did so first, in the name of prudent living, in the manner of the Confucians and of Egyptian proverbial wisdom, for instance of Tehetep. The ancient language of Israel lacked a term for chastity in the ethical sense. Only under Persian influence, regulation made headway, and at first only in uncanonical writings, Tobit. In the old Israelite view, the seduction of a girl without previous contract with her sib could call forth their revenge, as shown in the case of Dinah. The legal collections, however, require only what would amend the marriage, that is the acquisition of the girl by payment of purchase price, similar to the way in which Anglo-Saxon law treats the case as a kind of property damage. The antipathy against what was considered sexually shameless has nothing to do with special mores of purity, comparable, for instance, to those of the Bedouins. Jeremiah 3:2 reproaches the Arabs of the desert because they practice whoredom in the ways, that is, as shown by Tamar's behavior, at places where common harlots used to stay, stood also the hieroduli of the temple whom the prophets rejected with all other residues of sexual orgiasticism. Only the homeopathic sexual orgy was ritualistically strange to the Bedouins in contrast to the tillers. The specifically ritualistic, not primarily ethical, character of the entire sexual casuistry, extensively preserved later, imparts 192 a peculiar nature to it. For it is only here carried, not in kind, but to such extent with this all-pervasive bias. The ancient uninhibited naturalism in the treatment and discussion of sexual events was combined with thoroughgoing ritualistic fear of purely physical uncovering. This had no relation whatsoever to a special sense of dignity which usually implements our emotional reaction of shame as channelized through feudal or bourgeois conventions. The combination of naturalism with ritualistic fear easily appears to the modern, whose feeling of shame was influenced by feudal, bourgeois, and Christian ideas, like a caricature of the true sentiment in the sense familiar to us. The historical source of this peculiarity rests entirely on the sharp antagonism against the orgiasticism of North Israelite tillers as practiced by its priesthood. Islam displays similar phenomena, and because of its antipathy toward nudity, in all areas of its diffusion the development of the textile industry, or at least the market, has been promoted. This opposition to orgiasticism and orgiastic ecstasy also determined the attitude of the South toward the ecstatic virtuosos emerging from both forms of orgiasticism. The ancient mass ecstatic Nebi'im were, doubtlessly, an essentially North Israelite phenomenon, partially derived from Phoenician, partially from Canaanite Baal cults. Zechariah 18:5 still takes it for granted that the false prophets are husbandmen and that their allegedly self-inflicted wounds derive from the fingernails of harlots. Everywhere the charismatic ecstatics serving orgiastic mass cults have organized themselves into guilds or schools. The Nabi schools of Elisha, and those of earlier times, are local examples. The orgiasticism from which the Nabi ecstasy derived was, as shown, above all homeopathic fertility orgiasticism. Such was unknown to the nomads and semi-nomads. If they ever knew true meat orgies, it was as a part of warrior ecstasy. To be sure, early Israel, indeed also North Israel, knew the Nazarite warrior asceticism and warrior ecstasy of the berserks. Similarly, the ancient mass ecstasy of the Nebi'im, as noted, was related to war prophecy. However, three things are obvious: in contrast to cultic orgiasticism of the Baals, the Nazarite warrior ecstatics knew indeed the prescription of alcoholic abstinence. Furthermore, classical war prophecy of the time of Deborah, in Priests and Cult Monopoly of Jerusalem 193 contrast to that of the Nebi'im, was individual prophecy. Finally, it is noticeable that the Song of Deborah speaks of other gods to which Israel has surrendered. This can only refer to local deities of the region, Baalim. Centuries later we observe again the individual prophecy of Elijah in conflict with the same strange gods and with orgiastic mass ecstasy. The prophet whom Jehu takes along in his wagon is a Rechabite, hence, an opponent of alcoholic orgiasticism. Repeatedly this fight is waged by men who either stem from the south or, predominantly at least, from stock breeders. The typical individual prophet, Elijah, the deadly enemy of Baal ecstasy, hails from Gilead and is a typical migratory nomad. Elisha, the mass ecstatic, was, according to tradition, a peasant. Quite some time later, Amos, the first prophet arising against the cult practice of the north, is a shepherd from Tekoa. This leads to the following conclusion: the mass ecstatic Nebi'im, under the influence of Canaanite orgiasticism and the irrational and emotional forms of magic, came from the north. The rational Levitical Torah and the rational ethical emissary prophecy come from the south. To the latter this shamelessness is an abomination of Yahweh, and cult and sacrifice, in general, mean nothing to the God of the covenant in comparison with the fulfillment of his ancient commandments. The dualism thus ran covertly throughout Israelite history since the beginning of the invasion. It became acute with the increasingly rational character of the mentalities of the two powers opposed to the orgy, the Levites and the prophets of doom. This resulted, at least partially, from the growth of literary culture of the intellectuals. Hence we must clarify the manner in which basic elements, engaged in partly latent, partly open conflict, of the profoundly different religiosities exerted their influence upon the old Israelite literati. Seseae. Chapter V1 IIT. In the pre-prophetic era. 1. The Israelite intellectuals and the neighboring cultures and richness and variety. The literary production of pre-exilic Israel is unsurpassed by any other literature. There are love songs of glowing, in part, with sensuousness in the temper of the warrior, in part, with courtly eroticism, or again with pastoral charm. They were recited at the gay royal court of Tirzah and probably even earlier. In variations they were continued into the times of Persian influence and collected as the Song of Solomon. Besides some inspired songs of praise for the king, contained in the Psalm collection, a number of religious hymns have been preserved which glorify with unsurpassed perfection the majesty of the great God of heaven in Babylonian fashion. At least in kingly times, secular as well as religious bards must have appeared as a stratum beyond the exponents of purely popular poetry. For these works are decidedly products of professional poets. And the Song of Deborah, an excellent poem written for the occasion, half religious song of triumph, half political satire against old enemies in the cities and tardy Confederates, bespeaks the even greater age of this genre. Of all means of communication found anywhere at the time, alphabetical writing was the most easily learned. According to the importation of papyrus to Byblos, documented in Wen Amon's travel account, alphabetical writing extends back to the second millennium, though we have an example of it only 194-195 through the Moabite Mesha stone from the 9th century. It was probably invented to serve business interests of the merchants, and hence presumably in Phoenicia. This writing facilitated in Israel the emergence of a literature addressed to the reader, and at once an extraordinary diffusion of the arts of reading and writing. First writing benefited the kingly chancelleries. The positions of the Majker, usually rendered by chancellor probably, at once, analyst and advisor of the king, and the Sopharim of David's court and at the courts of both kingdoms indicate that written administration existed at least since David. Perhaps, as suggested by a preserved record, Isam 1449f, beginning even under Saul. For Solomon's corvée state an estate of officials versed in writing was indispensable. Many of them were obviously recruited from among the priests, but many, too, came from secular civs. The later pragmatically revised accounts of the kings repeatedly refer to official royal annals, and, likewise, there existed probably a Jerusalemite temple chronicalism. Furthermore, we have to assume, with Kittel, that even the first revisions of the stories of David's kingship were composed by an author who, though admitted to the royal archives, wrote independently and according to his own judgment about these affairs. The great freedom of the tradition opposite the kings, who were at times, after all, powerful, is due to two factors. In contrast to most other monarchical states of the Orient, the great military civs in Israel had preserved a strong position. On the other hand, the seers and professional Yahweh teachers were very significant. They were personally independent and faced the kings quite critically. Because of the prestige of the old war god of the Confederacy, the groups embodying his spirit could not be ignored by the kings. The miracle stories included in the Book of Kings derive from the organized schools among the northern Nevi'im. Part of the Elijah accounts and, likewise, the probably pre-Deuteronomic first revision of the stories of the prehistoric seers, Samuel, above all, show that there existed circles which indeed withdrew not only from courtly but likewise from school-organized prophetic influence. There were others who maintained relations to court but also to anti-royalist Yahwists whom they systematically sup. 196 ported. Such circles could only be wealthy and politically influential pious laity. Thus, during the time of Jeremiah, we meet with distinguished sibs, which repeatedly furnish court officials from their members, but which, obviously, at the same time were for generations protectors of the great Yahweh prophets, who relentlessly leveled their criticism against court and priests. Such had to come about once the prestige of kingship became shaky through external failure. Obviously, these independent circles of laity and the pure Yahweh believers under their protection at an early time made it their business to gather the still existing old traditions concerning pre-kingly times. The occasionally cited old collections of songs, the Book of the Wars of Yahweh and the Book of the Brave probably existed as a collection even since early kingship. Presumably laymen turned to the collection and selection of the popular, Yahwistically useful, not purely militaristic poetic works. The old legends, fairy tales, parables, sayings originally were doubtlessly in the hands of itinerant bards and storytellers to be found everywhere among peasant and semi-nomadic populations. To be sure, the old tradition knows only of a guest people of musicians, the descendants of Jubal. But there were also storytellers. The early legends of the patriarchs indeed suggest this derivation. In contrast, the lengthy story of Joseph, for example, in its present form, is already in the nature of an artfully composed, edifying short story written by an educated poet for educated Yahwists, hence, it is a work of literary art. Thus there were mediating links and especially, direct interrelations between exponents of the popular literature of sayings and legends and circles of independent laity which were educated in literature and interested in political and religious policies. These linkages are evident in the nature of some of the preserved examples of the mashal, parable, category. With regard to plastic imagination, a mashal, such as the parable of the thorn bush in the story of Abimelech, or the parable of the sheep of the poor, put into the mouth of Nathan, equals the most accomplished parables of the Gospels. In this respect they differ remarkably from the typical later rabbinical mashal, which is mostly a product of book thinking and hence, usually, is directly striking only in the grotesque. The difference is somewhat com 197 parable to that between the parables of Jesus and Paul who, as is known, occasionally daringly made use of agricultural parables making characteristic mistakes in imagery. During the time of Jeremiah, 1818, are to be found the first traces of the kind of advice given by educated men in practical workaday problems, as was later offered by the Chokmah, wisdom, teachers and their literary products. But such relationship of literati to plebeian interests in pre-exilic times is far less important than the paramount political and inseparably connected religious structured socio-political interest. The two parables, cited above, offer examples of this. Evidently, they are far from being naive products of a purely artistic nature. They stand, rather, in the service of anti-royalist Yahwistic tendencies. According to quotations and residues, it may be gathered that the whole of a quite rich and varied pre-exilic popular poetry and literature was thus worked over in the perspective of religious politics. If from this literature only that has been preserved which is included in the form of the present canon, it is the result of quite intensive intellectual work of Yahwistically interested strata of intellectuals. This was partly consummated only in exilic times, but much of it was achieved in pre-exilic times and some even before the appearance of the scriptural prophets. This joint work, considering its difficulties, was quite extraordinary, even though from a literary point of view we find shortcomings to which Goethe already drew attention. With regard to their biases and mentalities, there were sharp antagonisms between the various literary groups of pre-exilic times. There was an unreconciled antagonism between the groups responsible for kingly prophecy of good fortune, the national bards and historiographers on the one side, and the strata of Yahweh believers who were repressed by the kings on the other. Quite a different atmosphere pervades the residues of old erotical poetry gathered in the Songs of Solomon and preserved in a few old kingly psalms than is to be found in the literary products of Yahwistic intellectuals. Naturally, the religiosity of the kings, when plainly expressed, contrasted strongly with popular belief also in neighboring areas. Ramses IV, in his prayer to Osiris, in return for what he had given the god, asked for food to his contentment, drink tea. 198 Intoxication, good health, long life, joy to body and soul, eternal rule for the descendants, joy for each day, and high-level waters for the Nile. Likewise, all Babylonian kings till Nebuchadnezzar prayed for enjoyment of life and a long, happy reign. Things were probably no different in Israel. If the present tradition placed in Solomon's mouth the pious prayer mentioned, this corresponded to the often quite pious inscriptions of Nebuchadnezzar and other great kings. In both cases such pious sentiments are priestly products. The incredible megalomania of Egyptian and Mesopotamian great kings was probably also characteristic of the Israelite kings during the time of their power. In both cases, this formed a strong contrast to the plebeian need for a merciful intercessor and savior in need, and to Yahweh's always especially grave anger against man's hybris. Yahweh was never a god of the dynasty like Assur, Marduk, or Nebo. Rather, he was always a god of the Israelite confederates. Nevertheless, the dynasties appropriated his cult, and the kings had Yahwistic bards and prophets of good fortune in their service. In circulation beside the Yahweh tradition were the most varied etiological cult sagas of native deities and heroes, numerous myths and ideas either imported from Egypt or Mesopotamia directly or via Phoenicia, or already common in the area and which could not conceivably be simply eradicated. Cooperation among them was a difficult task. Besides, the products of the Palestinian cultural intelligentsia proper must have played an important part. The question is, how were these products related to those of the neighboring culture area? Nominal Egyptian rule lasted almost to the end of the time of the judges. According to the Amarna letters, however, the pharaohs did not interfere with the religion of the country. After Ramses II, they rarely employed effective political power. As in older times, opportunities for intellectual intercourse existed. An Egyptian wizard was known by repute in the time of Sesostris among the semi-Bedouin masters of the region east of Byblos. At least, the teller of the Sinis story could presuppose this possibility. During the time of the complete decay of the rule of the Rameses, around 1100, the city king of Byblos knew nothing of the Egyptian Amon and his power as described 199. By his emissary when Amon, however, his court prophets seem to have known of this. Presumably, it would explain the oracle of one of these court prophets in favor of said emissary. In any case, people in southern Palestine were well informed about Egypt through the caravan trade. Solomon not only borrowed the chariot technique and partially, also, the manner of temple construction, the inner sanctum, registered from Egyptian models, but the short story of Joseph shows, after all, precise knowledge of Egyptian conditions and indicates, no matter whether for good reason, relations to the temple priesthood of Heliopolis, the main seat of Egyptian wisdom. The king of Byblos acknowledged to Amon that all teaching and art came from Egypt to Phoenicia. Registered one of the traditions concerning Moses makes him, too, an exponent of Egyptian wisdom. According to the Joshua tradition, circumcision was taken over from Egypt directly, not via Phoenicia. Further traces are to be found in numerous details, partly without interest here, partly mentioned at the proper occasion. King Merneptah mentioned wars which his army allegedly fought in Palestine against Israel. But relations were by no means always unfriendly, as is evident in the following. Alongside the ethnically related Edomites, the Egyptians were expressly mentioned later as qualified for reception into the Israelite community, although the tradition presupposed not quite correctly that the patriarchs as stock breeders were considered impure in Egypt. As previously mentioned, the excavations in Palestine brought to light numerous scarabaeuses, which, as Ehrman put it, were for Egypt as characteristic as the cross for Christendom. In the face of all this, it is striking indeed that this Egyptian rule is covered by silence in the entire tradition, and that specific Egyptian elements, precisely in the early foundations of Israelite religiosity, are conspicuously absent, whereas, as we shall see, later on such asserted themselves. Edward Meyer, in explaining this silence, pointed only to the youth of the Israelite tradition. But elsewhere this tradition has preserved occasional features of great age, as, for instance, the long bygone relationship to Mesopotamia. The silence about the political rule is possibly understandable as a result of the pharaoh dealing only 200 through his vassal princes. Even in the case of the Kabiri and the Sagast during Amarna times, the rule of the pharaoh was not obvious in practice. Discounting the few raids, this held ever more for later times. For the rest, one may explain the alien character of Egyptian culture exclusively and quite sufficiently in terms of deliberate rejection by the exponents of Yahwism. The Egyptian Corvée state was indeed rejected. The taking over of its decisive features by native kings was precisely most bitterly hated by the demilitarized strata. Likewise, the most characteristic feature of Egyptian piety, the cult of the dead, was rejected. As noted, alongside the radical this worldly nature and orientation of the old war god of the Confederacy, decisive was the fact that Yahweh, though combining different traits at different times, was never a Chthonian deity, but always sharply opposed to these deities and their manner of worship. Besides, access to Egyptian sacred writing and Egyptian priestly education was not open to strangers. Egyptian teachers of wisdom, Tehetep, recommended, as did Deuteronomy, popular education, but expressly excluded from this the secret teaching of the priests. Hence, the Israelite teachers neither knew nor presumably would have desired to know anything of this. The same held on the part of the Egyptians. As elsewhere, defeated enemies were forced to honor the victorious deities of Egypt. But this did not make them Egyptians. Inscriptions show that there were temples of Egyptian deities in Syria, and under the Ramses there were, also, temples of Syrian deities in Egypt. But this did not change the basic conditions firmly rooted in the social peculiarities of Egyptian literati culture. The individual could be integrated into Egyptian education and wisdom only qua individual, and this meant completely to surrender his own intellectual independence. Besides, for the people as a whole, it would have meant to accept the hated bureaucracy of scribes. The single mention of Egyptian animal worship in Ezekiel 8:10 allows us to infer that Yahwists also rejected this as an especially undignified abomination. The Egyptian priests had systematized this cult at a rather late period in the interest of hierocratic domination of the masses. Egyptian animal worship agreed in no way with the relations of free stock breeders to 201. Their cattle, and was especially strange to Yahweh's transmitted character. This rejection of all decisive features of Egyptian culture is nevertheless proof of one thing. We have to presuppose as historical fact that independent-minded and deliberate exponents of Yahweh religion existed in Palestine as well as in the oases of Edom and Midian, as witnessed by the tradition. The Libyan as well as Asiatic Bedouins maintained steady intercourse with Egypt. Palestine, however, was for a long time ruled directly by Egypt. Whereas the first took over features of Egyptian religion, including even the cult of the dead, the last, at least the Yahweh believers, took over none. The actual priestly teaching, moreover, the speculative theology developed by the Egyptians already during the third millennium, remained alien to the Levitical Yahwists. Originally this theology was quite naturalistic and later pantheistic. In popular religion and ethics, however, considerable affinities can be traced. To Mesopotamian culture relations to Mesopotamian intellectual culture were more complex. During Amarna times, cuneiform writing and the language of Babylonian diplomacy and trade were prevalent throughout the Middle East and understood by cultured Egyptians. As the Song of Deborah indicates, the idea of astral spirits and their intervention in mundane affairs was also familiar in Israel. Apparently, even Nabu, god of the scribes, had a sanctu, and numerous details of all sorts bespeak common intellectual traits of old and mutual borrowing. Among such common features was particularly a common standard of weights and measures, including weights of coins. Much of the law and important sanctions of the cosmogonic myths were common. The closeness of the relation, however, seems to have shifted with the rise of the Phoenicians to commercial supremacy in Homeric times. Ancient Mediterranean peoples of oversea traders, pirates, and soldiers of fortune then receded into the background before Phoenician maritime dominance. Great migrations of peoples contributed to this. Phoenician alphabetical writing displaced cuneiform in Palestine, and the importance of 202 Babylonian speech slowly declined in favor of Aramaic. Winkler has ascertained that the Babylonian language was still well known in Syria during the 9th and even into the 7th century. Aramaic attained its eventual significance as the universal language of diplomacy in the Middle East only in Persian times. Babylonia had receded into the background for quite some time. Phoenician royal artisans worked at Solomon's temple. Phoenician slave traders accompanied the Israelite armies profitably to dispose of prisoners of war. The cults of Phoenician Baals, Moloch, and Astarte immigrated into Palestine. The cosmogonies, circulating in Palestine, in the view of the experts, were essentially of Phoenician stamp. Individual Israelite tribes came under Phoenician suzerainty, others dispatched laborers to Phoenician ports, and royal nebiim of Phoenician type were kept in North Israel. Only Elijah and the revolution of Jehu destroyed the Phoenician cults. The ancient ecstatic nebiim were rejected by the Puritans. The Phoenician human sacrifices and the Gnostic, sophisticated, onanist sacrifices to Moloch were tabooed by the prohibitions of Deuteronomy and the Holiness Code. With the revival of the Mesopotamian great powers, their influence waxed again. At times the Babylonian hosts of heavens, that is, the stars, were worshipped in Jerusalem by the kings, especially Manasseh, who were now paying tribute. In the circulating stories of Paradise and the Great Flood, Mesopotamia was always considered the center of the world. The great terraced temples of Mesopotamia were known as attempts to come close to the God of heaven. Details are of no interest here, for the main point is certain: there was no borrowing of priestly wisdom. Even the Babylonian, Sumerian, sacred language of many important pieces precluded their direct borrowing by Israelite priests. Generally, we have no record whatsoever of any borrowing of elements of Babylonian sacred literature for cult purposes in Palestine. Only much later, during the time of the composition of the Psalms, are allusions to some hymnal poetry of Babylon to be found. Yahwistic intellectuals not only failed to take over, but deliberately rejected the decisive cultic and theological foundations of Phoenician as well as Babylonian religion. Babylonian 203 star worship and astrology in particular, were not borrowed, hence the basic pillar of what A. Jeremias termed Babylonian Weltanschauung. Presumably people in Palestine knew or understood the true secret teaching of the Babylonian priests of macrocosm and microcosm just as little as that of the Egyptians, although speculations and manipulations with sacred numbers and world periods play a role in a number of details of the present edition of the tradition. This last was perhaps only by virtue of the exilic and post-exilic revisions. One fundamental Mesopotamian doctrine, that of astrological determinism, was apparently well understood and deliberately rejected. For, what was the use of the Levitical Torah or the prophetic oracle, if the individual's fate was written in the stars? This determinism, leaving room only for the gnosis of salvation conventicles, was quite incompatible with the Levites' interests in power and soul healing. They rejected these teachings as obstacles to a thoroughly political, Yahwistic conception of God. Even Isaiah, 24:23, and Jeremiah, 10:2, for the latter one should presuppose especially close relations to the Babylonian priesthood, assured Israel, that the power of the stars would vanish before the might of Yahweh. In exilic times, Deutero-Isaiah in the very city of Babylon scorned, not only the Babylonian magicians generally, but also, 47:13, their astronomical science and astrology. In post-exilic and rabbinical times, too, the sentence held, in Israel planets find no recognition. Not that people doubted the influence of celestial bodies on the processes of the earth. The prophets did not doubt it. Nor did the priests doubt the reality of oracles of the dead and the related conceptions of a beyond. Obviously, Babylonian astrologers were occasionally consulted during the exile, and a rabbi was still termed an astrologer in his private occupation. After all, astrological beliefs were diffused over all the earth from China to Rome and into modern Occidental times. People in Israel also believed in the stars. Rather, the following was decisive: in Israel the spirits of the stars are not the masters of human fate. Just as still in recent decades in China the president of the Hanlin Academy reproached the Empress Dowager in a memorial on the grounds that not the celestial constellation, but,